Stand up, New York Giant fans. Day 3, Baddog, of the NFL draft, coming off a day in which we had 2 defensive players going day 2.
Yeah, this should be another really good day. We'll see what the Giants do. They picked pretty early today. They picked 116, so 10 picks before us. See if we go offensive line today. Like I said, last year we just kept waiting for that wide receiver. Never happened. That could be the deal with the offensive line this year. We'll see. I think the Giants take a running back at some point today. I think they have to take a running back at some point today. And we'll see what else they do. I think offensive line and running back are definitely needs. Maybe another linebacker, edge rusher a little bit in the 6th round. But I think running back has to be – we need a running back. We need some depth there.
Yeah, I think – and there's no way of knowing this because at this point, as the draft goes along, the draft becomes super unpredictable. Like last year, like you were saying yesterday – we kept saying to ourselves, well, it has to, they have to take a wide receiver. They have to take a wide receiver. They never took the wide receiver because I think as the draft goes along, you start drafting towards best available player because you're not just thinking about this year. You're thinking about the next 4, the next 5, and how these guys can be integrated into the scheme. Right. I'll tell you what, I took a look at the cornerback that we drafted yesterday. That guy might start next year. That guy is super impressive.
So it was the fight in the Eagles war room.
Yeah, and he's a natural slot corner. It's what he played well at college. He may take Darnay Holmes' spot. He is that good. We'll see, but it's just more depth for the defense. Patrick Graham's got to be excited after him and Ojulari. And, yeah, the offensive line is definitely a major question mark right now, but I think as Giants fans, and I started to accept this going into the draft, I definitely thought we'd address the offensive line within the first 3 rounds. But I think they like their offensive line more than we think, and we'll see if they're right. We got to hope that the coaching staff gets the most out of these young players. They are young. They could progress a lot next year, but I do expect us to draft an offensive lineman in the 4th, but maybe not. Maybe they're in love with a player that's there.
I agree. 2 things real quick. Number 1, yes, I shaved. I noticed everybody noticed that. Mr. Entertainer, see in here. I took care. We shaved. We shaved today. Number 2, I don't know if you guys happen to see my Instagram or Twitter. I was mentioning this to Chris this morning, so I tweeted this photo out. I also put it on my Instagram. So if you are on Twitter and you follow me, retweet it so everybody sees it. I want you guys to go look at that picture. And I want you to look at the pain in Devontae Smith's face when he got drafted. The absolute pain. I feel bad for him. He couldn't even hide it. He was so upset. This is a guy that's going, oh, man, I'm going to the Giants, baby. They picked me for the Eagles. I'm going to the Giants. I'm going. Kenny Galladay's there. They got a great coach and staff. They're on their way up. Oh, man, I'm pumped up. I'm going to New York, baby. Whoops. It's like the last cannoli sitting in a bakery, and I'm like, yeah, going to get a cannoli. And then the big fat lady comes and swoops it up like a pain on his face, Chris.
But Baddog, can you blame him? He had an opportunity to go to one of the top 4 or 5 organizations in the history of the NFL. And he ended up with the Eagles. He went from a prideful organization like the Giants to a team that tanks. I mean, are you kidding me? Their head coach didn't even want to be there anymore.
Chris, I feel so bad. I feel so bad for him. I mean, it really looked like somebody kicked his dog. Like I felt bad. He looked like he wanted to cry. It's no lie. Yeah, I'm not lying. I'm not exaggerating. You can look at a picture. He is so sad. I feel bad for the kid. I do. Because I like Devontae Smith. I got no problem with him. I feel bad for that kid. I feel bad for him.
Let me just get to a couple of these. Dayman, thank you very much. Just found out that Aziz is only 20. Yeah, a lot of people were talking about that yesterday. Has a ton of room to grow. Even more excited about the pick. Yeah, and I think he fits our scheme very well. The only reason I think he dropped is because of that potential knee issue that people were talking about pre-draft. Everybody had him as a first-round talent, so hopefully that doesn't play a factor. And I think it was definitely good value where we got him. True Apples, thank you very much. Wanted Tony with the 2nd and Ojulari at 20 cancels out. Yeah,
exactly.
That's kind of what we said last night. Like, just if you hated the Tony pick, just reverse it.
Yep.
And now you got Ojulari at 20, and you got Tony at 42 or 50 rather.
Right, and a bunch of draft picks.
Yeah, and a bunch of draft picks. Yep. Josh, man, thank you very much. Imagine waiting your whole life to get drafted just to be drafted by the Eagles.
So I said in the quote, I'm like, this is supposed to be one of the happiest days of your life, and that poor guy could not hide his disappointment. I feel bad for him. I really do. He should have Eli'd his way out of Philly. I don't know. Or Kobe'd his way. Kobe got drafted by the Hornets, and he forced his way to Los Angeles. I feel so bad for Devontae Smith.
JD, man, thank you very much. Today is the day for real fans, Baddog. When comfortable today, he said, F the jersey, subscribe to Baddog. That's right. I forgot to put his link in the description.
Yeah.
But Baddog Sports, my mods can put it throughout the stream. Baddog Sports, go over there, check them out. JD, man, thank you so much.
Thanks, JD. Hell yeah. I did. I said that last night. I'm like, the jerseys they're not comfortable. This is a long day today. It's Saturday. We got the Super Bowl thing on, so let's go.
Let's rock and roll.
I need a new one of these, Chris.
Matter of fact, I'm going to put your link in the description when I get a chance. Deception, man, thank you very much. Sorry we missed out on Sermon Baddog, but Khalil Herbert might be better. Same running style. I like him out of Virginia Tech.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's a couple running backs today that, I like Chuba Hubbard out of Oklahoma State a lot. I think Chuba Hubbard's a good running back. I also like Roundtree out of Missouri. So there's definitely a couple running backs. I do love Trey Sermon. I think the Niners, there's some teams that have a really good draft. The Jets have done really good. The Niners have done good. I think Washington, I think Diami Brown was a great pick. Dallas has done good. Like, I'm worried. I'm afraid, and even the Eagles have had some good picks, if we're being completely fair. I feel like this division did a pretty good job this year. So, as much as I hate the teams this division, and I do, I like when they're all competitive. It makes it more fun.
Oh, we're gonna have a much better division next year. But the thing that I really loved about the Giants this year is, again, they continue to show, much like last year, they're not just thinking about the here and now. They're building this up to try to set this up for 10 years worth of competitive football by trading down, getting that future draft capital. Giants did a hell of a job. And they still got quality players that are going to help this team this year. So
absolutely agree.
I'm happy. Steph, man, thank you very much. Baddog's facial error will be back before today's. He's Homer Simpson.
That's why our subscribers are the best right there, because of comments like that, which is probably true. Listen, my kid just turned 4. He's got brown hair. He doesn't have black hair. But I'm telling you, you can see it already. He's got like dark hair right here. He got the Italian gene. He did not get any bit of my wife's Irish gene. He got Italian, except for her color hair. But hairy legs. Hey, you can see the hair in the cheek. I'm like, yeah, he's that poor kid. He'll be shaving when he was 13, like I was.
I was about to say, that's when I first started shaving. He'll be shaving by 13.
Yeah.
Deal, Matt. Thank you very much. We jumped the Eagles and took the cornerback. I know, it was great.
Beautiful. We fleeced him on Devontae Smith because we didn't really want him.
I had a guy in my comments today. I didn't get a chance to respond to it yet. I forgot who it was. I had a guy in my comments today saying that the New York Giants absolutely screwed up the pick because that cornerback would have went in the 5th round and that they should have taken Ronnie Perkins. I said, what are you out of your mind? Do a little bit of research. The guy was projected to go in the 2nd round.
Yeah, we should have taken Ronnie Perkins after we just took Azeez Ojulari too.
Well, that too, yeah. But in terms of value, he was the best. He had to be, if not the best, the 2nd or 3rd best player on anybody's board there.
You can't please them all, Chris. I told you when I did the Ojulari reaction, someone said, "Well, gotta go dumpster diving for a lineman now," or whatever they said. You can't please everybody.
Yeah,
it is.
And Carlos, man, thank you very much. I really appreciate you two and Bobby and Justin from Talking Giants coverage. You all are great. Thank you very much. Would you guys trade up to make sure we get Trey Smith? I wouldn't be against it. I mean, Trey Smith to me is probably the best lineman still on the board. I'll go over my board real quick. I wrote down a couple guys on Twitter today. Trey Smith is number 1 for me right now. Deontay Brown's number 2. I just put him on a picture of Twitter because he is such a big guy. But I think Trey Smith fits the scheme better. Plus, he's got ties to the Tennessee coach we brought in. So I think he's an obvious target for the Giants here if he's there. Jabril Cox, of course, all Giants fans like him. Supposedly had medical issues. That's why he's dropped. He's a coverage linebacker. Michael Carter, he's by far the best available running back on the board right now. I hope I pronounced this right, but I watched him filming him a couple of weeks ago when I was looking at interior defensive lineman we could take in this area. J2 Fale out of USC. I think Chris Sims had him ranked like 3rd or 4th on his list, but he's a guy that's pretty good. Tyler Shelvin, the interior defensive lineman from LSU, is another guy, and Quincy Roche, the edge rusher from Miami. Those were a couple of guys that I wrote down.
Yeah, again, there's a lot of options for the Giants today. And I mean, I don't want to sound mean, but there's a couple hogs in the crowd over there in Cleveland. I can tell you from a guy that went to Cleveland, Chris, it was $1 hot dog night at Progressive Field. I'm not lying. There was a chick came back with like 20 hot dogs on a tray. I was like, is this what Cleveland's about? No. I know it is. Everyone they bring up there, I'm like, come on, man. I mean, hit a jumping jack now and again, Chris.
They got a lot of hogs. Half the NFL's offensive linemen come from Cleveland. And Dart, man, thank you very much. He says, I love Aaron Robinson. Just thought we needed – yeah. No, I agree with that. I think we both expected line there. But the Giants did what they did last year. They went for BPA. Same thing last year with Darnay Holmes. We were a bit surprised when they made that pick, but the Giants are trying to build that secondary up. They feel he could be a long-term solution. And like I said, he may even be a starter day one. That guy looks good.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know where Google got the stats for that guy. He's put 6'4", 236. Then on the Giants thing, they have him at 6'1", 193. And at USCF, they have him 5'11" and a quarter and 186, which is pretty much my height. But that's pretty much my size, which is pretty funny, actually.
Yeah, I think I saw 6 foot or 6'1", but who knows? I mean,
yeah, he's all over. He ain't 6'4", 236, though. That I do know.
Yeah. And Yuri, man, thank you very much. Devontae Smith reaction should be a meme. Yeah. Yeah, the way he reacted to the Eagles.
Somebody, listen, I don't know how to do it. Somebody need to put somebody in the chat, do me a favor and send this to me on Twitter or Instagram, something. Put the crying Jordan face on Devontae Smith and send it to me, please. Somebody do that for me.
Ryan says, as a Canadian Giants fan, please get Chuba Hubbard.
I like Hubbard.
He wants the running back. Jason, man, thank you so much, man, for the $5 donation. Really appreciate it, buddy. And Manuel, man, thank you very much. He says, woke up, made myself a tequila ginger ale, made some eggs, and added some bacon and sausage, boys. Give me the hogs. 11-6. No. Let's go. I want to hog too, man. I definitely want to hog today.
A tequila and ginger. I woke up this morning, made myself a pot of coffee, and got me one of the acai bowls from this place called Bold up here, which is pretty good. So I don't know if you know what an acai bowl is, but it's a bunch of blended fruit. Then it's fruit, more fruit, and a little hemp seed, a little flax seed, some protein thrown in there. I dumped some creatine in it, and peanut butter.
Sounds healthy.
It's good, man.
Since we're going over our breakfast, I had a boring breakfast. I had oatmeal, I had Greek yogurt, and I think that's it. And I had black coffee.
That's pretty much what I have every morning, except for the yogurt. I have oatmeal every morning when I go to work. That's pretty much what it's boring. Yeah. But I got the cannolis on the way.
Yeah,
Chris, I forgot. You get a cannoli.
I forgot the cannoli.
I actually almost forgot about it until about, like I said, when my wife was going out there. I'm like, oh, can you get some cannolis? Because, like I said, little bad dog's up there. So I might have to run out now and again, but if he wants to come down here, he can. But she should be home soon. And I says, get some cannolis for me, please.
Rose says, I like the competition in the position. Yeah, well, we got tremendous depth now at the wide receiver and the cornerback position. There's no doubt about it. Dumpster dive for a lineman. Which hog will Dave Gettleman get off the scrap heap?
It wasn't him that commented that, by the way, on my video.
I think it'll be Trey Smith if he's there. I think he makes the most sense if he's there. If we go offensive lineman, he's the guy I'm hoping for.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You think in the six? I mean, is it not that they're going to replace Daniel Jones? Is it possible the Giants draft a quarterback?
It's possible. I listen. At the end of the day, if they feel like he could be a long-term answer as a backup, I wouldn't. Yeah,
that's what I mean. Not to replace Jones, but maybe to replace Glennon or something.
I wouldn't hate it. If they feel like he could be a long-term backup, long-term, but I don't want to do that. I would sooner rather go.
I wouldn't either. I was just curious.
I wouldn't shock me, but I would sooner rather go with a running back in the sixth, and maybe another. Even I wouldn't even mind 2 offensive linemen today, possibly another edge. I would not. I'm not going to say I'm going to cry if they take a quarterback, but I wouldn't be thrilled.
2 linemen and a running back today. Let's do it.
I would like that. David, man, thank you very much. Day 3 is where you find the diamonds in the rough. Offensive line, Smith and Brown would be steals right now, and maybe a center, Merritt from Penn State as well. Let's go. Let's go. Mike says, watch put for Kenneth. Well, Kenneth Gainwell's the running back.
Watch out. I think he meant watch out.
Oh, watch out. Yeah. He's like the former teammate Antonio Gibson. Both played for Memphis. All right, we'll see. Yeah, I think he's the second best running back on most people's boards right now. And the Church of Delicious Meat, thank you very much. Great coverage. What food is on the menu for day 3? Like I said, I already had my breakfast. After the stream, I'll probably have steak, actually. I think I'm going to have steak tonight.
That's one of my go-tos all the time. Is a little filet mignon. I mean, why not? It's a good cut of meat. It's expensive, but it's a good cut of meat. And, he is the Church of Delicious Meat. Really don't get more delicious than filet mignon. But cannolis are on the menu for the stream today. Have a cannoli.
Jack, man, thank you very much. Sub Chris and Baddog. Eagles have 8 picks today, and they're all going to suck. Give me Deontay Brown, and I'll be a happy guy. Yeah, Deontay Brown or Trey Smith is kind of who I'm rooting for here with this fourth pick.
All these guys coming up today when the Eagles are picking, man, they're like, don't pick me, don't pick me, don't pick me, don't pick me.
The Irish Giants fan, thank you very much. They have to go line in the fourth, right? Keep up the great work, guys. Been loving the draft content the last few days. Ghetto God is on fire. Go Giants.
No.
I'm not going to say they have to. They may just go BPA. Like last year, we said that we were expecting, receiver as it got along, and they didn't do it. So, I wouldn't expect anybody they draft at this point if they go O-line to be a starter next year anyway. So we'll see what they decide to do, but I would prefer an offensive lineman here, yes. And the defensive tackle I just said from USC just went off the board, Jay Tufella. He was the first pick.
Yeah. I just saw your dad say, I love cannolis. Of course you do.
How could you not?
It's in our blood, I mean, that's how it goes,
How could you not? And John, man, thank you very much. Stella and stand up. Baddog, love you guys. The Giants stink. I really hope the Giants fall on their face, but expect against Dallas Eagles will find a way to somehow beat you at least once. Hey, man, the divisions, you never take any divisional opponent for granted.
Hell no. Listen, if we split with Dallas, I'll be happy. I want to sweep you guys.
Yeah,
I'm done losing to Philadelphia, Johnny. But we love you, buddy. Listen, when I talk trash, it's all in good fun. It's all in good fun. I'm respectful when I talk trash. I'm not insulting the fans. Sometimes I have to because sometimes they deserve it. But you're a good guy, Johnny. We love you, buddy. But go look at my Twitter photo and you'll just see Devontae Smith ain't happy to be there. He's sad. Sad. He's like a kid that didn't get what he wanted for Christmas. I felt so bad for that guy.
Yeah, I don't blame him. And Deception, man, thank you very much. Just Devontae Smith looked just as uncomfortable as Eli when he was drafted by the Chargers.
Rough picture.
Sean, man, thank you very much. I never heard your thoughts on the – I love the Rudolph pickup. It was a pickup I did not expect. I obviously didn't think we were going tight end in free agency, being that we still had Ingram on the roster. But it was a pickup I did not expect. He's going to help us tremendously in the red zone. He's a good blocker. And I also feel like, not that I want to compare him to him as a player, but you think about Jason Witten with Jason Garrett. I feel like he's that type of tight end, a guy that could sit down in the middle of a defense, get you first downs, a guy that's going to help in the red zone, good blocker. I think Rudolph was a really nice pickup for the Giants, Sean.
Definitely a veteran presence. And again, like Chris said, a really good red zone threat, which is something we have struggled at for years, is getting touchdowns in the red zone. So hopefully a guy like Kyle Rudolph certainly helps that aspect. I didn't understand it at first either because we have so many tight ends on the roster. But then the more I looked at it, I was like, it makes sense because Jason Garrett does like to run the two tight end sets. And again, I'm not going to say Rudolph is Jason Witten, but he's that type of player. And I like it. I like the move myself.
Yeah. And Marco, man, thank you. Just an idea for the outside of U.S. I guess Americans are very competitive. Why rewarding bad play? First 10 picks is a lottery. Understand? I think I understand. Like the NBA, make it so the bottom 10 teams are a lottery, so there's no tanking. The thing with that is, and I definitely understand where you're going with that. In basketball, you need it because in basketball, teams clearly tank from the start of the year because
There's
it's
only 5 players in the court, so it makes a big difference.
Yeah, in football, I don't think it's nearly as important to have something like that because I think for the most part, almost every team at the start of the year, outside of maybe one or two in rare instances, are trying to compete for that season. Mm-hmm. In basketball, if you didn't have a lottery system, half the league would be trying to lose from the start of the year.
Right.
Because one player can make such a huge dramatic difference. So I think it's much more needed in basketball than football. I'm not saying it's not a horrible out of the box idea. Maybe the bottom 5 teams instead of the bottom 10. But I understand why they don't do it in football.
I'll tell you what, it's nice that I don't have to say it this year, but I feel like the Knicks tank right from day one for years. It didn't happen this year, but I swear they were 4-20 after the first 24 games last year.
By the way, did I miss? I think Michael Carter just went off the board to the Jets because they're showing highlights. I missed the pick.
And it makes sense for them. They need a running back.
That's a really good pick for the Jets if they got
the Jets have had a really good draft. I mean, you get the quarterback with the really hot mom. You get your lineman, and you pick your wide receiver up in the second round, and now you got a running back.
Yeah, I think that's who they took. That's a great pick for them.
Yeah, it is a great pick for them.
Jets having a really good draft.
The Jets are doing good.
Dependable line, man. Thank you very much. I wouldn't mind Davis Mills if we have to get a quarterback, but I hope we go. I don't want to, especially this round. I don't want a quarterback.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying we had to. I was just curious if they would consider one. I mean, they may grab one and undrafted for who knows, you know.
Yeah, I could definitely see a UDFA. I could even see it in the 6th as a small possibility. Definitely not in the 4th.
Yeah, no, definitely not in the 4th. No.
Yeah, McCann, man, thank you very much. None of the Eagles picks looked happy. I can't.
No.
Can't blame them. And
would you be happy, McCann, if you got picked by the Eagles?
Dumpster dive. Thank you very much. The old lineman. Oh wow. Yeah, I don't want to be disrespectful, but
it's just an observation.
It's an observation. The O linemen we draft better look like those big old San Antonio women.
That's a
Falcons might be drafting her. That might be the pick. Darren Hall goes to the Atlanta Falcons, the cornerback. All right, out of San Diego State. Wow. And New York Light Man, thank you very much. He says, are you a Yankee fan? I am not. I was born a Met fan. I'll die a Met fan. And Chris Parks, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. He says, O-line and running back today. I totally agree. Can't wait for this season. Maybe a coverage linebacker. Yeah. That's what I'm hoping for. Any one of those 3 possibilities.
Agreed.
And
definitely a running back. We definitely need a running back today. Can't go into the season with Booker and Barkley.
One guy I've talked a lot about, and there's a trade here. Let's see if the Giants traded up. The Titans traded up with the Panthers. But what was I going to say? A running back that I really like, I've talked a lot about. One is Mitchell. He went to the same school as our new offensive line coach, so keep an eye on him in the 6th. And Hawkins, I like as well. So out of Louisville.
Yeah, I like Roundtree and Hubbard myself. So those are a couple of running backs.
Jova says this is a special teams unit day, and there's the echo again. So I apologize, guys.
Who's the other guy? Is Pookie Williams? Is he also on the board from Kansas? Is that I get the drafts confused? Like
he is on the board.
He's another one that's not too bad if you want to get a running back in the 6th round.
Yeah, there's gonna be options in the 6th.
Yeah,
and Parema, man, thank you very much. Enjoyed the last 2 days with you guys. Appreciate. Now let's hope for a hog. Greetings from Switzerland. Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I love seeing how this is global, man. I love seeing people from other countries hanging out with us. Appreciate it, man.
Absolutely. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody here. I think we're good. Okay, I think we're caught up. So thank you guys so much. If you haven't done so, hit that thumbs up, subscribe, ring the bell. The Giants are coming up. We're at 116. We're already up to 109. So far, neither one of the hogs that I think most people want have been selected. So Deontay Brown and Trey Smith are still potentially available for the Giants. And as a Giants fan, that's what I'm hoping for here, especially with the running back off the board. I would have been a little open to taking Carter there because I do really feel like it was really good value, good pick for the Jets. But with that being said, Tufele fell off as well, the D tackle that I was potentially interested in. I'm really hoping one of these offensive linemen get to us here.
I see T. Savage said Puka had character concern. I didn't know that. I don't know much about a Kansas running back, and usually you don't get anybody from Kansas in college or football, but I think he's a pretty good back. But Chuba Hubbard's a guy that I prefer today if we're gonna go running back.
Jose says, "Sup guys? Think we trade down and get I mean, listen, the way Gettleman's been operating this weekend, anything's possible. The guy traded down twice and traded up once, so anything's possible. I'm not gonna rule anything out. I'm not expecting it.
No."
And Delano, man, thank you very much. Says, salute to Chris and Baddog, our favorite NFL. I appreciate it, my man. Thank you very much, buddy.
Thank you, Delano, our guy there.
Been with us forever, man. Been with us forever.
Yep.
Irish, thank you very much. She says, dumpster, I live in San Antonio. My wife is from San Antonio, and women in San Antonio are hot. However, I see a lot of women moving in from Cali that are pretty big. Blame the California women.
No, I don't think that woman that just selected the Falcons pick was from California. That was a big girl right there.
Peter, man, thank you very much. I appreciate it. He says, keep up the great draft coverage, guys. I love it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter. Again, Italian guy,
Yeah, you can't go. Maybe he might have a cannoli right now. He's got a cannoli. He's eating a cannoli right now.
I don't blame him. All the Italians should represent with a cannoli. Where the hell my wife at? Where's Miss Baddog and my cannolis?
So here we go. Pick is in for the Titans. Just don't take a lineman.
Who have they taken so far? They use a wide receiver?
I said it last time. I thought they could go receiver. I could see them going with a receiver here.
I think next year you and I should be able to announce one of the Giants draft picks.
Yeah, I think so too. We got to get that trending on Twitter.
Yeah.
There's the Titan fan of the year, Brandon Galloway. And let's see. They go with so they do go with the receiver, Des Fitzpatrick out of Louisville.
There you go.
So yeah, it makes sense. They lost the receiver in free agency, so it makes sense.
See that guy in the Derrick Henry jersey right there? That's a real fan. You know how I know it's a real fan? Because in the 4th round, you're not going to sit there and go, yoo! He was just like, all right, I can get on board it. That's a guy. Like, that's a fan. That's a guy. That's a fan. Like, he's a fan. He's like, all right, we need a receiver. He ain't sitting there going, I'm on camera. So, no, get on that guy, whoever he was.
Mark, man, thank you very much. Is Trey Turner still a possibility for us? I think, yeah. Well, the thing is, I don't know how much he's going to cost, but as it wears down and free agency goes further and further and further, we saw it with Logan Ryan last year. You don't have a lot of bargaining power. So, is it a possibility? Sure, get him and drafted the guy. There's ties there. We could use it at tier offensive lineman. It's possible.
Seen some more comments on my facial. Pretty soon, my shaving habits are going to become Twitter. Whatchamacallit, trending on Twitter. my facial hair.
Bryce, man, thank you very much. Did you see the senior director of player personnel for the Eagles was so mad at how? Yeah, we watched the video yesterday. It was fantastic, Bryce.
Oh yeah, no, it's Bryce. I saw it. Chris and I both retweeted it. The video of them getting mad because we took Aaron Robinson. Yeah, that's hilarious.
And Ash Money, thank you very much. I've been saying that this coaching staff believes in this O-line more than these fans. Can't believe fans are actually saying that's ridiculous. Listen, at the end of the day, I wanted an offensive lineman, Ash Money, and in most trips I want an offensive lineman. I always feel like you can never have enough depth at that position. You always need to keep building it. But at the end of the day, they drafted 3 offensive linemen last year. Yeah, they struggled. Even Thomas struggled the first half. Lemieux definitely struggled. I definitely don't have incredible faith in him. I hope he improves a lot this year. Parrott, we'll see. But, you have to trust the coaching staff. That's what I'm going to do. Joe Judge is a very smart guy. I trust Gettleman. I'm hoping they take an offensive lineman here, but you have to trust the process. They took the best players available on their board, and that's what they did. They did the same thing they did last year. I think last year, like Matt Parrott, for example, I think was the best player on their board last year in the 3rd round. A lot of people were like, why did you take another tackle? It's because he was the best player on their board at 99. A lot of people had Parrott as a late 2nd, early 3rd round prospect. He dropped to near 100, and the Giants took him. I think they did the same thing this year. Like Gettleman said, the value wasn't there for them at the offensive line position in the 3rd round. They didn't reach for need. They tried to find a guy that could help them out long-term at the corner position.
Yeah, and Ash Money, I mean, we've mentioned a bunch of times, you're just not going to make everybody happy, right? Like we were talking about it yesterday. Some fans just need a giant tampon, man. They're not going to be happy no matter what we do. You're not going to please everybody. It's impossible. I get one an offensive lineman. I mean, I feel like we could definitely use more depth there. That's extremely important. But like Chris just said, obviously we had more pressing needs perhaps. And like this, the value was not there in the 3rd round for the linemen that they choose if they decide to go that route. Because we talked about last year. And again, I keep bringing it up, but last year we go like, where's the wide receiver? When we taking a receiver? When we taking a receiver? We're going to get a receiver. We're going to get a receiver. And it never came. It never came until the draft was over. So that could happen again this year. You don't know, but I'm going to trust what these guys have done. I think the last 2 years, the offseason has been fantastic. I think the drafts have been good. And I firmly believe in this coaching staff that they will make these players better. And they have confidence in the 3 guys that they drafted last year to be a big part of the line in 2021. So we'll see.
And Nate, man, thank you very much. Is there a good O-line in the 6th if we go Cox now? I'm going to be honest with you, Nate. You're throwing darts at a board once you get to the 6th round. You're not depending on a 6th round pick to be a starter for your football team. Obviously, it could happen, but that's not what even in the 4th round. But I'm scared we draft no interior offensive line. Lemieux gives me nightmares. If it's me as a fan in terms of need here, I want an interior offensive lineman. But like Baddog said, I'm not going to get on them. If they're in love with the player here and they feel like he could be a starter, if not this year, in the future, and they feel like he's the best player on their board by a mile, I'll trust him. But I want a lineman here in the 4th. And NY Giants 26, thank you very much. Lizzo is a Jags fan. Saw her Thursday night, #1 pick. Okay, interesting. And NHF, man, thank you so much for the $5 donation. V-Rock says Tony is our third running back. He's that versatile. Put him in motion or just line him up in the backfield. His highlights show O-line's the pick.
Okay. Well, I understand that. I got no problem with offensive line here.
I don't view him as a third. I get what you're going with, V-Rock. I think they will use him a little bit in the backfield. I don't really view him as a third running back, though. I definitely think we could use another running back, but not with this pick. If we want to go running back in the 6th, I'm completely fine with it. With this pick, unless Carter got there, because I'd understand that. I thought he was potentially the best player available. At this point, I want to go line. I could see Jabril Cox. I know he's got some injury concerns. That's why he's dropped. That came out today on Twitter. But I want to go line, preferably line. Connor says, what O-lineman you think we're going if he's there, Trey Smith? I hope he hasn't been drafted. I've been trying to keep up. I don't think he has been.
Yeah, I don't know either. Just kind of Cincinnati's pick is in.
And NHF, man, they really love what you guys are doing. Keep up the hood work. Would love to watch or go to a game. We are going to a game this year, and we're going to let you know when we decide what game that's going to be once the schedule comes out.
Absolutely. Thank you, brother. We appreciate that. Thank
you very much, my man. And that random guy says Philly 500 didn't seem too excited about the Landon Dickerson pick. I thought it was a good fit given their aging offensive line at quarterback and question mark at quarterback.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm going to say. I was happy they took him, and there's nothing against Dickerson. I think Dickerson is really good. I think he's a potential first-round talent. I think the Giants would have taken him, and I personally did not want him. I worried too much about the injuries. The guy tore his ACL twice. Mm-hmm. So that's me. That's just my opinion. But I think he was a good pick for them. But the injury concerns.
And as I mentioned, every play, a lineman is engaged. Every play they're taking a beating. Like if a running back does not every play they're not getting engaged. Like they'll get tackled, but they're not getting engaged where you're putting pressure on your legs every time. When you're heavy, there's a lot of pressure on your tendons all the time. There's always pressure on the tendons. So yeah, I think it's more concerning for a bigger guy than like a corner or a quarterback, where they're not always engaged in a play. But that lineman, every play is getting engaged by another massive human being. So a lot of pressure on those knees. So it definitely a concern.
And Frank says, Chris, I live in Philly. Please never say trust the process. I just vomited hearing you say it.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I'm going to trust this coaching staff. I love Judge, and I like Gettleman. I like the dynamic together. I think they've done a good job the last 2 years. They're never going to do everything that we as fans want them to do in terms of the oil. It's impossible. They're not. It's just never going to happen. You have to hope that they make the right decisions, and they're paid professionals. You got to hope that they do a good job.
Yep.
And they definitely got some good players here with these first 3 picks.
They definitely did.
And Michael, man, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Don't be shocked if they go wide receiver, cornerback, or Cox at 116. Nothing would shock me. I wouldn't be shocked if they took another wide receiver. I wouldn't.
St. Brown's still there.
Yeah. Cox wouldn't surprise me either. And Michael, man, thank you very much. Just signed Trey Turner. Take BPA like Jabril Cox. No lineman is starting besides Trey Smith here. Just sign a vet on a 1-year deal. Cox, rump, or D tackle. We'll see what they decide to do. I'd be completely happy with Trey Smith.
Yep.
If he's there. And Lions on the clock here. Dependable line. They took St. Brown.
There you go. Well, he ain't on the board anymore.
Yeah, well, they needed some receivers, so I think they took one last round too, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a good pick for Detroit. I thought St. Brown might go in the 3rd round, so I think that's a good pick for Detroit.
Yeah, he's
he had some good moss, by the way. That was good hit of moss.
He did
the lettuce.
He's a he can play a little bit on the outside and inside. Not the quickest guy. Has some drop problems, but I do like him. I actually had a mock to us, I think, in the 3rd or 4th round in one of my mocks as well. So. Good pick there by the Lions. Dependable line, thank you very much. Every time I try to read into Dickerson's injury history, it says like 4 ankle injuries and twice torn ACL and never completed a full season in preseason. Yeah, that was the issue with me. I mean, it should, I feel like if you draft that guy, you just know he's getting hurt. You know it. So that was my only issue with him. Yeah, Quincy Roche is still there. Yep. Out of my list that I wrote down, let me see who's still there. I know at least one. Michael Carter got picked. Jabril Cox is still there. Hold on. Trey Smith is still there. Deontay Brown is still there. Jabril Cox still there. Jay Tufele fell off as well. Tyler Shelvin and Quincy Roche. So 5 out of my 7 guys are still there. So we'll see.
Yeah, again, last year we kept thinking we were going to take a guy, we're going to take this guy, we're going to take that, and it was never close. Like we were like, huh? What? We didn't expect that. We didn't see that coming. We didn't see that.
Yeah. And Jeff says David Deal 5th round, Rich Seubert undrafted, Sean O'Hara undrafted, Chris Snee 2nd round, Kareem McKenzie 3rd, Super Bowl champions.
Shows you never know, man.
Yeah, and the reason that they got better was continuity and coaching. And we brought Flaherty back. So they learned they grew up together, they played together, and I think as fans we gotta, I'm the first guy to say, Jeff, all the time, draft the hog, draft the hog, draft the hog. But I also recognize we drafted 3 last year, and young players can improve a lot in their second year, and we got to hope playing together these guys grow and they get better, and that's really the only way to grow a good offensive line. And I've said it several times in the past. You could have 5 Pro Bowl linemen, but if they've never played together, they're going to struggle for a bit.
Right. Yeah. A lot of football is a lot of continuity and chemistry. I mean, you have a lot of guys. They all got to be on the same page.
Yeah. Especially
like you said, the offensive line, because there's a lot of different blocking schemes, and if somebody misses an assignment, the players are going to get blown up. So they all have to be on the same page. And again, I just feel like, the fact that they will have the full off season this year and they will get some preseason games, I feel like they can have an opportunity to gel, where the first football game they played last year was the first game of the season, and the first 4 games was kind of like your preseason. And they really couldn't do much. And then, like I said, they had the whole thing with Colombo and the whole offensive line, the coaching staff fighting and him getting fired and everything. There was a lot of things that went on there that kind of, in my opinion, threw it off. Now, am I saying that Parrott and Lemieux and, these guys are going to come out and they're going to kill it? No, we don't know. But I think Andrew Thomas is going to be very good. I think Andrew Thomas is going to be a staple at that left tackle for a long time. I was concerned early in the year because he looked really bad, but then you find out, hey, why is he doing everything that he didn't do at Georgia? And that's when the whole Colombo thing and everything else happened. And then all of a sudden, Andrew Thomas got a lot better. So, I'm willing to see what these guys do this year. Listen, if they stink, you go after it next year. You got extra draft picks. You can definitely address the line. I know we want to win. I know we want to win the division, make the playoffs. I get it. But listen, if we go 9-8 and make a wild card and the line stinks, you just address it next year.
Yeah.
That's all.
And Marco, man, thank you very much. Another idea, 18 games, 1 against every team in the conference, 12, 2 against your division, playoffs across with other conference. Now records are really comparable. It's definitely an out-of-the-box idea. I'm not going to knock it. It's an out-of-the-box idea.
They'll go to 18 games eventually because money talks.
They are going to go to 18 games. That will happen.
It's going to happen.
That's what the owners wanted. And then they negotiated it down to 17. It's going to happen.
I agree.
Yeah,
they're going to have less preseason games, and they'll add an extra regular season game. They might go to 2 preseason games. They'll have 18 full. That is going to happen eventually, Marco. I don't know about the way you have the schedule going, but I do think 18 games is
inevitable.
Going to happen.
It's inevitable. And Theodore, man, thank you so much for the $5 super sticker. I appreciate you doing a little dance there. Thank you, Theodore, man. I really appreciate it, my man. And thank you for being here, buddy.
You're saying the Lions got Smith, I see. I don't know because I have a commercial on and I can't even see anything. So
Lions took Smith?
Yeah.
They had back-to-back picks, huh?
Yes, they did.
And Kyle, man, thank you very much. A lot of people forget AT was playing with an injury. Yeah, it's true.
That's true, too.
That came out after the season, but yeah, that is true. Yeah, I guess they got him. Yeah, I thought maybe 30% he would fall to us because he was the best offensive lineman still on the board. So not surprised here. No, Derek Barnes goes to the Lions.
Okay. I'm just reading the chat. So.
Oh, yeah. Because I saw a lot of people. Yeah, so that's a false alarm, guys. Derek Barnes goes to the Lions.
Yeah. Linebacker out of Purdue.
So he's still there, guys. Trey Smith is still there. And Mac, man, thank you very much. I think Judge is running this draft. Get him in his old school. He don't play fantasy football. Belichick blueprint. Good stuff. Stay blessed. I think they're working together.
I do too.
Yeah, I think they're working together. But yeah, I definitely think Judge is part of it. I think it's collaborative.
Yeah, very influential. I would say.
Yeah,
very influential.
And Pat, man, thank you very much. Last day, fellas, let's go. I'm tired for real. For the draft. The draft is long, man. The draft is long. There's no doubt. It's fun, but it's definitely long, Pat.
I got some sleep last night, though, man. I feel good. Told Chris I got like 8 hours of sleep. It don't happen. So we slept from like 12:30 to 8:30. That's good stuff. Ready to rock, baby.
So we still got Trey Smith. We still got Deontay Brown. We're gonna turn away from the chat. Probably once Dallas is on the clock because these picks come in fast, and I know somebody's gonna spoil this pick in the chat. So just letting you guys know if I miss something, that's why. I'll try to catch up, but I'm going to turn away from the chat once Dallas is on the clock because this isn't the first round. These are coming in every like 3 minutes.
Yeah, they do. They definitely come in pretty quick.
Pick is in here for the Falcons and NY Giants 26, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Dallas is having a good defense. All they've done is draft defense.
Yeah, Dallas has done well. Dallas has done a good job. A lot of teams have done a good job, I think.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah, Dallas. I'm assuming they're going to go defense again based on that because they're up next. Atlanta's announcing the pick here.
Arthur Blank. He's a blank, all right, man.
So they're picking like the fans to announce the picks, but they let their owner announce it. That's weird.
Well, the Lions lady owner just did their.
Okay. Was it okay?
Yeah. But I mean, that's a perfect like that guy right there. Like he don't know who the hell Drew Dahlman is.
Drew Dahlman, center out of Stanford.
But Arthur Blank, perfect name for the owner for the Falcons because they are a bunch of blanks. They shoot blanks. They're blanked in the championship department. They suck.
They do.
That's a terrible.
Atlanta sports are.
That's a terrible organization. That's probably the worst organization in football.
Oh,
the Falcons.
If they're not the worst, they're in the top 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Lou, man, thank you very much. Still want to center Drew Dahlman, Stanford, he's gone now, or Michael Bennett, Penn State. But if we take a guard, that means Austin Corbett is moving from guard to center, and I'm good with that. Also, one edge, safety, and cornerback. Lou, you got a lot of picks today, so hopefully you fill in some of your needs.
Yeah. Dallas does too, don't they? Or Philly got a lot of picks.
I think Dallas is 10 picks in the draft overall. So, V-Rock, thank you very much. Center, Drake Jackson or Drew Dahlman. Well, Dahlman just went.
Yep.
Darth Lakers says stop. Dart. I appreciate that. It's inevitable. It's why there's no point in us even saying it because people are going to trickle in once the Giants pick. That's why I suggest just make it private so it doesn't spoil it for you guys. And that's what I'm going to do now. So I'm not trying to ignore anybody. And LA just wrote fudge. I'm going to turn away now because Dallas is on the clock. The pick's already in. Yeah. The Giants are on deck. Just turn your chat off, guys. Or don't even look at the chat if you want.
Right.
Just look away if you don't want it to be spoiled. Dallas on the clock now. Picks in, and the Giants are on deck.
I'll tell you what, they're putting a ton of commercials on today.
They had to get it in because the Giants are on deck.
I know, but they did it before the Lions, so they're just doing it every time because the Giants are on deck. It's like every time, let's get the first 5 before the Giants say, let's just put a commercial on.
Yeah, because they know the picks are coming in fast.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. The commercials are longer than the pick clock. Seriously.
And they got Cowboys' biggest needs as safety, corner, wide receiver, tight end. I'm assuming they're going defense based off the last super chat. They've gone defense every pick so far.
Yes. They definitely don't need a wide receiver. They might go tight end here. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what Dallas does, but they have gone, defense, which they need.
If the Giants get Trey Smith here, that would be dynamite, I think, and also Cox as well. I mean, he should have been a second round pick. A lot of people thought Jabril Cox, the coverage linebacker, he fell because of some injury concerns. So I'd be happy with him too. Deontay Brown. So we'll see what they do.
Yeah, well, one of those guys will be there.
Yeah,
this guy.
I'm looking away, guys. So don't think I'm ignoring you guys because I know it was probably leaked already. I'm looking away.
Oh, I'm sure it is. They probably leaked 6 picks out today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These commercials are taking forever.
I
My
told
God.
you they do. The ESPN is terrible with that, man. They just 5-8 minutes of commercial. It's ridiculous. It's overkill. I always say people, they're like, oh, baseball games take too long. Baseball games take too long. They're supposed to be long, man. That's the baseball don't have a clock. That's part of the beauty of the game.
Yeah.
Football is 60 minutes. How the hell they take 3.5 hours to play a 60-minute game?
Because they got Burger King
2 hours
commercials.
of commercials.
Yep.
We don't need that many commercials.
That's the one thing I can't stand about football, to be complete. I love football. Watch it on TV. I think it's the best TV sport, but that is the one thing about football I cannot stand. The commercials it's just way too many. That's what's good about basketball. Basketball, there's not a lot of commercials.
Yeah, they have like set times. Like under 7 minutes, they take a timeout.
Yeah.
I had a dead ball. They'll take a TV timeout.
Same thing with hockey.
Yeah, hockey could go 10 minutes without a commercial.
Yeah.
Because it might not be a stoppage and play
for
a long time. I don't know, but this commercial break this is why I had to redo my Ojolari, because I'm sitting there waiting since the pick is in. The commercial was 5 minutes. I was recording for 5 minutes. I'm like, I'm not doing this again.
Yeah. They're getting their money, man. They're getting their money. Again, I want to say it so I see the color there, so I'm going to pull it up, but I'm not going to look. I want to say it again. No pick is going to surprise me here.
Right.
They could go BPA, they go wide receiver. They're not going to draft just specifically for need. So no pick will surprise me here.
Yep.
And here's Jerry Jones.
They took the extra time for because Dallas also is a big market. So they took extra time in this commercial. I hope he lives to be 1,000. I do. I hope that guy lives to be 1,000 years old. I think he is already.
Oh, they took Jabril Cox. I know Giants fans ain't gonna be happy about that. Dallas is having a good draft, man.
They are having a good draft. They got Cox and Parsons. They got the cornerback that I like out of Kentucky and Kelvin Joseph. Yeah, they're doing good. Maybe I don't hope Jerry Jones lives to be 1,000. He's all of a sudden Jerry Jones turning around, man.
I'm gonna tell you what,
really well last few years.
The Cowboys are one of the top 3 or 4 teams in terms of drafting probably the last 5 years.
They still can't win shit though.
That has not been their problem. They just, like you said, I think Jones has an ego, and I think he steps in sometimes more than he should. But in terms of the drafting, Dallas has done a pretty good job.
Yeah, they have. I just love that they still can't even get to the conference final. It's beautiful.
But that's a good pick for them. He didn't belong this far back.
Nope, that is a good pick for them. And you know that there's some blocking going on. It don't matter. I mean, the Giants, I have no doubt they probably wanted Aaron Robinson. They said, we know that Philadelphia is going to go after him because they didn't take a corner. So let's go up there and move it. And obviously Philly did want him because Philly was pissed that the Giants fleeced him.
Yep. So now with Cox off the board, I could see another LSU Tiger if we go defense. Tyler Shelvin's a good DT here, possible. But I think they're going offensive line. And I think it should be Trey Smith. But again, what do we know? We don't know the Giants board. We don't know who their BPA is right now. Pick is in.
Yeah, I like the Parsons, Joseph, and Cox picks for sure for Dallas.
And we went with a linebacker, Ellerson Smith, out of Northern Iowa.
Okay. I don't know anything about Ellerson Smith, Chris.
Didn't play
How
last
fast
year.
was that pick for the Giants?
Didn't play last year due to COVID. I'm going to have to look into it. They didn't even show the owner make the pick.
No, they didn't.
He was a second-team All-American FCS in 2019. I'm going to have to do research into him. Don't know a ton about him. He's 6'6", 252. He may be that guy that could play in the middle next to Martinez. Oh, it looks like he's playing off the edge, actually. He had 14 sacks, 21.5 tackles for loss.
5 forced fumbles.
So he plays off the edge. So just another situational pass rusher for the Giants here.
Yeah.
I don't know a ton about him.
Yeah, when they play in a Division II school, man, it's hard to know much about them. It's not like they get a lot of airtime.
So Giants here, they just went BPA again. They didn't go for need, which I thought Trey Smith may be the best BPA, but I kind of expected that. I expect the New York Giants to just take their best player. They're not going to draft just for need, especially as the draft goes further along.
Right. Well, he's got good size. I mean, that's 6'6", 252 it's pretty good size.
So, yep, they got Tony Olajari, Aaron Robinson, and now Ellerson Smith, the linebacker out of Iowa.
Giants are still stacking that defense.
Yep. Yeah,
because they want offense in free agency.
Yeah. I'm going to have to do a little bit of research here when I get an opportunity here just to see where he was being mocked and what people have said about him. Greg, man, thank you very much. It feels like every NFC's team is not picking for need, but to block the Giants' possible need. Jabril Cox, it's possible. Yeah, I think he would have fit our scheme better than Dallas's, if I'm being honest. Cody, thank you very much. Baddog, look at your Twitter. I tagged you in something.
Okay. Look at my Twitter. My Twitters. I don't really know how the tags work.
I'm assuming he probably added you and Bobby Brown off the board. We got a long way to go here, so you got to figure by the time we're up again, we're not picking it till like 190, 196, I think. The linemen that you guys want are gone. Joe Van, man, thank you very much. Been following you guys for a while now, and I gotta say thank you to the great content for our Big Blue family. I hate listening to that Paul Dottino and John Schmelk. Go job, Joe Van, man. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you very much.
He put the he put the crying Jordan face on there. That's, you gotta love it. I gotta retweet that one. That's good. That's good.
Let me I'm gonna just take a quick look at about this guy.
I like the hat myself, the Y hat.
The Y hat?
Yeah, he put like there's a hat that just says Y. They threw on the crying Jordan face. There you go. I don't know if you can see it.
I thought you were talking about the letter Y, not the word Y.
No, Y. That's good. That's good.
Irish man, thank you very much. Dumpster, much love from San Antonio. We do have some big girls. Tex-Mex food is good, but it will kill you.
Everything's bigger in Texas, baby.
Kyle, man, thank you very much. Apparently, he is very much a raw prospect and pass rusher. Apparently, he likes to hit tight ends and running backs and quarterbacks. On NFL Network, they say he loves being physical. Okay.
All right.
Yep. So we'll see. And Simon, man, thank you very much. Where I think
Densley said he was a 73rd player on Jeremiah's big board.
What was he?
Densley Richards said he was a 73rd player on Daniel Jeremiah's big board.
So you're top mid-third round pick, according to Daniel Jeremiah. So who's a very good scout. Simon, man, thank you very much. So they go BPA, must be confident in the line. They did the same thing last year, Simon. They went BPA.
Like I said, we kept waiting for wide receiver, and it never came. And
yeah.
I think you could be seeing the same thing in the offensive line this year.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's see.
That's good.
Trying to find them.
I definitely gotta put this one on Instagram too. That needs to go there. Thank you for that, buddy. I appreciate the crying Jordan. I knew somebody would do it for him. You guys are the best. You guys are the best.
Let's see. Giants take a developmental small school pass rusher. Might as well take a flyer. I'm trying to get any information on this guy because I don't know much about him. Ellerson Smith. Let's see what they say. All right, here's his Pro Football Network scouting report. We'll talk about that in 1 second. Let me just get this before I lose it. I think John Kim was next. Yeah, okay. John, man, thank you very much. I appreciate it. He says, Kevin Abrams did say in his press conference that the Giants are not done signing free agents, and I don't mind these picks for Graham. We're going to blitz it. We are going to blitz a ton.
Yeah, we are going to blitz a lot.
They trust the line, man. We got to hope that they're right. Bobby Brown, 6'3", 345. We traded Michael Brocker. It's a good pick for need. Oh, that's who the Rams just took? Okay. There you go. Hopefully,
Lou is the man.
The Rams have drafted well later in the drafts. They haven't had first-round picks because they've been trading all of them.
All right, let me just say this real quick. We got like 1,800 people in the chat. You guys and girls are legends, right? We all know you're legends, but we're only 437 likes. We need more than that. Listen, put more likes up. Hit the like button for Devontae Smith's face when the Eagles drafted. Smack the hell out of that thing for that face that he is so disappointed that he went to the Eagles. We need a like for that. I think so. I'm not going to get off of that. Well, that's great.
Nick, man, thank you very much. I appreciate it. He says, let's get Chris to 37K subs. I think it was about, 70 short when the day started. So I appreciate that, Nick. And Peter, man, thank you very much. 42-inch vertical, 26 bench, 469. So that's pretty damn impressive for a guy that's 250 pounds. So 42-inch vertical. Wow. So that might explain why they drafted him. Sticky fingers, man. Thank you very much. They're confident in our O-line is actually making me more confident in our O-line. Can't lie. They see something in Judge. We trust. You got to hope he's right, man. You got to hope he's right.
I agree.
Dependable line, man. Thank you very much. You think we might get those linemen that the Chiefs cut last season, maybe to helping and develop our linemen now? The reason I don't think we're gonna is they were both cut due to injury concerns, really. And we brought back Solder. If we sign somebody, I think it'll be a guard. They let their tackles go. I think it'll be a guard. And I could see that. I could see us signing a veteran down the stretch.
You know what's great about what? And again, I don't mean to get the thing I love about the Eagle fan. They get so mad, like they get so butthurt when I do something like that. When I posted I posted on Instagram, he's going to destroy the Giants defense. Giants haven't done anything in 10 years. These Giants fans. Yeah. Pretty sure we won a Super Bowl 10 years ago. Damn, just saying.
Dave, man, thank you very much. Brett Kellerman did a video breakdown on Smith in his defensive prospects video. Seems like he could be a big contributor. I'm looking forward to looking at it when I get the opportunity, Dave, man. And Kyle John says, Giants have drafted almost all guys from the Senior Bowl. Makes you feel they didn't trust just the tape. Needed to see these guys in person. Well, he didn't play in 2020.
Right.
So Simon, man.
It was a weird year. It was a weird college year, which is why we love that the Giants are, stockpiling picks for next year, and you can evaluate these players a lot better. So
yeah. No, he's right though. They routinely have definitely prioritized the Senior Bowl a lot. Simon, thank you very much. I worry of injury though. Not sure about depth we have on the line. Yeah, they signed the guy from the Jets. I always forget his name, the center. He didn't play much last year. I think he started for the Jets the year before. I think Jonathan Harrison, I think his name is. And then we signed the guard from the Texans. Why does his name escape me right now? We signed the guard from the Texans the year before. So we did sign 2 veteran interior offensive linemen, and that might have been the approach the Giants took this year, was to do that and hope guys like Lemieux and Hernandez progress. I think that was the plan.
I don't know what happened to Will Hernandez. Like, Will Hernandez seemed like he was going to be really good his rookie year. It felt like he was a little inconsistent, but I thought he played pretty well. But I don't know what happened to him, man. I loved that pick. I loved when we got Will Hernandez. I was like, this kid's big and nasty. He's got that temperament. Like, he just wants to kick everybody's ass. And I don't know what happened to him. I don't know if it's been injuries. I don't know if he doesn't get along with the coaching staff. Like, I don't know. It's weird. Like, I expect so much more to Will Hernandez.
I like Will Hernandez. I actually thought he was playing better last year, and then he got COVID. But like, he started off poor last year, and then I really felt like just watching the game, it was evident that he was playing pretty good for about a 2 or 3 game stretch, and then he got COVID, and then he never got back in the lineup.
I love that right there, man.
Chris Rumph. I'm sorry.
No, I just like $330 million broken glass.
Oh,
the John Carlos picture. I love it.
Chris Rumph got drafted. I know some Giants fans wanted him to edge out of Duke. But yeah, somebody just said the other player, by the way. It was Fulton. Zach Fulton was the other guard.
That's right.
And 330 million broken glass. Another underrated pick was with Ellerson Smith. Giants clearly have faith in their young O-line. How would you guys rate the draft so far? I mean, and again, I don't know anything about Ellerson Smith. I got to do research on the guy. Daniel Jeremiah apparently had him in 73 in his rankings. Apparently had a really good pro day. So, the first 3 picks, I thought they got tremendous value. So,
and they got a lot of draft capital too.
Yeah, you got to factor that in. They got a future 1st, 3rd, and 4th for next year's draft.
Yep.
That has to be factored in. I'm very happy with their
good ones.
Yeah, I'm very happy. And Killing Man, thank you very much. Stand up, new member. My man. Nate says, I trust the guys, but hard to understand. We'll see. They didn't draft for need. I mean, I think that's understand. I think that's what you got to understand. They didn't draft for need. They're drafted for BPA. and they're not just thinking for this year; they're thinking long term. I think that's the understanding.
This is the one thing. I just see someone in the chat say C-. They didn't get a good offensive lineman. You can't base a draft grade because you didn't get a position that you wanted. You have to look at the entire team, and you have to look at what they did last year, and you have to look at what they're doing for the future. It's not just based on this year. I know a lot of people want an offensive lineman, and I completely understand that. I get it. But at this point in the draft, I said this last night, is there really a guy here in the 4th or the 6th round where you're going to be like, that guy's a game changer? Like, we got to get this offensive lineman because he's going to change the game. This isn't Andrew Thomas. This ain't one of them top 10 or top 12, top linemen in the football or in college. So is there really a guy where you're like, oh God, that's a great pick at 6. We just needed a body.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I think at this point you do go best player available and just hope you hit something. And again, they spent 3 picks on the line last year. They still have Will Hernandez. They brought back Nate Solder. I know losing Zeitler sucks. I don't want to lose Zeitler either because he was our best lineman. But that was a cap situation because if the cap didn't drop 10% and went up 10% like a normal, Zeitler would still be here. He was a cap casualty. I think the Giants have had a really good draft so far. You can't always address every single need in a draft. You just can't. You have to pick and choose which one you think is the biggest. And this year they did decide they wanted to go wide receiver, but they continue to stack the defense. And I like it, Chris, because I feel like in 2017 they didn't do that. They felt like they had a great year in 2016, and they just said the hell with the defense. And then they all started to rot the next year. Yeah. So, and I don't know. We'll see. I mean, offensive line would help, but at this, like I said, at this point in the draft, I just don't know if there was like that guy, like would Trey Smith have made that big of a difference on the offense?
Trey Smith wouldn't have started. He would have been a guy that you stack on the line for depth that maybe could compete with guys like Lemieux and Hernandez, but more than likely Lemieux going into year 2 would have started over a 4th round lineman.
Yeah, if they were going to go line in this draft, I think it would have been the 1st or 2nd round.
Yeah. Well, they still may go line in the 6th, but I think they're just going to go BPA at this
point. I mean, for a guy that would start, like a guy, if they felt like their offensive line was like in desperate need of help, they would have went in the 1st or 2nd round with a guy that could potentially that would have started. If they went with Sean Slater, he would have started.
Yeah. Max, man, very much. He says no hogs. Not going to like kind of this. I get it. I'm a hog guy too, Max. I get it, but I'm going to trust the process. And they kind of hinted at it before the draft. They said, we're happy with our offensive line. We want our young guys to grow. We want them to play. We want to stick them in there. They signed a bunch of old depth pieces for the offensive line. That's how they intended to fill the holes. And we got to hope they were right last year when they drafted these guys and they mold into quality starting offensive linemen. They obviously believe very highly in Matt Parrott. Matt Parrott's going to be a big X factor for this team next year. And let's hope as Giants fans, they're right.
Yep.
Theodore, man, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I think we still have a giant hole at right guard. Not excited about Fulton potentially starting, and I agree with you.
Yep.
I'm not excited about our line. I'm not going to lie about that.
No, that's still a big question mark.
Yeah. John, man, thank you very much. Dave Gettleman will sign undrafted offensive lineman, no risk, high reward. That's probably what they'll do, and they may still sign a veteran later in the process, kind of like what we did with Brian last year. Mm-hmm. Abe, man, thank you very much. Got a feeling we were going to get O-line in free agency after the draft. I could see us signing one more offensive lineman in free agency. I agree with that. Might not even be like an undrafted guy, but like a guy that's been cut by a team that they say, yeah, let's throw this guy on there and he could at least compete and maybe hold it for a year.
Yep.
John, man, thank you very much. Bobby says Trey may have injury concern. He does. He had blood clots.
Let's be honest. A lot of players have injury concerns.
Yeah.
And even when they don't, they could still get injured. Football is a very physical game. I mean, you don't ever draft. So when you draft somebody, even if they've had injury concerns, you're like, that's in the past. It doesn't necessarily, unless it's an ACL, like an ACL tear is something significant. I don't know if that's what his injury history was, but I don't know. I guess that's part of it. But Saquon Barkley had no injury history at Penn State, and he's been injured a lot for us. So, it is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Same thing with Kenny Galladay. People are like, oh, injury concern with Dory Jackson. It didn't stop the Giants from giving those guys $111 million. So,
Yeah. Mike, man, thank you very much. Love to bring in Trey Turner. You think it's possible? I think I don't know if it's going to be Trey Turner, but he makes sense, obviously, with his ties to Gettleman. And He's a veteran. I think it's possible. I think they're going to sign one more lineman. I'll put it that way. And I think it'll be a cheap guy. I think it'll be $1 million, $2 million contract. I don't think they're going to break the bank, but they could still maneuver cap to bring somebody in. And yes, I think they'll add one more lineman to this unit. Maybe not even a starter, maybe a depth piece, but I think they will sign another veteran. Mike, yes. And Killing Man, thank you very much. About freaking time I become a member. Go Giants. Appreciate it, Killing Man. Thank you so much. And Kyle, thank you very much. Go watch Tony versus. I did, Kyle. Actually, I watched that last night. It was they went up against each other in the Senior Bowl. That's pretty funny. We drafted both those guys.
Yeah.
And he had pretty good coverage on Tony. Actually, there was one clip where Tony created great separation. So I was like, oh, that's good. And then Aaron Robinson closed out and he batted the ball away in the end zone.
So it was good on both players.
Yeah, it was good on both players.
The quarterback was late, so he had good recovery.
Yeah. Joe, Matt, thank you very much. Think they got jumped at 42. Didn't love value after. I think they got jumped at 42. Think
Somebody
they got
jump up in front of them at 42?
We traded back at 42, and then
we got. What I'm saying is, he saying that somebody jumped ahead of us at 42, and we didn't like the value that was there at 42?
Oh, I think he's talking about for the offensive line specifically. Yes,
right.
Yes. Yeah. What's his name went at? There was a good lineman there. I forgot who it was. At 38 went. I think it was. I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, the Giants obviously didn't love the value on the offensive line, Joe. And Amen. And Amen, thank you very much. Ghetto God said it was best. Too many unknowns this year with opt-outs and no combine stockpile picks for next year when things return to normal. And that's what they did. Mm-hmm. Anthony, thank you very much. Good to be a Giants fan in Rhode Island. Chris Baddog since 1958. Best draft this old dude has seen in like ever. Thought the Bears 0-17, number one pick spot. I think they're gonna no more than 6 or 7 wins for the Bears this year. That's honestly what I think.
Let's hope so. Let's hope they just have a terrible year. Again, that's just business for the Bears fans out there. I hope you all will go like 3-14, pick number 1 overall next year. I do.
John says, as soon as Judge fired Colombo, our offensive line improved a lot. Yeah, that's what you also have to take into account, and that's what I'm trying to take into account because know I stress the offensive line. The offensive line got a lot better over the last eight games. And like if you looked at the offense, I know we ranked 31st, but if you look at the first 8 games in comparison, like we were 32 and we were a far 32. I remember looking at it 8 games through, like we might as well have been 50. Like we were so much worse than anybody else.
We were really bad.
The second half, we were definitely a much improved unit, and we were at least bordering on mediocrity. So you have to hope that they continue to grow off that 8 games, and at least we become a mediocre offensive line unit. I'm not telling you that we're going to be above average next year, but at least close to average. And if we're close to average with the weapons that we've added, that'll help the offensive line in itself. You get Barkley back. You have to hope that this young core continues to grow.
I was going to say, and you have to take into consideration that the Giants are extremely one-dimensional last year. They were able to run a little bit with Wayne Gallman, and I love Gallman, but he's not Barkley. Wayne Gallman doesn't scare you like we got to go in on the Giants offense worried about Wayne Gallman. When you play the Giants last year, if Barkley's healthy, you're going and saying, we got to stop Barkley, got to stop. And they're just focused on Saquon Barkley. It would make the Giants offense a little bit more versatile.
Yeah.
With the guys that they've brought in now, you hope Barkley stays healthy. Again, they'll have the full offseason with the coaching staff, and they have a year under the scheme. They know all this stuff now. They've played together. They're going to have that chemistry. They're going to have that unity. They're going to understand how to ebb and flow off of one another. And again, you got a Kenny Galladay. You got a Kadarius Toney. Sterling Shepard's very underrated wide receiver. It's just he's been injured, and he's not a big play guy, but he's a possession guy. So, and you added Kyle Rudolph. You've added nice pieces around Daniel Jones, and now defenses have to be a little bit more, they have to guess a little bit more where he's going to go with the ball. So I think that alone, all that stuff can help the offensive line. And like Chris said, I'm not saying that this offensive line is going to be a top 10 offensive line, but if this offensive line is average, this could be a pretty good offense. And with the way the defense plays, the Giants can win a lot of games at that. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, we need to take a big step up. I go back to that great offensive line. They were not a great offensive line when they first started out. They were actually a horrible offensive line when they first started out, and they got progressively better as they learned to play with one another. And then McKenzie kind of put them over the top, the free agent acquisition. But it took them a few years to get going and put that offensive line together. So I'm not saying we're going to be a great offensive line. We're not going to be. But yeah, I think it's possible with proper coaching, playing together with continuity, that we could be much better than last year. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Irish man, thank you very much. I still trust Dave Gettleman and Joe Judge. I believe they planned their draft and drafted their plan. We are building a dynasty, and I am happy with our draft. # graded B. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Techie man, thank you very much, man, for the $5 donation. I appreciate it. And like you said, any offensive line more drafting here in the 4th round, they ain't coming in. They ain't starting day one.
Right.
They're not. They're not. They're going to go with the more experienced player. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody here. I already got that one, I think.
You did, because we're talking about the Bears going 3 and 14.
Jose was up. Jose's up next. Okay, hold on one second. That guy, Jose, man, thank you very much. A little worried about the offensive line, but we do also have an easier schedule this year. So hopefully these guys can step up. We're a playoff team this year. I still
agree.
Expectations for this team.
Yeah.
I think the weapons around in itself is going to make the offensive line better. J-Man, thank you very much. Did we forget Trey Turner is still out there in free agency? I think Dave will make a call out to him. I hope. I think they will try to sign a veteran lineman. I agree with that.
This was inevitable. I drank a pot of coffee. I got to run to the bathroom. Of course I do.
Go do what you got to do.
The bathroom.
You think they will take a flyer on Eric Fisher and Mitchell, who were yeah? Somebody asked me that earlier. Fisher's a tackle. I don't think so. I don't think they're going to sign a tackle. I think they like Parrott and obviously Andrew Thomas, and they brought back Solder. I think Solder is going to be that swing tackle. I don't think they're going to sign a tackle. I think they'll sign an interior offensive lineman. I don't expect them to sign a tackle. Just my opinion. I don't expect them to sign a tackle. And Gio, man, thank you so much for the $1 donation. Appreciate it. Simon, man, thank you very much. Even if the Eagles play the Bears, I still root for the Bears. This year, I think I'll root for the Eagles when they play the Bears. Especially if the Eagles are completely out of it. I think I'll root for the Eagles because it helps the Giants. Because the Eagles ain't making the playoffs. So I think I'll root for the Eagles when they play the Bears, as crazy as that may sound. Caleb, man, thank you very much. I think the Jets jumped ahead of us and took the O-line we wanted in Tucker. We had the youngest line in the NFL, 3 rookies starting a lot of the time. Very possible, but what I'll say to that is, even if the Jets didn't take Tucker, somebody else was gonna. There was no way he was getting to 20. He was definitely worthy of a top 15 selection. I think when the Giants traded down, they were just thinking about next year's draft, getting that value. They thought the value was too good to pass up.
Agreed. But
yeah, they would have taken AVT if he was there. Clockman, thank you very much. Maybe Ingram, Cannoli. Clock says maybe Ingram for offensive line trait post-draft. Maybe. Possible. John, man, thank you very much. Just read an article where they compare Ellison's body type game to Jason Taylor type. Both 6'6" and come off the edge in the 4th round. It's worth taking a chance.
Yeah, he was a good size. He's 6'6", 252 is a pretty good size guy. So, again, I think at this point in the draft, for me anyway, not that I'm definitely not a scout, definitely not anything having to do with the NFL or evaluating players. But at this point, especially when you get into the 6th round, I think you take the best athlete available and try to mold them into a football player. At that point, I think you take the guys that have the best athletic talent and try to mold their skills into, because when you're picking this late, you pray to God one of them develops, obviously, but you're really looking for, these are guys that are probably make the special teams unit. You want guys that can go down there and coverage, and you hope that they turn into something. But obviously, they're falling all the way down for a reason. So that's why I like taking like the best athlete at this point in the draft, especially like I said in the 6th round or later. Just go with the best athlete. So maybe it was the 4th round. Maybe Ellison was that guy for them. Yeah.
Again, I can't knock the pick until I do research on the guy. But apparently, from what people are saying, he's got good write-ups pre-draft, and he's a guy that probably should have went earlier. John, man, thank you very much. What is the deal with Stone Forsythe? He's the tackle out of Florida. I saw him mocked. He might be there in the 6th round, John. I saw him mocked. The lady probably won't be there, but it's possible. Maybe we'll get him. I know Bobby liked him, John, as a potential late round pick. I still could say, I don't want to say anything because I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know if they're going to take a lineman in the 6th or not. I just think they're going to go BPA. They're just going to take guys that they feel like have upside, and maybe they feel like one of these linemen have upside and they'll take one, but we'll see.
Mel Kiper. Guy's been around for a long time. Are they in a different spot than they were yesterday? They just don't have the table. They have laptops because now they all have to do the same thing we're doing.
Yeah.
They draft someone like, who the hell's that guy? And they go in there and they the hell's he? I don't know who that guy is either.
And Camel says there is no O-line I think worth taking over a BPA at this point. Yep. They're going to trust the guys they drafted last year. That's clearly evident, and they might sign one more free agent.
Yep.
Tampa Bay Bucks selection. Who knows who they're going to take?
My kid would love that thumbnail too.
The camel.
My kid loves the camels. He loves the camels. Yeah.
And Karan, man, thank you very much. People gotta watch O-line versus D-line one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl. Trey Smith got cooked every rep. We love the Senior Bowl, so I think that's why they didn't take him.
Possible.
Ooh, the Bucks took a wide receiver I really liked, Jalen Darden out of North Texas. He was one of my guys that I really liked. He's a fun player to watch. He had an incredible pro day.
Sweet. So Kyle Trask will be throwing to him this year.
Yeah. as if the Bucks needed another wide receiver, but he's a fun prospect for the Bucks. And Roldy, man, thank you very much. I don't understand why fans are dying for O-line when Dave Gettleman said he believes in the O-line we already have. Give the group a chance to build continuity. The best line is when there's continuity.
Agree.
Yeah, I wouldn't have mind one more piece, Roldy, but again, I'm not going to cry about it. They went offensive line heavy in last year's draft. They drafted 3 offensive linemen. Rookies you expect to struggle. So, yeah, I expect a big jump this year. And hopefully Dave Gettleman and Joe Judge got it right last year with the guys that they ultimately ended up choosing to decide. And hopefully, Parrott, who most people felt like I said earlier, was a late second-round prospect, early third, ends up being a very worthy right tackle this year for the Giants. And hopefully Andrew Thomas takes that big step up. We invested heavily in it last year, and you got to hope that they made the right selections. Period, end of story. And hopefully that's the case. Like I said, I wouldn't have minded another one. I was all aboard the offensive line early in this year's draft if that's what they decided to do. But they're going to trust the players they drafted last year, and they're trying to fill in other holes. And
like you said, rookies are going to struggle anyway. Add into it the whole COVID preseason, where, like I said, their first taste of NFL football were NFL games. Yeah. They had no time for actual game reps. You can only simulate so much in practice. And the practices weren't even full practices. So, yeah, again, is it a question mark? Absolutely. Would you like more protection for Daniel Jones? Absolutely. But like Chris said, they went heavy on it last year. You got to hope these guys improve. You expect your draft picks to improve from one year to the next.
Yeah. And Alvin, you're right. I mean, we're fans, and everybody has that dream. Everybody wants to be, everybody has fun during draft time. Everybody wants to be that fantasy GM or whatever, and you pick the guys that you like, and you pick the direction that you think the team should go. But you're right. At the end of the day, Alvin, these are the paid professionals, and as much as people may think Dave Gettleman's a dumbass, he's not. There's a reason the guy's been in football for 25 years or however long it's been. With the New York Giants as a head scout. He had a lot to do with those good drafts early on in Jerry Reese's career. He drafted well with the Panthers as well. Joe Judge is brilliant. He's involved in this draft process. We got to hope they're building this team the right way. And, I could understand the route that they took in this draft.
Yep.
Manuel, man, thank you very much. At this point, you also pick intelligent players for special teams. Don't need bonehead plays like the Falcons, letting the kick go 10 yards versus the Cowboys.
Yeah, we already talked about how inept the Falcons are as a franchise. Probably they literally probably are the worst franchise in football historically.
Yeah.
They're bad. Like that's a bad, like they won like 4 division titles or 5 division titles their entire history. And they'll never live down the stigma of blowing a 28-3 lead in a Super Bowl. They also blew a 17-0 lead against Seattle a few years ago, or San Francisco. One of those teams, I think it was Seattle the year they won or was it San Francisco? One of those championship games, they blew a 17-0 lead in that game too. I forgot who it was against, but they stink.
Yeah. And Michael says, I'm not gonna lie, I really like Quincy Roche. I really like Quincy Roche too. Wouldn't have minded him there in the 4th. They elected to go with somebody else. I'm cool with it. I just hope he's good. Again, I haven't had an opportunity to do any research on him. 196. We don't pick for a while, Jesse. 196 and 201. That's our last 2 picks.
Yeah. Yeah, we missed the entire 5th round, so.
We got 2 picks, AV. 2 picks. What's up, Vance, man? Thanks for popping in. Trey Smith in the 6th, imagine. Who knows, man? I read that I think he had like blood clots, and that's why he might be dropping.
Yeah.
Jersey Life says 196. What are you going to trade up with, though? We got no draft capital left. I mean, you want to trade future picks next year? I don't. Just keep it intact. You're talking about the back end of the draft right now anyway. Keep next year's draft intact. We have a ton of picks next year.
Yeah, again, like I said, at this point, I don't think you're looking going, that guy's a game changer. You're looking for a guy with really good skills that you hope the coaching staff can develop into, a situational player at this point. Again, if they become starters, if you can find a starter this late in a draft, you've done an amazing job, let alone a superstar guy. Victor Cruz's, who he was an undrafted free agent, they don't grow on trees where you just find this guy and he's amazing. It's rare. Or an Ahmad Bradshaw, he's a 7th-round pick, or, it does happen. But again, I think that's why you go with athletes that you can hone their skills and make them into really good NFL players. But we'll see. I just don't know if there's somebody that's like worth to trade up at this point, thinking this guy is going to be the next future superstar for the Giants.
Yeah. Edwin says, what does DJ have to prove that he is the guy this year? For me, I'm not a fantasy guy. Okay. I don't need him to put up 35 touchdowns, 40 touchdowns, 4,500 yards. I'm not going to analyze it by stats. Of course, stats are a part of it because good stats are going to lend more to wins, but I'm not, to me, what he has to prove is he could beat good teams and he could come up big in the big moments. That's what I'm looking for this year. We gave him the weapons. Manage the game. The Giants are going to come out with different game plans every game. We may not have a game plan each and every week for him to go out there and sling the rock 40 times. So I'm not going to just look at stats. I'm going to look at how he improves in terms of pocket awareness. I'm going to look at how he comes up in the big spot against big teams. One thing I'll give him credit for, last year in the biggest game of his life, when he was still somewhat hurt, last game of the season when we were playing to potentially make the playoffs, he played pretty well. So let's see how he progresses. Let's see how he plays against good teams. Let's see him beat some good teams this year. That's what I'm looking for.
For me, it's definitely his decision-making and confidence. I think Daniel Jones needs to make better decisions, and he needs to go through progressions much quicker. He needs to analyze the play much faster. And again, I think that comes with confidence. I think if Daniel Jones is confident, he's just going to let those go. He thinks too much sometimes. And as soon as you do that and you delay your process, you're late. The NFL, it's split-second stuff, man. You can say none of the receivers are open, but if you look at the entire play, again, I say it all the time, you got to throw the receivers open in the NFL sometimes. If Daniel Jones is a split second late, the cornerback's going to close on it. This is the NFL. The speed is so much faster than college.
Yeah.
So for me, he's just got to process faster and he's got to play with more confidence. Like Chris said, I don't need Daniel Jones to be Pat Mahomes. Yeah. I need Daniel Jones to be 2008 Eli Manning. 21 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. Don't turn the ball over, make good decisions. Don't lose the game.
Yeah.
I would, of course, he's a 6th overall pick. We shouldn't be saying don't lose the game. He should be more than a game manager. I get it. But I don't think he needs to be. I think if he just protects the ball and he makes the throws when he has to make them, that's all he needs to do.
Well, with the weapons we have, Baddog, even if he is a game manager, which I think is a silly term that people use because there are so many, like Drew Brees, his last 4 years was a game manager.
Alex Smith.
Yeah. Alex Smith is the epitome of a game manager, but great quarterbacks are game managers. You could even make an argument at times in Tom Brady's career, he was a game manager, but he came up huge in the big moments. But yeah, like you said, man, I need to see him. I need to see him extend drives. I need to see him make plays and win football games against good teams and the decision making and everything else. And I think he will. I think with these players around him, he doesn't have to do nearly as much with all these weapons that we've added to this team. You get Barkley back. People forget that. He's played pretty well when Barkley's been healthy in his career. You get Barkley back. Didn't have him all of last year. You add Galladay. You add a nice weapon in Kadarius Toney in the draft. Kyle Rudolph. He's more acclimated to the scheme this year. I expect Daniel Jones to be much better this year.
I do too.
Frank, Matt, thank you very much. There are intriguing players at offensive line that are intriguing. Giants stacked 2022 because the class has better offensive line prospects, like what they are doing. Hey, I think they will at least draft one high first round for offensive lineman in next year's draft. That's where I think it's trending, because I don't even know if Will Hernandez is going to be in the long-term plans. We're going to have to wait and see how he plays this year. I hope he is. I like Will Hernandez. I hope he gets much better this year. But
Solder's going to be gone too.
Solder will be gone. I think they will definitely draft an offensive lineman, probably with one of those 2 picks that we have in the first round next year. And Ramon, man, thank you very much. Why we never get a young stud running back? Why we keep believing one that can't stay healthy? When he won the Super Bowl in the past, we always had 2 or 3 quality running backs. What I'll say about that, Ramon, is one, we did sign Booker, who I think is a solid backup. But yeah, I was in favor of drafting running back in this draft in the 6th. So we still have 2 6-round picks. We'll see if we do that, or maybe we'll sign somebody as an undrafted free agent. But the thing I'll say about that, and this is not a knock to those running backs. I loved Brandon Jacobs. Okay, Brandon Jacobs was what, a 4th-round pick, and I loved Ahmad Bradshaw. He was a 7th-round pick. And what I'll say about those guys do not look as nearly as good as they did if they didn't have the offensive line that they had provided to them. Okay, so that had a lot to do with it. But I'm not against drafting another running back, Ramon. I'm not, in the 6th round.
Yeah, me neither. I wanted Trey Sermon in the 4th. Obviously, Sermon went in the 3rd. But I've definitely been looking at a running back because we need more depth there, without a doubt, especially with Barkley having the injury problems that he's had the last 2 years.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's healthy, I mean, it's a world of difference. We saw what he could do in 2018 behind a terrible offensive line. So, and not a good coaching staff either, mind you.
And Lou, man, thank you very much, man. He says Rams took Robert Rochelle in the 4th, 130th overall pick, 6 foot, 190, Central Arkansas. Another need pick. Good size. I like it. You guys are going to have a lot of picks. I don't know how many more. They have at least 4 or 5 more picks.
Yeah, the Rams.
The Rams. So there you go. You got a corner. I know you said you wanted a cornerback, so there you go. Corey says, what corners do you think won't make the team? I'm going to tell you one right now off the top of my head, Sam Beal. I don't think Sam Beal's making this team. We went out there. We drafted a corner yesterday. Darnay Holmes is obviously going to be back. Love will be back.
Bradbury. Jackson.
Yeah, Dory Jackson. I think there's at least an 80% chance Sam Beal does not make this team this year, Corey.
I'm excited about another thing that you got to consider with our defense. McKinney missed 3/4 of the season, and I think Xavier McKinney can be great. He was such an impact in those last 4 games when he was healthy. I'm excited to see what he and Peppers can do in a full season. So
I think Yadam's going to be back too, because he took a pay cut. So I think he'll be back.
Yeah, he's going to get water for the guys on the bench.
Yeah, I think it's obvious though that Beal's going to be the odd man out.
Yeah.
And David, man, thank you very much. Atlanta sports are so bad that their NHL team, the Thrashers, spent 12 years there before they moved to Winnipeg, becoming the new Jets.
Yeah, I also think that Atlanta had a franchise, I don't remember what they were called, years ago, and they ended up becoming the Calgary Flames. So Atlanta is so bad, not only do they leave Atlanta, they leave the country. That's how bad it is.
Yeah, Joel says, Ghetto got, I would not be surprised that if he's there, I don't know if he'll get there. Elijah Mitchell, to me, makes a lot of sense for the New York Giants to draft. We just picked up his former offensive line coach. And he is projected to go in the late 5th, early 6th. So I would agree if he's there, if we're going running back, that is probably the running back we will draft if he's there. And he says offensive guard / center Jack Anderson in the 6th round. Mitchell is a versatile running back, and Jack Anderson played guard throughout college, but in the Senior Bowl played center and did well. You know what, Joel? I'm going to screenshot this right now, because if that happens, I'm going to come back here and I'm going to give you props. So there you go. There you go, my man. And John, man, thank you very much. People forget DJ has wheels. Opponents not only have to stack the box for Barkley and now Tony, but also have to worry about DJ taking off. It's going to be fun. Well, John, the other thing I'll say about this offensive line, I'm not trying to defend them, because the first 8 games, they were horrible. We even talked about it. We were like, against the Steelers, I remember the Steelers was just pathetic.
Oh, awful.
Like they were in the backfield. They were 5 yards deep after the snap. And we even said like they were trying to get too exotic with this offensive line. They were trying to pull too much, and you could tell they looked completely lost. So the beginning of the year, they were atrocious. But the one thing I will say, as the year went along, they definitely got better. And the other thing I want to say is defenses last year, it was so obvious they were just pinning their ears back and they were blitzing every single play because they knew our wide receivers weren't threats. They knew they couldn't create separation, and they knew we didn't have Saquon Barkley. I don't think defenses are going to be able to be nearly as aggressive against us this year as they were last year.
I think the offense started to pick it up a little bit, and then Daniel Jones got hurt, and then it kind of threw him back again.
Yeah.
That was the other thing that happened. They seemed like their offense was starting to come into their own a little bit, and then he had the injury, and then his first game back against Cardinals, he shouldn't have even been playing. I mean, you and I talked about, I believe it was that game, that he was limping in the first half. We're like, get him out of the game. Remember that? Was it that game where he was limping? He was obviously hurt. We're like, dude, he should not be out there. And we actually got on Joe Judge. It was like the first time, last time all year, we're like, that was a bad job. He's obviously not healthy. We're getting killed. Pull him. Don't let the guy get even more injured. Because it was obvious he had a hard time running. He was limping after every play. So I think it was that game. I could be wrong, but
I think it was the Cardinal game.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, I think it was the Cardinal game. But
Hassan had 5 sacks.
Yeah, we got killed that game.
We did.
But I mean, that's being nitpicky, but yeah, that was the one thing. That and the shifting of the offensive line, I was kind of confused with Judge last year too, but I didn't complain too much about it because it started to get better. But if I'm nitpicking, those were the two things that I disagree with Judge.
Yeah, it's not even nitpicking, but he's not going to be perfect. But that was like the one time I can remember we were like, okay, that's a bad job. Like, we don't. You got to get him out of there. Because normally you do. And then again, every coach is going to have a head-scratching decision. It took 11 weeks for that to happen, where it's like, what do he's got to get out of there, Joe. What are you doing? Why are you keeping him in there? So,
yeah. And Corey, man, thank you very much. Barkley with just an average O-line goes buck wild. If Barkley's 100%, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Because now Barkley has threats at wide receiver too. So teams aren't going to be at the luxury of just being able to stack the box like the Steelers were able to do week 1. Mm-hmm. Now you got to worry about Golladay. Now you got to worry about Kadarius Toney. It's much different. And Saquon Barkley, obviously.
Right.
Stephen, man, thank you very much. Jones got rid of the bad
ball.
On average.
I think he meant ball.
Oh,
correct.
Yeah. Jones got rid of the ball on average faster than Mahomes. It's a myth that he holds the ball. The issue is percentage of sacks in less than 2.5 seconds and the 30-second offensive line pass block win percentage rate. Hey, he definitely got, at least, especially early in the year, and that game that we were just talking about with Arizona, he didn't have a chance.
No chance.
I'll be the first to say it. He didn't have a chance, and I say it all the time, and I even made a video after the fact when I had time to digest the game, week 1. Yes, it ended in a horrible result with the interception on the 4-yard line. But that drive against the Steelers, what he was able to do with the way that offensive line was blocking in that game was nothing short of a miracle. He was making plays happen by himself. So I definitely see the potential with Daniel Jones. And again, when I say potential, I'm not talking Josh Allen potential. I'm not saying that. But I see the potential in a guy that could be a good quarterback in the NFL. And hopefully with the pieces we brought around him, he'll get it done.
And that's what Daniel Jones did this year to prove he's the guy. He needs to finish these drives. Yeah. Not go 20-20, not get him in field goal range, not have a nice 68-yard drive that dies at the 7. We need Daniel Jones to finish these drives with a touchdown. There was a bunch of times that he did get down there and he turned the ball over inside the 20. That can't happen under any circumstances. And you're going to want to at least settle for 3, but he did. He had a lot of big turnovers inside the 20. And again, we kicked a lot of field goals. The Giants and Daniel Jones need to finish these drives. And I think having Saquon Barkley back there will certainly help that. And having a guy like Kyle Rudolph and Kenny Golladay, a big size wide receiver on the outside, those type of things are going to help the Giants and Daniel Jones finish these drives. That's why I think the Giants can be a really good team this year.
Yeah, the ironic thing about Jones was he was actually very good in the red zone the year before. He had 12 touchdowns and no picks in the red zone the year before. So half of his touchdown passes came in the red zone and he didn't throw any picks. This previous year was horrible. And some of that may have to do with the fact the new scheme. And I think a lot of it, like you just said, had a lot to do with the fact that Barkley wasn't there. Not having Barkley there changes everything.
It does.
And now you had 2 big red zone targets with Golladay and Rudolph. Mm-hmm. I think we're going to be much more efficient in the red zone this year. I really do. And a guy like Kadarius Toney could help in the red zone too.
Exactly. You're going to do a lot of things because, again, Percy Harvin, if you're comparing him to Percy Harvin, again, having all that versatility where you can run end arounds, you can run double reverses, although I don't like that inside the 10. I don't like the double reverse, but end arounds, bubble screens, whatever, just a regular screen pass, which is where the offensive line's got to get better. The Giants haven't run a good screen pass since Tiki Barber was here. It seems like we don't know how to run that. They got to get better at that. Because I swear to God, teams will do those bubble screens. They get 4, 5, 8 yards against us all the time. We do a bubble screen, we lose 4. Like that has to change. Again, that has to do with the offensive line. But like you said, having a Kadarius Toney back there with a Saquon Barkley, maybe sometimes you go split back. Who knows? But yeah, there's a lot of things that a defense can have to worry about now with all the weapons that the Giants added.
I could even see them running a lot of RPOs with Toney in the backfield. I mean, he played in the backfield well at Florida. I could even see them getting creative, especially in the red zone with that. So there are so many different elements to this offense this year. I think that in itself is obviously going to help Jones, and I think it's going to help the offensive line because it makes the offense less predictable. That random guy, man, thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it. The more I read about Ellerson, the more I like him. Brett Coleman, I love Brett Coleman. I think he's probably the best film guy on YouTube. Likes him. And Bangle likes the selection, and we know how cynical Bangle could be very cynical. So if they like the selection, that's probably a good sign, guys. Again, I gotta look into him.
All right, let's get over 900. We're at 797 likes, so smack the thumbs up. Let's get at least 900 of those in here, man. Let's go.
Thank you to everybody for being here, though. I just want to say that before I continue. Obviously, during the stream, I'm trying to follow the draft, catch up with everybody. Thank you to everybody, man, for all the support you guys always show. We always love doing the draft. It's a lot of fun doing this for 3 days and, obviously throughout the whole year. Thank you guys for everything that you do. Thank you guys for being the best supporters on YouTube.
Absolutely.
And, of course, subscribe to Baddog Sports if you haven't done so. So thank you to everybody for being here. I really do appreciate it. And give a quick plug. The official sponsor of the channel, if one of my mods could drop the link in the chat, Faruqi been in business for 25 years, stationed in Manhattan. They service all 5 boroughs along with Long Island. Check them out, personal injury lawyers. Thank you to everybody for being here. Really appreciate it. Corey says, we got to be at least one of the 5 fastest offenses. Well, we
were the fastest offense last year. I remember doing a video on it. We were actually 0.03 of a second faster than the Chiefs. That's a lot. It doesn't sound like a lot. That's a lot in the NFL.
Yeah, I remember seeing, I think PFF came out with an article where we had the fastest, I guess, in terms of 40 times and everything else at the skill positions, because obviously Ingram, mismatch nightmare. Obviously, you factor in Daniel Jones, his speed at the quarterback spot. Barkley, Slayton, 4.39. So we had a lot of speed. Now you had a guy like Kadarius Toney, who I think ran a 4.44, and he's like elusive fast. Like he's
Galladay's a fast guy.
Yeah, we had it a lot.
Ross, he had a John Ross. He ain't faster than him.
Yeah, John Ross. So we have speed. There's no doubt about it.
By the way, I think maybe Devontae Smith may need to get on the horn with Faruqi, because when Jalen Hurts throws that first pass that sails and Smith goes up to catch it and Jabril Peppers knocks his lights out,
yeah,
he might need an injury attorney, Chris. Might need one.
Here, I saw Nick say he doesn't have the link. There's the link to the official sponsor of the channel. And Justin says, another lineman in free agency I don't hear mention is center Austin Reeder from Kansas City. He only allowed 7 total pressures last year with 0 sacks and 0 penalties. He's definitely a guy maybe we could look into. I don't know a ton about him, but we could definitely. I think we're going to sign somebody. I think we're going to sign an interior offensive lineman. Sergio says, I am hoping Daniel Jones has a great year. However, if he struggles with the picks we have next year, who are the quarterbacks we should? Obviously, the guy from North Carolina. But the thing I say all the time, man. And again, I haven't done a ton of research at the next year's draft, but I know Howell is like the guy that everybody's talking about right now. Quarterbacks, you don't know. They pop up throughout the year.
They do. Burrow, perfect example.
Burrow, Mayfield, they pop up throughout the year. You don't know. So we'll cross that path next year if we feel like we need to cross it. But you're not going to know until midway through the college season who the top quarterbacks are going to be. J-Man, thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it. He says, I honestly don't have anything to add to what's already been said, but I want to thank you guys and everyone in the chat for making this a great event. I really appreciate it, J-Man. Thank you so much, man.
Yep, really appreciate it, Jay. You're the man, buddy.
Always shouting everybody out on Twitter. I always see that, man, all the Giants creators. So thank you, Jay. Michael, man, thank you so much for the $1 donation. Really appreciate it. And Christopher Ewing, thank you so much for the $2 donation. Really appreciate it. And JT Carroll, man, thank you very much. When's our next pick? Pick 196 and 201. So we still got another 60 picks to on the board. It's at this point, it's kind of like I wish it's hard to pay attention to the chat while I'm talking to you guys. So we'll at the end of the day, it's kind of like we'll just wait and see who we draft because you have no idea who's going to be there. You have no idea what they're thinking. I am hoping for a running back. I guess.
Draft room looking extremely happy after that pick.
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Unlike the Eagles draft room last night. Or the war room. Yeah, they were not happy.
I'll tell you what,
I actually think that they were upset because they saw Devontae Smith's picture and go, "Oh God, what are we doing?"
I actually like Ian Book to the Saints. Like if there was one team, and I don't think he's going to be a starting quarterback probably, but they could get creative with him, kind of like they do with Taysom Hill. If there was one team that I felt like Ian Book could be a really good fit with how creative they get with their offense, it would be Ian Book. Ian Book's a very fast quarterback. I think that's a good. I think the Saints will find a use for him in that offense.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
And there goes Trey Brown out of Oklahoma.
He went early, Chris.
Yeah, Seattle.
Like when we did our mocks, he was still there in the 6th round. I love Trey Brown. I didn't think he was a 4th round guy though.
You know, Seattle's notorious for that. Last year, I remember they took guys that people thought were reaching. They take guys that they like.
Yeah. No, Trey Brown's a good corner. I definitely, maybe the 5th, but I definitely didn't think that he was going 4th round.
Yeah, I remember last year. I forgot the guy's name. I remember last year there was an edge rusher I really liked that I thought was going to go late 3rd, early 4th, and I think they took him in the 2nd. Mm-hmm. So if they like a guy, they take him. John, man, thank you very much. Tana, you missed my super. Oh, sorry, man. I didn't mean to, man. He says, Coyote. All right. I'm going to take a picture of this so I can give you credit if you get it right. Hold on. He says, Tana, you missed my super chat. Coyote, I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Iwosika and Jarrett in the 6th. Oh, you love your Buffalo team. Plus, we have spring ball and college teams are still playing. Okay. All right, John, man. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it. We'll see. Maybe they'll take one of your Buffalo guys. Let's see. And just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody else. A pimp named Slickback, man. Thank you very much. I don't know if you guys noticed, but on Twitter, Dave Gettleman's biggest critics have been praising him and Judge for the draft. So if you hate Dave Gettleman, now you're just sick.
Yeah, we talked about it even in the chat. A lot of guys that were down in Gettleman are coming around saying, listen, I got to give him credit. You know, Roldy definitely, he's like, I don't like Gettleman. I got to give him credit where it's due. He's done a good job with his draft. I got some guys on Twitter that DM'd me, said, hey, you know, I feel like he's done a good job this year. I got to give him credit. So, you know, I think a lot of Giants fans want Gettleman to succeed. I think the ones that hate him are still mad that he traded Odell Beckham. I think that they'll never forgive that. Someone just will not forgive that he traded Odell Beckham, and that's okay. Because there's really no other reason to hate the guy. Nobody hated Jerry Reese. And again, maybe Twitter's become bigger in the last 3 years, but I don't ever remember Jerry Reese getting the amount of hate that Gettleman does. And maybe it's because we won Super Bowl.
Well, that's why.
He was there.
That's why. Yeah.
But still, if he stinks, he stinks. And the whole reason we were in this situation is because of him and his poor drafting and his bad contracts. So, you know, Chris and I have been saying for 2 years now, this is the year. 2021 is going to be the year, but we know what we really have. This is the year we expected the Giants to be in the playoffs.
See, this is where, and I respect everybody's opinion, C3, but this is where I disagree with people when it comes to Dave Gettleman. I'm completely fine when people give him when they disagree with his decisions, and that's what I try to be on this channel. I try to be as fair as I can to everybody, whether it be Gettleman, whether it be Judge, whether it be players on the team. I completely understand when people want to be critical of decisions that Dave Gettleman makes. Well, I'm going to give you a perfect example, Baddog. Like the people that give Judge all the credit now, I think that is completely nonsense. That's complete nonsense to give Judge all the credit and give Gettleman all the blame. And I'm going to say, and I'm going to point out how hypocritical this is. When the New York Giants decided not to bring back Dalvin Tomlinson this year, all I heard from the people that hate Dave Gettleman was, how could Gettleman do this? Mm-hmm. Well, if you're a fan that thinks Joe Judge, because I think that's what that's kind of saying, you only give him credit for Leonard Williams because that's before Judge got here. Well, if you're a fan that thinks that Joe Judge is the guy making all the decisions, well, then when they do something bad, I don't want to hear you say, oh, Gettleman sucks. Because when anything good happens, you're saying Joe Judge did it. So if you're going to say Joe Judge is in charge of everything, well, when something bad happens that you disagree with, then you give the blame to Joe Judge. You don't give the blame to Dave Gettleman because if Judge is in charge of everything, Judge deserves the blame. So be consistent. That's all I ask. Like, if you're a guy that's going to blame Dave Gettleman still for some of the bad decisions, you got to give him credit for the good.
It reminds me of what they used to do with Eli Manning. When we win a game, that's because of the defense. Defense won the game. But if we lost the game, Eli sucks. In 2015, when Eli was putting up 34 points a game, we were losing 37-34, 52-49, 38-34, and Eli was having a career statistical season. Eli can't win. Eli stink. That's all it is. And then who cares that he played great in the playoffs in 07 and 2011. Should have won the MVP in 2011. Who cares about all that? The defense, they only gave up 17 points. That's a fact. But you know what? When we needed a drive, the guy was there. The guy won 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
How can you possibly say anything else? My God. He did what he had to do. That guy was clutch as hell. That guy put the team on his back and said, I'm taking you. Yeah, I say it all the time, even from early on when he was still raw. And I still say that a lot of his bad statistics were because of Kevin Gilbride's just chucked the ball deep down the field. They were high risk, high reward plays. You could see that he had that. You always felt good as a fan if we were down by like 2 or down by 4. Well, like 2.5 minutes ago or 2 minutes ago in the fourth quarter, we had the ball. You always felt like we were going to win. At least I did. I always felt like when Eli had the ball in his hands with a chance to win, more often than not, he was going to do it, especially in 2011. When we were down at the end of the game, when Wes Welker dropped that pass, I'm like,
game over.
We won the game. We're getting the ball back. We won the game. Eli's going to take us down and do it again. And I'll say it till the day I die. People are like, the Manningham catch. No, that was not no Manningham catch. That was the greatest throw in the history of the Super Bowl. And you're not going to find a quarterback make a better throw, maybe it's good, but never a better throw than that one. In between the safety and the corner in tight coverage, right along the line, or the end line or the out of bounds line, sideline. That's what I'm trying to say. From 40 yards deep. Never.
It's the best throw in NFL history as far as I'm concerned.
It's just
when you factor in the pressure, if it's not the best, it's top 5. When you factor in the situation and everything else, first play of the drive, you got to have balls to even make that throw. Yeah. Louis, man, thank you very much. Too bad XFL was a bust. I don't think it's ever nothing's ever going to top the NFL. It's silly. Well, to be fair, they didn't compete against them. It's the offseason. But I feel like once the NFL is over, people almost want an escape from football. They're like, I love the NFL. I can't wait till it gets back. But then you got your minds on basketball. You got your mind on baseball and everything else. I feel like people need that 6-month escape. You still want to keep up. And the other thing is, Baddog,
it's an inferior product. That's the other.
Well, of course. But also, the NFL offseason has become so big. Mm-hmm. So people are like, screw the XFL. I'm worried about free agency for the NFL. I'm worried about the draft for the NFL. I'm worried about the schedule coming out for the NFL. Yeah. The NFL offseason is almost as big as the NFL regular season. Yeah, so I think that has something to do with it too.
Yeah.
And Joel, man, thank you very much. How much credit do you give to Dave Gettleman? How much credit do you give to Judge for these picks? Why do you think it's who do you think is the brains? Joel, here's what I'm going to say, man. I try. There's no way I could know completely exactly. I've said it countless times. Gettleman has always worked with coaches. So this new mantra that Judge is the guy making all the decisions. They signed 4 former Cardinals to start for their defense that Betcher coached. Yeah. They signed Jones, who I think fit the Pat Shurmur offense very well, and it came out that Pat Shurmur liked him a lot. So I think Gettleman has always worked with the coaches. I think it's a collaborative effort, like it's always been. And for people that think that Gettleman has no brains, the guy's been in the NFL for like 30 years. He was a great scout. He had a lot to do with the draft picks that Jerry Reese made. He was kind of, one of his right-hand men. So I think it's a collaborative effort. I think they both deserve credit. And Gettleman deserves at least some of the credit for hiring Judge. Mm-hmm. So I just think you should give both of them credit. I'm not trying to take anything away from Judge. I love Judge, but you got to give Gettleman credit.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are, though. I think a lot of people are coming around on Gettleman, especially after this year. Because, some of his harshest critics are like, hey, I got to give the guy credit. He's done a damn good job this year.
Yeah. And John, man, thank you very much. I appreciate it. We should all get behind that. DJ has a Pro Bowl year this year. The defensive class coming out next year are studs. Derek Singletary, corner, and Yeah, people were talking about him yesterday. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Kayvon Thibodeau, maybe. Somebody was talking about him yesterday. He's going to be a top 5 pick. They said off the edge, our top 5 worthy. Yeah, I'll do more research on that as this draft is over. I'm focusing more so on the Giants. I'm not a huge college guy. I do that kind of midseason and hopefully after the season next year because we're really good. But yeah, people were talking about him yesterday, John. Rolly, man, thank you very much. Why do you think Judge was putting Parrott and fellow O-linemen in and out so they could get used to the game time in the NFL? The fans who believe in Judge trust him with the O-line. I'm real on DG when wrong or right.
Yep,
No, I think that's what it was, Rolly. I think you're absolutely right. He was trying to get these young guys because he knew Judge isn't stupid. He knew last year the Giants were rebuilding. He even said it. He didn't put too much pressure on last year's results. He said it's a process. We're rebuilding, yada, 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 yada. And he was trying to get the younger players more acclimated because he knew going forward they were going to be a big part of this team. So I think you're right about that, about the offensive line. Knicks Fan TV, my man. What's going on, CP, man? Thank you so much. I gotta go over there soon, man. I would love to talk some Knicks basketball with you, man. He's got a great channel. Love that guy. Go over there, check him out if you guys haven't done so. Knicks can be back tomorrow. I know Knicks fans excited about that. 8-9 games left in the season now, I think it is. We got a tough 6-game road trip coming up. Winnable game tomorrow, though. We should beat the Rockets. But CP, man, thank you so much for popping in, man. That guy's the man. I love what he's doing over there.
That is an amazing channel, man. I say it all the time. That is one of the best channels on YouTube that I watch. It is right at the top. Yeah. It's just as a professional product that they do. If you guys are Knicks, like I said, if you're basketball fans, you got to. They're amazing. He does a great job over there. Should be on the radio. That guy should have his own TV.
He's going to. I mean, he's already debating Max Kellerman.
I'll tell you what. I want you to take a step up in competition. Max Kellerman's nothing for you. You know, it's time. I want him to take on like Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah, that would be entertaining.
That would be a good one.
That would be entertaining.
Yeah.
Mike, man, thank you very much. This draft is more of a manifestation of us having no cap room in 2022 than the trade backs. Yeah, Mike, I said that yesterday. That was the first thing I thought of. I was like, think about it, Baddog. Next year, we're going to have no cap space. They know in order to build big foundational pieces next year, it's going to be via the draft. So they're trying to get as much draft capital as they possibly can next year.
Yep.
And obviously, they built a lot through free agency this year. Frank, man, thank you very much. I hated Reese. I think I've been an outspoken supporter of Dave Gettleman since I've subscribed to Tana. He came to a terrible situation. He should be praised.
I completely agree.
Listen, he's never going to do everything that you want. No GM is. He's going to make mistakes along the way. He made mistakes. We screwed up at the beginning, and hopefully it works out. You know, I'm going to be – I have confidence that this team's going to be good, but if they're bad, Gettleman's going to get fired. But I'm going to have faith in this team, and I think, like you said – not enough fans take that into account of how bad of a situation he inherited. Yeah, there was a mistake made at the beginning, and some of that falls on Gettleman. Some of it probably falls on ownership. But the situation was very poor, and we started the rebuild a year later. It is what it is. You can't go back in time, but I do think this team is definitely trending down the right path.
Yeah, he tried. I mean, he went out, drafted or signed the best left tackle you could find. Eric Flowers is a disaster. Nate Solder's the best in the market. He paid him. Didn't work out very well. Drafted Will Hernandez. Will Hernandez is supposed to be the man. I loved Will Hernandez. Thought it was a great pick. He's kind of fallen off a little bit here. Hopefully he gets it back this year, but there's no doubt he's definitely declined. You know, Alec Ogletree was a disaster. Jonathan Stewart was like, what are we doing with Jonathan Stewart? You know, so he's definitely made his mistakes. But again, I will always say 2018, I felt like was ownership telling him, you got to try to win for Eli because of what McAdoo did in 2017, and ownership didn't stop it. And it became a big deal that they ended his streak. And again, I say that was McAdoo's big FU, saying you don't want to go out there and you don't want to get Mahomes. You don't want to try to get Watt. You're going to turn me down. I'm the coach. I wanted these guys. You didn't even listen to my input. Not that he was an Eli hater, but Eli was near the end of his career at that point. He'd been in the league 14 years, and he said, you know what? I want the future. You're not going to give it to me? Well, you know what? I know I'm fired. This is a terrible team. I'm going to get fired at the end of the year. Here you go. Here's my big FU to New York. I'm going to ruin Eli's streak. And ownership did nothing to stop it. And I feel like they felt guilty and said to Gettleman, you're going to have to try to win for Eli now. And it didn't happen.
Yeah. I think it was one of two situations when it comes to Eli with Gettleman. I think it was either A, ownership said, you need to do it with Eli, or B, they didn't say that, but they were willing to take Gettleman because he was willing to take Eli. I think it was one of two situations. I don't think they would have hired a GM, in my honest opinion, in that situation had they not been willing to take Eli Manning. So either way, I think at least some of the responsibility falls on ownership for not allowing that rebuild to start when it should have. A pimp named Slickback, thank you very much. Look, man, I just want to win. I don't care if the head coach was Joe Judge, Aaron Judge, Joe Judge, or Judge Judy. He works with Dave Gettleman, and I trust exactly.
Agree.
Exactly. If it works together, you keep it intact. The best and CP knows this better than anybody is that, obviously a diehard Knicks fan. We know this. The Knicks have had no continuity since I've been watching the team, and hopefully they're finally starting to get it now with Thibodeau.
So been a rotating door of GMs and coaches and players, and year after year after year, the Knicks rebuild every year.
Yeah.
The Knicks never actually rebuild and go through with it. It's like rebuild the year, tear it down, start over again. Rebuild it, tear it down, start over again. Yeah, they got the right guy there. Thibodeau is a tough guy. The Knicks are playing like they did in the 90s. Because they don't quit and they work harder than anybody.
Yeah.
But that team is one superstar away. One superstar away, and they're going to draw superstars now. This is going to happen.
100%.
That team is one superstar away becoming a contender to go to the NBA Finals. That's how close that team is. And I'm glad, because again, man, I stream Lakers, so I understand. I watch both of these teams every night. So glad the Knicks didn't make a run on Andre Drummond. That would have been a waste of money, and I do not want them to go after Dennis Schroeder. Do not pay that guy. If he's turning down $84 million from the Lakers, don't give him a.
They will. I don't. They won't.
Go after Lonzo Ball, even though he's a restricted free agent. Go after a guy like that, because I think Ball would ball out in New York. But whoever, a guy like that, a Devin Booker type of guy, a Jason. I'm not saying they can get these guys, but a Jason Tatum type of guy, like they need that one guy to put them over the top.
Yeah, and to go back to my initial point, that was a team, and so far still is that team, because they have not proven yet that they have continuity. We hope that will be the case with Thibodeau, but he just got here and the GM and everything else. I think they're headed down the right path, but that was a team, and you look at it, there has not been a more, and I love the Knicks. I freaking love the Knicks. There has not been a worse run team in terms of continuity, really, since I've been watching them since the mid-90s. I watched them all the way back to 93, 94. I think CP and me are the same age. I think that's when he started watching them as well. The mid-Ewing era. You were watching before that.
I was watching them the pre-Ewing era.
Yeah, the pre-Ewing.
So old I am.
But you want to talk about a team that has had no continuity. That is them. That is the blueprint for what happens when you don't have continuity. The New York Giants historically have been a team that has tried to have continuity. And I think as fans, you have to give them a chance. You have to let them try to build something. And that's always what I've tried to express on this channel with the Giants. And maybe it's because of my experience with the Knicks and seeing how much they've screwed things up over the years with constantly flipping things.
We talked about it with Melo. They were not ready for that trade. Melo was not the guy. They were on the right path. And then they gave everything away for Carmelo Anthony, and it never worked. They gave away half the roster. They gave away a ton of picks.
Yeah.
And they've been trying to rebuild ever since. And they had the one good year in 2012, 2013, where I still felt like it was disappointing because they should have never lost to the Pacers in the Eastern Conference semifinals. They should have faced the Heat in the Eastern Conference finals that year. They were too good that year to fall out when they did. And then they just never got that mojo back. So I hate that they traded all those guys away. And again, without draft picks, hard to build your future when you're not a championship team already. And the Knicks weren't there yet.
Yep. And GPP, man, thank you very much. What if we trade 2 first-rounders next year for Aaron Rodgers and then flip DJ to Denver where Shermer is and get it? We're not doing it.
I'm not giving away 2 first-rounders for a quarterback my age. No.
We're not doing it. Plain and simple, GPP. We're not doing it. At this point, it's silly to talk about. Gettleman was even asked about it, and he kind of laughed at the question. We're not trading for Aaron Rodgers. I know people would love Aaron Rodgers. Listen, Aaron Rodgers is my favorite quarterback in the league. I love Aaron Rodgers. We're not doing it. And I don't think we should. I think the Giants right now, you're at a place now where you want to find out if Jones is the guy. And if he's not, that's when maybe you look to make a move like that. It might not be Aaron Rodgers. It might be another veteran. But if you're not picking high enough in the draft and you don't want to give away 4 first-round picks to move up and get a quarterback, maybe then if you feel like Jones isn't the guy, that's when you look to make a trade to bring in a quarterback. Something like
Russell Wilson.
Yeah, but I think we're in a place now where you still need to evaluate Daniel Jones and find out if he's the guy.
Yeah.
Edgebet, thank you very much. Dog, let's get the pass. We just got 2. We just drafted 2.
Right.
And CP, man, thank you so much again, man. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much, man.
I saw it in the second. He said his comments aren't showing up on the super chat. I saw it in the comment section. So I don't know what the deal is with that.
Oh, I'll look for
it. There you go. Right there.
Yeah, I'll look for a CP, man. Sorry, man. I don't know why that's happening. I'll look for your comment, man. Just comment in the chat, and I'll try to find you, buddy. Joel, man, thank you very much. Entertainer plus Baddog are as important to Giants fan as Knicks fan TV is to Knicks fan. He's freaking awesome, dude.
He is awesome.
He's awesome. So is Sim.
We appreciate that, Joel. Thank you.
And sorry, CP, man. I'll look in the chat to see if I could pick you out. Rolly, man, thank you very much. I'll tell you this. If they didn't like any of the quarterbacks had we drafted down in 18, took Nelson, fans that want O-line now, we could have been set. Yeah, we could have been. It is what it is. I'm not going to live in 2018. But, yeah, Nelson would have been a great offensive lineman for the New York Giants. And hopefully Hernandez gels into a good offensive lineman at the guard. But, yes, 2018, in an ideal world, we would have traded down and taken Nelson. Didn't happen.
This is why, in the back of my mind, I keep saying I think ownership influenced that pick because that's not a Gettleman pick. Although he hasn't gone in the trenches this year. I mean, Ojulari, I guess. But I don't know, man. I feel like he would have went with his saying we have to fix the offensive line, coming in here and signing Soler and drafting Will Hernandez. I just feel like he would have preferred Nelson and Hernandez in that draft.
Yeah. Yeah. And Lou, man, thank you very much. I appreciate it. The Rams took another wide receiver, Jacob Harris, 6'5", 211, UCF. Now I'm scratching my head, but I have to believe they know what they are doing.
Yeah, I saw you took another receiver. I don't think it was Harris. Maybe I did see that. I looked over there at the time.
Yeah, he said it earlier. They took a wide receiver earlier, I think, with their first pick of the day. Yeah, but
that fan's okay.
Yeah, so they're stockpiling receivers, and I guess they're hoping that one of them works.
Yeah, and again, Lou, I said before, I think at this juncture in the draft, you're hoping you draft guys that could end up becoming NFL starters, but these guys are definitely not going to come in and just automatically be a starter.
And Joseph, man, thank you very much. I appreciate it for the $2 donation. You did it twice, man. Thank you so much. I'm looking for CP. I just want to see if he types anything. I'm going to try to point him out.
Yeah, I just noticed that the comment he put up there, he says my comments aren't showing up, which is strange. But
yeah, I don't know why that is. But I will try to find you, CP, in the chat. But Joe, man, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And let's see. Edge, man, thank you very much. Chris, that was my point. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Oh, I thought you meant let's get more. I misinterpreted what you said, Ed. Sorry. And Mike, man, thank you very much. Thanks for doing this, guys. Thank you for being here, Mike.
Absolutely.
Man, we appreciate it, man. Thank you for the support.
Absolutely.
And yeah, thank you to everybody again for being here. Agreed. Ownership drove that decision. Yeah. Whether it was they forced him or whether it was they accepted him because he was willing to accept not rebuilding initially. I think ownership had a lot to do with that.
Yeah. Listen, we got to get 1,000 likes in here. We got 1,250 people in here. You guys are legends. 54 away from a K. Let's get 1,000 likes in the stream. Again, hit the like button for Devontae Smith's pain. Not for Devontae Smith, because he just hates the Eagles as much as we do.
What's going on, little Munchie, man? Glad to see you here, buddy.
It has been a while, little Munchie.
Yeah. And John says, shocked we didn't draft Bama guys. Do you see us drafting Dylan Moses and Deontay Brown to close the draft? I'm going to tell you right now, I have no idea who they're going to draft. They're going to take the best player available on their board. I'm not going to point out a position. They're not drafted for need at this point, Baddog. Nope. And they did this last year. Last year they took 4 linebackers with their last 4 picks. So
yes, they did.
So they're going to take the best player on their board. I have no idea who they're going to take. I expect whoever they take at 196 to be a guy that most people felt like was going to go at 150 because it's going to be a guy.
Exactly. I think you're right, Chris. It seems like when they get into later rounds, they just look at guys that were projected much higher and say, okay, this guy was, we're picking 116th. This guy was projected at 73. Let's take him. That could be what they do at this point. Maybe they pick a 196 and whoever created the board and say this guy was projected the highest, no matter what the position is, they go with it. So if they see a guy that might have been projected to like 152 and they're picking 196 and he was the highest projection, they take that guy. Maybe that is their strategy this late in the draft. I mean, I don't know because I'm not in the room. I don't know how they do it. I don't know what their system is, but perhaps that's what a lot of teams do is just, hey, this was the highest projected guy. Let's go that route and see if he turns into something.
Yeah, well, when you're drafting guys in the 5th, 6th, 7th round, these are guys that you kind of stash. These are depth guys that you hope could turn into something. So they're probably picking guys, regardless of their position, that they think could best help this team long term. And I that's what I expect. I'm not expecting a need pick here in the 6th round. Nick, man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. He says, you guys should call your show Chris and the Bad Dog. We actually do.
We do call it that. It was just Chris and the Bad Dog talking Giants.
Yeah, Chris and the Bad Dog talking Giants. Yeah, we do. Actually, who was the subscriber that suggested that?
He was TD. I think he's TD Irish. It was
TD Irish.
Mon, and I think he's TD Irish now.
TD Irish. Yeah. We do call our Giants show that. I hope the O-line can hold up. Always look forward to you guys. Go Big Blue. Nick's the man, dude. Thank you so much.
By the way, just so you know, Nick has been on YouTube a long time ago. He used to make videos back in 07, 08 when I was doing it initially. So Pedeston's been around a long time on YouTube.
Nick was actually my first giveaway winner ever. When I hit 1,000 subs, I did a giveaway. He won it. He won a fitted hat.
First guy, I had to do it twice. I gave away 2 hats because I missed somebody. But yeah, Techie and Dick Strong, who I never see anymore. But Dick Strong. Yeah.
Gucci, man. Thank you so much, man. He says, great stream, guys. Bob says, how many undrafted players make the NFL? 50? A lot. A lot. The Giants are going to probably bring in at least that last year. I think they brought in 10 or 12.
Yeah.
And usually at least one. A lot of times we'll crack the opening day roster. So yeah, that is a big thing. A lot of people, and they're talking to Gettleman. Look at Davey G. I wish I could hear this. Davey G.
Yeah, and Dave, he's got the stash going. He's got the. I can't do a really good Boston accent, so I don't really know. Yeah, give me the hogs.
Well done, Gettleman. Well done, Dave. And Ed, man, thank you very much. I told you guys, Chris and the Bad Dog show.
Yeah.
Somebody had told us like 3 years ago.
It was a long. Yeah, it was
when we first started.
Yeah.
It was Todd.
Yeah.
But here's Dave Gettleman.
I think listen. I'm not listening, but I'm thinking this is what he's saying. You guys down me every year. I'm gonna come out here. We're gonna win this damn division. I think he's also saying the Eagles suck. I think I read his lips and he said that. And he's like, keep downing me, media. Keep putting my Giants down. We're gonna make believers out of you guys this year. Yeah. I'm a lip reader. That's exactly what he said. And then he just said the Eagles suck again.
I know everybody thought we were gonna take the Hogs. I love this guy. I can't help it. I love his press conference. I love that he doesn't care. He says what's on his mind. Matter of fact, I'm going to record this right now because I want to hear this conversation after the fact.
You're talking about Kadarius Toney, obviously, right now.
I'm gonna listen very lightly.
Yeah.
Why isn't it working? There we go. And NY Giants 26, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We're looking at special teams in the late rounds. Yeah. Taquan Graham just went. I liked him. I had him going 6th round in a couple of mocks. I thought he fit our scheme. He just went to Atlanta.
Nobody fits their scheme, so don't worry about it.
Michael, man, thank you very much. Maybe Tamorian Terry, 6th round. Thoughts on him? He still hasn't gone. That's possible. He's a tall wide receiver. A lot of Giants fans liked him this year. That's possible.
They got Davey G to laugh right there.
He's always laughing. He's always laughing.
Well, he's the other guy to laugh. Whoever's interviewing him, I don't know who that is, but I do. I think that I think whoever that is, Dave Gettleman just told him the Eagles suck, and the guy got a kick out of it. Who is that guy? He's on the NFL game day or college game day.
Yeah, I know his face. I can't put the name with the face.
Yeah,
but And great, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I trust Giants passing on Smith and Brown more than anyone, considering the intel they have on both. That's a good point you have. That's a good point you have. That's a good point you have there.
The rest of that, you can't force picks for need. That's another great point.
Yeah, the last 2 years the Giants have not.
Right.
And Chris, man, thank you very much. In your opinion, do you feel that Gettleman has taken a step back and allowed or was told to have Abrams and Joe Judge run the draft? No. It completely run the draft? No. The draft seems very Patriot-esque with the trading back and forth. I think that it's collaborative, but I don't think Gettleman has no say on who the New York Giants are drafting.
Yeah, I agree. Again, I think like Chris said, I think they work together. I think all these guys work together and because they want to be on the same page, and I think that's smart. You know, I think you want to ask your coaches, what do you, I think you want input, and the coach is going to tell you, listen, I think this is what I want to do. Find a guy to fit my system. And Dave Gettleman goes out and finds a guy to fit Joe Judge's system or something like that. And they talk about it and they discuss it. And that's what you want. You don't want Dave Gettleman just going, I'm the man. I'm not talking to my coach. I'm going to pick who I want. You don't want the coach to say, you're going to go out there and give me this guy. And I don't get, so I do. And I think that's why the last couple of years, I think this is more of a collaborative effort. I do. I think all these guys are collabing. And honestly, more importantly, I think ownership has stepped out of the way the last 2 years.
That's what good organizations do. I mean, that's what good GMs should do. You wouldn't you think you'd want to bring in guys that your coach feels like he can get the most out of? So I think that, yeah, it's collaborative. I think that they work together, and he's trying to bring in guys that he thinks that Joe Judge will get the most out of. Beamer, man, thank you very much. Reset some good spots as GM for 2016 free agency led to removal. After he left, he never said a bad word about the Giants. Can say the same about Mark Rose. I think he meant to say maybe can't say the same about Mark Rose. Or maybe he meant to say can say. I don't know. But as far as Reese goes, listen, Reese seems like a good guy, class act. Definitely did well early on. Drafted well for the Giants probably for the first 2 or 3 years that he was here. 2016 was just a disaster. It gave us short-term success and set us up in the position that we're in. And for about 6 years, he just drafted horribly straight.
Sure, 2011.
Yeah.
It should have been Mark Ingram. Brandon Jacobs at the end of his career, Ahmad Brad, you would have replaced Brandon Jacobs with another guy that was a bruising running back, the Heisman Trophy winner of Alabama. His dad obviously was a big part of the 1990 Giants championship team. Mark Ingram was the pick there, not Prince Mukamura. He did that in 2010, right? 2012. He took David Wilson in 2012. If he would have taken Mark Ingram, that would have never happened. David Wilson would not have been there. Not that I love David Wilson, by the way. I'm not saying that was a bad pick. It just ended up bad luck. Then I felt like he reached for Pugh. Beckham obviously was great and it saved Reese's job for many years. And then you could really say the dude fell off the face of the earth. Eric Flowers, Eli Apple, Evan Ingram. These are all complete disasters. And the way he messed up our cap, the way he messed up the cap, it was unforgivable. And when you fired Coughlin, you should have fired Reese, or you should have kept Coughlin. That was a mistake by ownership.
Yeah.
That's when it really started to fall off. And I'll always say this, and again, I'll say this the day I did too. I love Eli to death, but I swear to God, when they fired Coughlin, Eli was never the same guy. It was like they took Eli's heart from him because he only knew Coughlin, and I just felt like they had such a good relationship. It wasn't the same because when McAdoo was the offensive coordinator, Eli was great. When McAdoo became the head coach, it wasn't the same. They should have got cleaned house or not cleaned house.
Yep. I'm just trying to read this chat. A lot of people are saying he's on ESPN. We know he's on ESPN. We can't have the volume up. We know he's on ESPN. I actually recorded so I can watch it back after. Yeah, we know he's on ESPN. I can hear
his accent.
Yeah. And then as far as I'm going to get to that. I'll read Sticky Fingers first. Then I see an interesting comment by JC. Sticky Fingers says, I genuinely believe Dave Gettleman and Shermer were 50-50 on personnel decisions. That Shermer's 50% was dog water. Dave Gettleman and Judge. I agree with that. I agree with that. I think Shermer was very involved as well in the decision-making with this team in the draft. All you got to do is look at Daniel Jones. I think ultimately the main reason why Shermer came here is because he was known as a quarterback guy, a quarterback guru. They knew they were going to be drafting a quarterback soon. And also we're trying to maybe get the most out of Eli Manning, but they knew it was inevitable they were going to be drafting a quarterback soon. And I think Shermer had a lot to do with the selection of Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones fit Shermer's system very well. And that even came out after the fact that Shermer really liked him. So I think that, like any good GM, he involves his coaches with his decision-making. That's what a good GM should do. But he has the final say, and he has a lot to do with the decision-making as well.
Eagles just took Kenneth Gainwell. I know somebody mentioned that earlier.
Good running back. Yeah, good value this late. JC says the media hates Dave Gettleman, and that's why I don't like to call anybody low IQ. Giants fans hate him. ESPN told them to, and they are too stupid. I agree with that initial statement. I think the media, especially the New York media, you see the way that these people treat him, and whatever you want to be hard on the guy for his decision making. I get that, but you hear people in the media say, "Oh, is it okay if I call you an old man? Is it this?" The media hates him, and they see, and it's clickbait, and they see they could get headlines out of it, and any little thing they're going to try to blow up. I completely agree with that stance. And I agree. I think that some fans just take what the media sells them, and they think everything the guy does is horrible. DJ, I have not cried. I don't know if you just tuned into the stream, DJ Smooth. Stop crying about the. I've actually been on board with what they've done. And obviously I think the offensive line is very important. I think anybody in this chat that is an educated Giant fan thinks the offensive line is very important. I was completely for drafting an offensive line early in this draft, but I'm going to trust the coaching staff who drafted 3 offensive linemen last year that they feel like they could take a big step up this year. And I hope they're right. That's what I'm going to say. I've kind of prepared myself for this going in. I listened to Gettleman. I listened to Judge. It sounded like they believed in the offensive line, and they're going to go with it. And I hope that they're right. That's what I'll say.
Yep.
And John, man, thank you very much. All of New York sports is making a comeback and staying young. Giants, Rangers, Devils, Knicks. Not sure if the Yankees and Mets have a young roster. Let's go.
The Yankees don't. Their average age is around 30. The Yankees do not have a young roster at all.
Yeah,
they're a veteran group of guys.
Mets kind of do. Alonso's young. Dom Smith is young. Lindor's still relatively young, but DeGrom's obviously not. They have kind of a mix.
The Yankees are older. I mean, Stan's upper 20s, Judge 29, Gardner's older, LeMahieu's older. Voit. I mean, these guys aren't young at all.
Yeah.
So the Yankees definitely do not have even their young guys are like 25. It's not like they're 21. So the Yankees definitely have a veteran group of guys, which is why they need to win and win now.
Yeah, the Knicks definitely have the Knicks and Giants are in a very similar span.
Yep.
Mikey, man, thank you very much. I appreciate it. He says, love your videos. Thank you so much, Mikey, man. I really appreciate that, my man.
We'll say this: the Rangers are extremely young. The Rangers are going to be good.
They're the youngest team in the league, aren't they? I thought I heard that.
They're very young. Keandre Miller, Adam Fox, Capo Caco, Alexei Lafreniere. They're very young.
Yeah.
Shesterkin, they're very young team.
NY Giants, thank you very much. We have enough electricity to light up a continent.
Let's go.
I love it.
Let's go.
Love it. And Dependable Line says, my dog drinks Fiji. Wow, you must have a lot of money, man.
Yeah, that's a spoiled doggy right there. The doggy drinking the good stuff. I don't even drink Fiji.
I was gonna say I don't. When I go into 7-Eleven, I see Fiji water. I usually get sometimes the store brand, or I'll get the Poland Spring 2 for 99 cents. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a dog, but if he did, he'd be drinking toilet water.
LA, man, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Even if we don't draft one late, I'm sure it will take a lineman in undrafted or free agency. Well, I agree with that. We're definitely going to. I definitely think we're going to sign another lineman. May not start, may provide his depth, but I think we'll sign another lineman.
Speaking of toilet water, let me go to the bathroom real quick.
Go hit the
coffee coming through.
Go hit the latrine. And King Trizzy, man, thank you very much. Never saw a guy with a smaller brain. No, don't say that, man. Don't say that. And DJ says, do you wish the owner never fired McAdoo and got Pat Mahomes? I apologize about that. Do I wish the owner never fired McAdoo? No, I definitely think I'm happy they fired McAdoo. I don't care that McAdoo was this guy that supposedly was the guy that wanted Mahomes and wanted to trade up. Do I wish we had Mahomes? Of course I wish we had Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in football. But Ben McAdoo was a horrible head coach. The team quit on Ben McAdoo. He was literally a disgrace of a head coach. The team quit on him. So, and he was a guy, he was a bitch. He was a guy, because he didn't get his way, tried to make an example of Eli Manning. That was what Geno Smith was about. He tried to make an example of Eli Manning, the second greatest player in franchise, or second most important player in franchise history, to get his point across. He tried to start Geno Smith and say, see, the offense could run just as good. So, no, I don't have any regrets that Ben McAdoo was not the head coach for the New York Giants. He was a disgrace of a head coach.
He was. Yeah, that, like I said, that was his big middle finger. He didn't get his way, and he said, all right, let me screw up the most important player, of this generation.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think he's the second best player this organization's ever had outside of Lawrence Taylor.
Definitely the second most important. Yeah, at least in the Super Bowl era. Dependable Line, man. Thank you very much. Buy in bulk, it evens out. Okay. Okay, go to BJ's or Costco and buy it in bulk. All right. What's up there, Authentic Man? Wanted to say, he says, we're going to keep a bum coach because he wanted one great. Now, yeah, exactly what that. He was a bum coach. He was a bum.
He was. They didn't respect him. That's the whole thing. As a head coach, you need to keep the locker room. It's one of the biggest things about head coach. That's why some coordinators are great coordinators, but they're not meant to be head coaches because they're not leaders of men. You know, they can just do. When you're an offense coordinator, you're only dealing with the offense. You're not dealing with the other half of the. You know, you have to keep the entire locker room. There's a lot of personalities in there. There's a lot of guys, so you're going to have differing opinions, and you have to keep it. You got to keep these guys hungry. You got to want them to run through a wall for you. So it's what a coach is supposed to do. That's what you got the best head coaches for.
Yeah,
you know?
I'll tell you what. And I know you hate Shermer. I know Giants fans hate Shermer. I like Shermer more than McAdoo. I like Shermer more.
McAdoo, I agree.
Shermer was better than McAdoo. That's how bad I think McAdoo was. And I know people look at McAdoo and they said, well, he won 11-5. He won 11-5 because we spent like lunatics. And that
was such a fake season.
And it was a fake. Yeah, we played a soft schedule. So
we barely won. We won every game by less than 7, except for the game against Cleveland. Cleveland was in that game. They hadn't won a game all year. And they were in that game. And then when we played good opposition, we got crushed.
Yeah.
That was a very weak 11-5 team.
Yeah.
Very weak. The defense balled out that year. Otherwise, we could have been 5-11, honestly.
Dumpster dive for alignment says DG scrapping the garbage juice out of the bottom of the dumpster alignment. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they pick one in the 6th. 11-5 with Coughlin. I say it to this day, Baddog, and we'll never know. And I can't, obviously, I'm not going to say they definitely would have won. But had Coughlin been the coach of that team, they might have won a Super Bowl that year.
They would have definitely made the conference championship because their offense would have been a lot better.
And nobody's going on a boat trip before the Packers game.
Oh, damn right about that. That's not happening.
You know?
I was most disappointed in Victor Cruz for that because I felt like Cruz had won a Super Bowl. He was a veteran. He should have said, listen, guys, we got work to do. Just getting into the playoffs is nothing, man. We want to win a Super Bowl. We have plenty of time to party when the year's over.
Yeah.
I love Victor Cruz. Don't get me wrong, but I think he made a mistake there, allowing that to happen.
Yeah, no, he definitely didn't show good veteran leadership with that. And DJ Smooth, man, thank you very much. I appreciate it. He says, I do wish we took Josh Allen over Barkley, but it is what it's over. It's 4 years ago now. I mean, it's over. Yeah, you can't play Monday morning GM forever. Ramon, man, thank you very much. If Demorian Terry's still there, do we take him? I would not be opposed to it. I mean, he's tall. Sure, he's got upside. Yeah, if he's there in the 6th round, yeah. I'm not going to cry if we don't take him because there's so many guys they could take there, and they're going to just take the best player available on their board. But at this point, I would not be opposed to take it to Demorian Terry at all. Brevin Jordan just went. That's a good pick. He was like a top 90, 100 prospect tight end out of Miami.
Yep.
And Dylan, man, thank you very much. He says the Colts and Browns have no definite weaknesses. They're pretty well built, Dylan. They are pretty well built, both those teams.
Yeah, they are. Those are a couple good teams.
Yeah. The only thing you can say about the Browns, maybe, and the Colts, is maybe the quarterback. You don't know if they could take the team to the promised land. I think Mayfield's good. I think Wentz is good if he could stay healthy. But yeah, outside of that, I mean, yeah, I think as a 53-man roster, they're right up there with most teams.
Mm-hmm.
And Jeff, man, thank you very much. Would have loved Shermer as the OC, Graham as the DC judges. I agree. I think Shermer's a good OC. I just don't think he's a good head coach.
Right. That happens. Yeah. Like I feel like Wade Phillips is a really good defensive coordinator, and Buddy Ryan is a really good defensive coordinator, but not good head coaches. Rex Ryan, same thing. Again, head coaches need to. It's a difficult thing because you got to manage a lot of personalities when you're a head coach.
Yeah. Jordan says, "Why is Trey Smith falling?" I think it's because of the blood clot. Something came out. I think he has blood clots or something like that, and people are probably worried about his medical. I think that's why he's falling. And he didn't have a good Senior Bowl. JD, man, thank you very much. Tana, I'm fair to Gettleman, but there is no way I could be convinced that this draft isn't Joe Judge. You can look at Jordan Renan's tweet; he thinks so. I think it's. I don't think you could say it's completely Joe Judge. You can't say
this, JD. Don't listen to Jordan Renan.
Yeah. I don't think you could say it's completely Joe Judge. I don't think that's fair. I think Gettleman is definitely involved in the decision making. Otherwise, why wouldn't they just make Joe Judge the GM?
Right.
So, Clockman, thank you very much. Wait, guys, if it's real, it's LT, Gifford, Eazy-E.
Yeah, Gifford is a great Giant. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
Fair, yeah. I'm talking more modern day and post Super Bowl era, but yeah. Waterfly, thank you very much. How is the
have it? I'm going to turn the camera off and hammer it in a second, though. I have two cannolis here. I got the chocolate one, and then I got just got the regular Sicilian one here. See the regular Sicilian one there.
There you go.
It's good stuff.
And DJ Smooth says it's Tony OBJ replacement. I'm not going to put OBJ level expectations on him.
If he's as explosive as OBJ, we had a good pick there.
I think he's Sterling Shepard's replacement.
Yeah,
I'll say that. I don't think Shepard's going to be here long term, and I think he's going to replace Shepard ultimately. But he's not. I'm not saying he's the same exact player as Shepard, but in terms of the pecking order, I think he's Sterling Shepard's replacement. What's up there, John? Man, thanks for popping in. Who do you guys want in round 6? I mean, dude, I'm not even going to say a name. I'm just going to wait till they pick the guy and just and if I know him, I'll talk about it.
I guess Chuba Hubbard for me. Or Roundtree. I'd like a running back. There you go.
I'd like one of the guys.
They haven't been taken because I haven't really been looking at the TV. It's possible they also got taken.
Yeah, I mean, Elijah Mitchell. I wouldn't mind the running back if we're going running back, or Hawkins out of Louisville. I've talked about those guys as 6th-round running back prospects, but I'm not. I'm just gonna let them make the pick and then go over the pick. And Jordan, man, thank you very much. Which hog are we getting? We might not get any. We'll see. We'll see. Trey Smith is still there.
Hubbard got picked, somebody said. Okay.
Hubbard
Where'd he go? I didn't see where he went.
Not sure.
Chuba.
I could look it up, actually. Hold on.
Chuba Hubbard.
Chuba Hubbard. He got picked by Carolina Panthers.
Okay.
So he's going to back up McCaffrey. He's probably a good compliment to McCaffrey.
Yeah, he's good. Hubbard's a good back.
That's a pretty, he seems like he'd be a good compliment to C-Mac. Plus, he's coming off an injury. That pick makes sense for them.
Yep.
Jets take Michael Carter, the safety out of Duke. Okay. We got another 40 picks or so to go.
Yeah, I'm going to hit my cannoli right now. So camera off.
Hit the cannoli.
There we go. Cannoli time.
Christopher, thank you very much. On Deacon, we finally go away from the soft zone, from that soft zone. I think you're going to see a lot less soft zone. I think you're going to see us a lot more aggressive this year with all the corners that we've added. Independent man, thank you very much. Love everything the Giants draft except the Tony pick. I just don't see Tony on the team for long due to injury and other concerns. Old Jolari home run, though. I mean, that's fair. I think it's fair to have injury concerns with Tony due to the way that he plays and his size. I think that's fair. And obviously, you're talking about the off-the-field stuff. I do like Tony, though. I do think he fits what we need very well. DJ, thank you very much. Without Joe Judge, we're not talking about, and he changed the culture. And if Belichick ever left the Pats, he's the Giants head coach. No. If Belichick left the Pats, no. Joe Judge is still the head coach. Joe Judge is the guy. Joe Judge, we're hoping, is the guy for the next 15, 20 years. Bill Belichick's going to retire if he probably leaves the Pats. Maybe he could get a front office job here. But no, Joe Judge is the guy. Falcons just made their pick. They're all excited in their draft room there. Cannoli time. He's eating a cannoli. He doesn't want people to see him eating.
That's how fast I eat that, though. You crush the cannoli. What was I going to say? Oh, about Juju. You hope by the end of Joe Judge's tenure here that you're putting him in the same category as Coughlin and Parcells. That's what you want. Yeah,
you want him to be the next Belichick or, not get the old Belichick. Pumpkin, he says, what's up, Pumpkin? He says, should have gotten some cannoli better than cannolis.
Not when you're Italian. Nothing's better than the cannoli when you're Italian. Speaking of, Pumpkin been with me since 2008 as well. So Pumpkin and Pedison's two guys that have been with me since I was in my early 30s, man. And now I'm almost in my late 40s. That's disgraceful. How am I in my late 40s? That's disgraceful.
Pumpkin's the man.
He is the man. With the Breaking Bad logo there, thumbnail.
Yes, great show.
Mm-hmm.
Pick is in for the 49ers. I don't even know. I mean, I guess I'm hoping the running backs that I like, Trey Smith. Is Deontay Brown gone yet? I don't think he's gone either, right?
Yeah. No, I don't drink Pepsi. It's Diet Coke. So I'm like Mike Francesa. I always have my Diet Coke. I'm like, told you, Chris and the Baddog influenced, or not, yeah, Chris the Bad. Mike and the Mad Dog influenced me a lot. That's why I drink my Diet Coke.
Jalen Moore, guard from Western Michigan, was the pick. Brown is still there. Yeah, so Deontay Brown still hasn't been picked. Ian Book's gone. Ian Book got picked by the Saints in the 4th.
Yep. We got about 40 picks to go. I think they're at pick 156 right now.
We got a trade. Miami's making a trade.
It's a Subway trade alert.
Steelers moving up.
Are they moving on up to the east side? To the deluxe apartment in the sky.
Wow. Mel Kiper's been doing this for 38 years.
I told you he's been around a long time. That's what I was saying. Mel Kiper been there forever.
Wow.
Damn, Mel Kiper been on ESPN as long as I've been watching sports.
I could see that, Jay. I don't know if you know that, but I could see that. The Steelers notoriously love drafting linebackers. I could see them taking Dylan Moses. DJ Swift, thank you very much. Do you think the Giants fans will talk about field success if Jones fails, saying we could have taken him? No, because we were never taking a quarterback.
Nope, definitely not.
Field should have no attachment to in terms of for the Giants with that trade because we never had Fields. We were never going to draft Fields. We just traded the pick, and the team that traded up took Fields.
Yep.
If anything, if Daniel Jones fails, we'll talk about that trade because we were able to get that asset and potentially move up and get our next quarterback.
Correct.
So no, Justin Fields should have no attachment to the New York Giants.
I will say this, DJ. I do think some Giants fans will. We could have had Justin Fields.
That's stupid because we were never taking a quarterback.
But he's right. There will be Giants fans that will say that, and they'll blame Gettleman. Gettleman screwed up again. Daniel Jones was wrong, and we should have taken Fields. So he's right. I'm not saying a majority of Giants fans.
Yeah.
But there will be that small percentage that want to kill Gettleman no matter what he does, will definitely bring that up.
That's silly, though.
I know it's silly, but he's right. That will – listen, it's silly. It's silly to say that Gettleman's done a terrible job because we didn't take an offensive lineman.
Yeah. MYG forever, man. Thank you very much. Draft mostly O-line in 2022 if it fails, 10 picks. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree. If the offensive line shows that it needs a lot more progression after this year – you go heavy offensive line again. You have another draft where you take 2 or 3 offensive linemen early in the draft.
Yeah, there's a fight in the Eagles draft from here.
Steelers excited. Let's see who they took.
This is the Eagles. This is the Eagles over here.
Oh, they were showing it, but the Steelers
are the Eagles.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm seeing if they're going to throw punches again.
Did the Steelers take a running back yet? I don't remember. Because if they didn't, I could see them taking a running back here. They lost James Conner.
I thought they did take a running back.
They might have. I don't remember. And JD, man, thank you so much. And by the way, check out JD. I'm trying to shout him out as much as I can. He's got a new channel. Ghetto God gets credit for sure. I just think Judge has strong influence. I agree with that. Definitely has strong influence, as he should. Gettleman's what, 70 years old?
70, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be here for more than another 2 or 3 years. We all knew what Gettleman was when he took the job. He was a guy that was going to take the garbage and try to put this team down the right path. And I think in the end, if Gettleman works out, unfortunately for him, he's not going to be here for the reward. He's going to be the guy that you look back and you say, yeah, Gettleman had a lot to do with this, but ultimately he's not going to get the reward. He's the guy that was the cleanup guy.
I feel like that was the case with the Corsi.
Yeah.
Ernie Accorsi wasn't our GM when we won the 2 Super Bowls, but that was Ernie Accorsi's team in 07.
Oh, I don't mean to interrupt you, Baddog. I'm stupid. They took Najee Harris in the first.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, the Steelers took Najee Harris.
Yeah, Chris, it's been a long 3 days.
It's been a long 3 days.
A lot of picks have come in here.
Yeah.
But I like, again, that's like a Corsi. The Corsi wasn't our GM technically when we won the Super Bowl in 07 because that was Reese's first year, but of course he set that up for Reese to succeed. And Reese had a good draft in 07. He took Steve Smith. That was a big part of what we did. He took Ahmad Bradshaw. That was a big part of what we did. So he had some good picks, and he had good picks in 08. From 2007 to 2010, I thought Reese did a good job. And then he fell off.
And then the other thing I want to read the rest of this. He says, I just think Judge is throwing an example. Belichick loves cornerbacks. Giants have but to be fair, JD, they put emphasis on cornerbacks long before he got here. Remember, Dave Gettleman he drafted what, 3 cornerbacks in 2019 or
They
18?
took DeAndre Baker. They took Julian Love. They took Ballantyne. Yeah,
They took all in the same draft. They took 3 cornerbacks.
So a lot of corners.
Gettleman was putting that emphasis before Judge got here. New England stockpiles picks. I agree with that, but I also think Gettleman had say in the trade down. I don't think it was just Judge, but I think the Giants were open to trading down once their guys weren't there.
Yep.
A kid called, but I do agree with that because I was kind of saying that before the draft that everybody says Gettleman doesn't trade down. Well, where does Judge come from? He comes from New England. So, yeah, I think it's collaborative. I think they're both involved.
Yeah. Judge definitely has an influence. It's not like Gettleman's doing everything himself.
Yeah.
It's not like Judge is doing everything himself. They collab.
A kid called Chris, thank you very much, man. Had a great weekend with you guys. Love from Scotland. Really appreciate it, man.
Thank you
very much.
We do appreciate that. From Scotland, baby.
And Timothy, man, thank you very much. Fans are mad, no hogs. Judge is all about development and continuity. I love investing in defense. Let's take a breath and trust the coaching staff. That's it, man. We invested in the offensive line a lot last year, so.
Yep, they did. And they invested a lot in the offense in free agency.
Yeah. And NY Judge 26, man, thank you very much. Smith Marset, I loved him. Yeah. Oh, he went to the Vikings. That was a guy that was getting a lot of attention later in the draft process. That was a big sleeper. And I know I watched actually a couple of videos on him. And I know a lot of Giants fans wanted him in the 6th round area if he ever dropped. But, yeah, he was getting a lot of attention as a sleeper late. Yeah, well, that's Albin. I completely agree with this, by the way. I think this is a great point. Stop trying to make Judge all-knowing. I agree with that. I think a lot of fans have done that, and I think it's a mistake because I'm going to tell you what. It's kind of like Daniel Jones when he first got here. I thought it was a mistake for fans to pump Jones as much as they did before he started to prove himself. I think it's the same thing with Judge, and I love Judge. I think Judge is building something very good here, but don't give him credit for everything because if you start doing that, it's going to come crashing down real fast if they hit a quick bump in the road, and I don't want that. I don't want turnover. There's no reason to give Judge more credit than what he deserves. Right. I love what he's doing. I love what he's building. I think he has an influence, but don't make him all-knowing. Don't make him out to be this, the god of the New York Giants, because then people are going to come down on him just as fast as they're riding him up to the top.
That's true. That's the New York media, man.
Yeah.
New York fans.
Yeah.
And emotional people.
Yeah. And DJ, man, thank you very much. I'll say this. I'll give Dave Gettleman credit for 11 picks. And if Jones ain't it, we get a new quarterback, probably one that dog like your boy Spencer from Oklahoma.
Well, Rattler is just a freshman, so he won't be out next year. Maybe 2023, Spencer Rattler can declare himself eligible for the draft.
And thank you very much, man. Christian, man, I appreciate it. He says, didn't know that Dylan Moses is still on the board. Yeah, I'm not actually that surprised. He was falling down a lot of the mocks later in the process, but yeah, he's still on the board. Or what? I don't think he's been picked yet. The Bears? No, the Chargers are on the clock, right?
Well, no, they just took Larry Borom.
Oh, okay.
No offense, Larry, but I hope your team is absolute dog water this year. Unless you're dependable Lions dog water, because this dog water is Fiji, but typical dog water.
Yeah. Jay says Ellerson Smith ranked 40 on the RAs out of one. Wow. I've seen a lot of people pull up those RAs. I think it's how they out of wow. Since 1987, he ranked 40 out of almost 1,400. Yeah. I mean, I got to, like I said, I got to do more research on him before I make a video on it, but that's nice to hear. Dylan, man, thank you very much. Say what you want about the Jets. JD has killed it.
We've given the Jets a lot of credit.
I've been giving the Jets a lot of credit over these 3 days. The Jets have had a really good draft.
We have given the Jets a lot of credit. They did a really good job this year.
Yeah. I love that second pick for the Bears. Tevin Jenkins at 39 was a good pick. They needed offensive line help. He probably shouldn't have been there. Fields, who knows? We'll see if he becomes a good quarterback, but
just not this year, man. I got no problem with Fields balling out, but just not this year. Stink it up this year.
Oh, I think he will. Because he's a rookie. That's no offense to Fields. I think most rookies struggle their first year.
Yeah, have a bad year, buddy.
Yeah.
It's just business.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you, man. I think the Jets had a really good draft.
I do too.
Brendan James, the nose tackle, goes to the Chargers here. And then we got the Baltimore on deck.
Baltimore. So what are we at pick one? Is that 160? So we're still 36 picks away.
And C says Dave Gettleman getting too old school. It's 2021.
Again, I don't know what old school is. When you concentrate on the secondary, that's new school way of thinking. All the defense, that secondary, all the depth there, that's new school. That's a new school philosophy. And he has done nothing but bring in a bunch of people in the secondary, drafted secondary every year since he's been here, and heavy. I don't think that's old school at all.
Yeah. And he did it before Judge got here.
Yeah,
he did it before Judge got here. For being fair.
I don't know what old school is like. What is old school like? Old school to me is you run the ball 40 times a game and you rely on your defense to kick ass. I don't think the Giants really do that very much.
I do like that they brought Judge in though. I think they complement each other very well.
Right.
I
like that they got a young head coach.
Yeah. I think they complement each other very well. But I also think I also really believe this, and I thought that when they first hired him. I think in terms of the fundamentals of the game, I think they are very similar. I think they both are. They strongly believe you build in the trenches. I think they both have that mindset. I definitely think Judge feels that way.
Yeah, and you do. Passing league, nope. Whatever you want to call it, the way that the NFL set up nowadays, you still win the game in the trenches. The line of scrimmage is everything. That's your battle line. That is where the battles are won and lost. And we saw that in the Super Bowl. It don't matter how good your offense is. If you can't protect your guy, you ain't winning many games.
Yeah.
And on the opposite side, if you have a really good defense, you're going to win a lot of games. If you can beat that offensive line and get to the quarterback like we did in 2007 against the greatest offense you've ever seen in the Patriots at the time, you're going to win a lot of games there too, as long as you win the line of scrimmage. That is really where the game is won and lost.
Yep. That's football 101. And JD, man, thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it. He says, facts on Judge, don't set him up. What would you guys say is or was our biggest challenge in your journeys as content creators? And did you ever think you would be where you're at? I appreciate that, man. JD, man, thank you very much, man. No, never thought I'd be where I'm at today. When I first started my YouTube, like what you have right now, you have a structured channel. Like your channel was clearly planned out. I know you're new, but you already have, I think, 500 subs, and you clearly have where your channel's going. When I first started, it was just for fun. I had no plan. Never thought it would, obviously you hope it grows, but I never thought it would be like this. And then as terms as my biggest challenge, I guess my biggest challenge as a content creator, I would say is the biggest challenge for everybody. You try to stay fresh. You try to, be innovative with your channel and just try to stay fresh. And I think that's the biggest challenge. But my biggest tip to anybody, whenever they start a channel, is just be yourself. That's what I always say, man. And make sure you're doing something that you love, because people could see right through it. If you start a sports channel, don't do it just because you're trying to make money or you feel like you want to make this your job because you think you could be good at it. No, make sure whatever you're talking about, you love doing it, whether it's cooking or whatever your channel's about. So that's my best bit of advice. But I never had any structured plan when I first started YouTube. It was just for fun for me.
For me, yeah, I mean, I've been around YouTube a long time, and the sports community certainly wasn't what it is now. There was no live streaming. There was no live streams. There was, it was way different when I started. And I came out as a trash talker. That's all it was. We didn't really discuss what was going on. We just trash talked opponents. I would say in 2017, I started to restructure things that I did because the Giants are terrible. I'm like, it sounds stupid to come out every week and try to sit there and talk crap to your opposition when you're 2-11. My son was born, and it kind of changed my personality. I mellowed out a lot. I mean, I still get pissed off, don't get me wrong, but and then in 2018, I was trying to find myself, what's my niche? What am I going to live stream? I'd live stream almost anything back then. And then I realized, let me just focus. And I always focus on the Giants. People don't like that I do the Lakers. It is what it is. But that was my niche. That ended up being successful. So I stuck with it. And you know what? Like Chris said, you have to enjoy what you're doing with anything, because if you look at YouTube like work, you're not going to want to do it. Who the hell wants to go to work every day? Which leads me into my biggest challenge is working a full-time job, raising a 4-year-old son, having a wife, having a family, trying to find the time to put in all the work that I do. That's my biggest challenge. You guys know I stream the Lakers. Most, I stream the Lakers because they play very late at night when they're sleeping. And I give myself about 4 to 5 hours sleep a night when I have to get up and work. That has been my toughest challenge, is just continuing to try to grow, continuing to do things that I love. And because of all the amazing supporters, not just my channel, but Chris's channel and everything else, you give me the energy to do it. It's to the point of 4 hours. I don't care. I'm going to go back and I'm going to do it again tomorrow. I'll be up at, the Lakers play at 10:30. I'll be streaming the game. I get 4 hours of sleep Sunday into Monday. I don't care. I love doing it. That's why if I looked at it work or I hated what I was doing, I wouldn't be motivated. Like, I don't want to do this.
Yeah. Well, I listen and get to this one second. I mean, we say it all the time, man. Our supporters is what makes us motivated to work as hard as we do on YouTube. And that's just the facts, but never, to answer your initial question, I never thought my channel would be where it is now, ever in a million years. Never thought. And Galen, thank you very much.
You want to say hi?
Little Baddog in the room.
There he is. He's making his way into the.
What's up, little Baddog?
What are you doing?
Give me a fist bump.
You can do one of these? Give him a fist bump. He punched me. What are you doing? Oh, I see someone who's eating some Oreos. We're not going to talk. We're just going to be shy. Oh, man. Yeah, there he is. There's the GOAT right there.
Galen says, why do the Texans have no picks? Because they traded them all away, Galen. That's why Bill O'Brien got fired. They made a bunch of stupid trades. Yeah, they made a lot of stupid trades.
They did. Like DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah. And Donnell, man, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm on the road a lot, so you guys are the best source of G-Men's info. I don't believe in Daniel Jones, but understanding their stance, this is one of the best executed drafts we've had in a while. And that's what I get. And that's what I always say, man. Even if you're not a believer in Jones, this offseason is if you feel like, Bad Dog, that Daniel Jones is not going to be the quarterback long term, this offseason is about setting up the next quarterback.
Yep. That's exactly what it is, because you don't want the quarterback to come. Listen, Daniel Jones came into a bad situation too. We had no offensive line. We had no cap, and we didn't have a lot to set him up. So, you don't want the new quarterback, if there is one. You hope that's not. You hope Daniel Jones is the guy for the next bunch of years. But you don't want a new quarterback to come in with the same situation where we have no offensive line. He's getting knocked around. He's got no wide receivers, and his running back's always hurt. You don't want that either. So, if Daniel Jones can't produce with this team, then it might be time to look for a different quarterback, and he'll have the pieces to succeed. Doesn't mean he will, but he will have the pieces to succeed, just like Daniel Jones does this year.
Scotty H says this is that's the draft, man. That's the way it works. It's 6, 7, and we didn't have a 5th round pick. We're gonna have 2 real quick though. We're gonna be 196 and 201, and I think now we're about 35 picks away. But then you're gonna have 2 back to back, so it'll be quick once we get there.
No.
And Astro, thank you very much. Says would love to have a beer with you guys. Come to the tailgate this year.
Oh yeah, I have a beer with anybody. I don't have one today, but I have one with anybody.
And you say all the time you'd have any type of beer with anybody if it's cold.
Unless it's Budweiser, I don't drink that. That is dog water. I'm a beer snob. I like good beer.
But you always say if it's cold, you'll have it. If somebody's giving you a beer, if it's cold, you'll have it.
I would choke down a Budweiser if someone gave it to me. Yeah. I ain't drinking like no natty ice or nothing like that. I ain't drinking that stuff.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on the natty. That's too. I am not a beer snob, but I like Budweiser. I don't love it. I would never order it. But if somebody had a 6-pack of Budweiser, I could drink it.
Don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm going to turn down a Michelob or something, but like Budweiser's gross. I'm saying I'm a beer snob because I prefer really high end. Like
yeah, of course.
There's our Belgium guys in it. There got to be someone from Belgium in here. I love Belgium. That's what that Allagash is. I love Belgium.
I will not go the college route though. I remember when I was in college and you have no money and you go to you get your fake ID and you go get the 30-pack of Busch. I won't go that route. I won't go that low. I'm not having Busch. I'm not having natty like that. I cannot do.
I ain't drinking no Peels. I ain't drinking no malt liquor. Because when I was young, it was the same thing. At 17, you're going to getting your Old English, getting your St. Ides, that type of thing. Yes, I'm not going that route anymore. The cheapest beer I drink, and I actually think it's good, PBR.
PBR is good.
But that's good. I'll drink a PBR. You get a 30-pack of that for like $14.
Yingling, too, is good cheap beer.
Yeah.
Yingling.
Yingling, Coors. I'll drink a Coors.
Yeah.
Hey, what?
Harrison, man, thank you so much for the $2 donation. I think he said it twice. Thank you so much, my man. Appreciate it. And we got a trade. What's the trade? I missed it. What's the trade? Dependable, man, thank you very much. He says, let's have a few Yinglings, boys. Maybe this tailgater next, but at some point, I'm getting both of you a call. That sounds good, my man.
Appreciate it.
Sounds good, my man. And Fiji water.
Yes. Fiji water is more expensive than the Yingling.
Yeah. If you're going to give your dog Fiji water, dependable line, we expect the Fiji water.
I'll take a Yingling.
And Harrison, thank you very much. Do you think Kadarius Toney will be a Pro Bowler? I mean, I hope. Could he be? Sure.
I mean, Evan Ingram was, so of course he can.
Yeah, there's no way I can know that, but I hope. They're showing the 49ers draft. Trey Lance, we like that pick. Instead of going with Mac Jones. Aaron Banks liked it, maybe a little earlier than most people expected. Trey Sermon, you love.
I love it.
Ambry Thomas was a cornerback prospect I liked. Maybe a little early again, but I liked him. And now they get Jalen Moore, another guard.
What are you doing? This kid. What do you got? And he showed off his boat.
Yeah, you know what's funny, Baddog? I just saw this. What does you got?
Boat. Teasing it. All right, he's had enough. It's my kid. He's silly. I wonder where he gets that from. I have no idea.
Giants fan 26. This is what's funny to me. He says Deontay Brown and Trey Smith are still somehow there. Still a chance. That's what's funny to me, though. Everybody was crying that we didn't take him, and every team has passed up on both those guys now for another 40 picks. So there's a reason those guys are getting passed up.
You want to open your PJ Masks boat?
No, this.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well,
I'll answer that in 1 second, though, Kun. And Noah Gray, the former tight end of Daniel Jones out of Duke, just got picked. Some Giants fans were saying, could we draft him late? He just got picked by the Chiefs.
Yeah, he actually caught the ball. That's something that Daniel Jones' tight end doesn't do.
Doku says, is Elijah Moore a good pickup for the – yes.
The Jets have had a great draft.
Yeah, you guys needed a receiver. I think he's a really good one. He's a slot guy. Yes, I think you guys – that was a good pick for you guys. And Greg says, we trade our 6 for the Bears 6 and 251 this. Did we do that? Or are you saying that's what you want? I don't think we did. Did we do that?
If we did that, do we have to cover it all the way up to 251?
We trade our 6. We trade our 6 for the Bears 6. Did we do? We didn't do that, guys, right? Or is he just suggesting that?
There would be. I don't think someone's suggesting that. It'd be a.
That is a weird suggestion. If that's what he's suggesting, did we do that?
Let's see. Anything on Twitter here?
All right. Somebody said we didn't.
Okay. Well, that's an interesting.
It's an interesting suggestion. I don't think we're making another trade. Great. You know what? I've said that all draft and we've made him, so I ain't gonna say anything. Maybe we'll do that. You know what? I'm gonna take a screenshot of that, Greg, and I'm gonna get. If you ever call that, I am gonna call you because you must have inside sources with the New York.
Yes.
Times. So I will give you a huge shout out if that happens.
Definitely.
Let's see what we got here. Yeah, it did not happen. Washington on the clock here. Mel's team needs quarterback. Well, they didn't draft a quarterback. I don't think they're taking one here.
Yeah,
maybe they could a backup, but
yeah, if you're Washington, that's the one thing you do worry about. Their quarterback situation is not good.
And Justin, man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. He says the Jets really drafted 2 players with the same name. Really? The same exact first and last name?
Wow, we were saying the Eagles were going to do that with the 3 Zacks that we drafted for him.
I mean, the same first name is whatever. That could happen, but I don't. Let me see the Jets draft board. And L.A. Lou, man, thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it. He says you can't run a sweep with Deontay Brown because he needs a push start to get going like a NASCAR pit. No, you can't. That guy weighs like 300. He looks like he weighs like 400 pounds. I think he's 340. I don't know. He's big. No, he's definitely not athletic. That's not his strong suit. He's a guy that you want to put in a power blocking scheme. Michael Carter. So they drafted 2 Michael Carters. Interesting.
It's a pretty common name.
Yeah, that is probably about as common as it gets, actually.
There's Ron Rivera.
And they take a safety, Derek Forrest, out of Cincinnati.
Yeah, display that towel with pride. 7-9, baby. Get it. The last time we won the division, they were 9-7. The last 2 times Washington won the division, they won by default.
Yeah. Well, yeah, especially last year.
We almost won by default, too.
We should have
won the division last year was winning it by default.
We should have won, if we're being honest, by default. Aiden, man, thank you very much. Packers have had a great draft so far. Let's go. Yeah, I'd have to look at the Packers draft picks. I haven't. Let me see.
You know they didn't take a wide receiver in the first round.
They never do. Packers draft picks. Let's see. Packers took Eric Stokes. Maybe a bit of a reach. I did like him, though. He had a great pro day. Josh Myers, the center out of Ohio State. Amari Rodgers, wide receiver, Clemson. Royce Newman, a guard out of Ole Miss. And they're going to be up at 173.
Should have taken Creed Humphrey. We were going to draft the center.
Oh, that's right. They took Myers before Creed. Yeah.
Should have taken Creed. He went to Kansas City, right?
I think he did, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Creed
I'm not
all people.
I'm going to be honest with you, Aiden. I'm not going to say I hate your draft, but I'm not in love with it. I like Eric Stokes.
What they did last year either.
Yeah.
They drafted Love and then A.J. Dillon in the second round. I thought those were – I guess this is the thing. When you have Aaron Rodgers, he's going to make a team way better than it – he's going to make a lot of players better than they probably are because he's Aaron Rodgers. He's one of the greatest to ever do it. If Jordan Love is your quarterback, you'll see how good your draft really is. I guess that's the way – that's an honest assessment, is how good are these guys if Jordan Love is your quarterback and not Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. It says, what pick are we on? 164.
Oh, 164.
164.
I was trying.
So we got 32 more picks.
We got a whole round. Let's go.
Yep. Whole round, and then they're going to be quick. They'll be within 15 minutes of one another. So
cannoli up in here. I was thinking about DoorDash and some pizza, but when I did that on my I guess my diet's out the window today. But I guess when I did that last time, when I did it for the 24-hour stream, it was like $34 for pizza. I was like, yeah, I ain't doing that again.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
It was expensive pizza.
Yeah. Colin says, who do you like that is still there? I mean, there's 2 running back prospects I still like that they could take. There's 2 offensive lineman prospects, but I'm starting to question why they're falling. So, I mean, Trey Smith is obviously a guy most Giant fans seem to want in the 4th round. He still hasn't gone. I mean, we're up to 165. We were picking at, what was our first pick, 116?
116, yeah.
So you're talking 50 picks have gone by. He still hasn't been picked.
Mel's best available. He's not even there.
And Deontay Brown being the other one that a lot of Giants fans wanted, he's still available. And then I like 2 6-round running back prospects that I think they could look at. More Elijah Mitchell, the running back, and Hawkins, the running back out of Louisville.
Yep.
Moses is still available. He's he could be a good pick too. And Sticky Fingers, man, thank you very much. Correction, Baddog. Aaron Rodgers is one of the best to ever do it, not greatest. Did Baddog say?
I said one of the greatest to ever do it. But listen, I'm not going to argue with you. I think Aaron Rodgers, I think he was great. I think that he may be a little bit overrated, though. People say he's the GOAT. He ain't.
No, he's not the GOAT. I
he's
love Aaron Rodgers.
But I am not the biggest. I respect and appreciate greatness. He's greatness, but he won 1 Super Bowl, man. If he was that great, he should have been winning more. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's one of the top. I personally think he's one of the top 5 quarterbacks ever, but everybody's entitled to their opinion. Yeah, that's
But
just
he will make your team better. He will make those around him a lot better.
he won the MVP last year.
He's smart, man. The guy can play.
The guy is arguably Peyton Manning, him, and Brady, in my opinion, are the 3 greatest pre-snap quarterbacks I've ever seen. With his ability to draw people off sides, get free plays.
All you got to do is look at how crappy Mike McCarthy was in Dallas.
Yeah.
Mike McCarthy looked a lot better because Aaron Rodgers was his quarterback.
Yeah. Yeah, Trey Smith has blood clots. I know. That's why he's dropped.
With the blood clot. He got back on track once he dumped Danica Patrick. That's true.
That's damn true.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, I mean, how could you not say Brady's the best? He got 7 Super Bowls, Afghanistan. He's the best.
Kevin Green. Is Kevin Green still alive? Why do you think he passed away? Kevin Green's still alive, right?
I'm not sure. He might have passed away.
Right there.
I'm not sure on Kevin Green. Oh, they're showing notable 5th-round picks. Stephon Diggs. What about Tyreek Hill? He's not on there. He was a 5th-round pick.
What about Richard Sherman?
Yeah, Richard Sherman, George Kittle.
Maybe they're showing Hall of Famers. Well, Stephon Diggs ain't a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, Kittle's not a Hall of Famer. Could be.
Kittle will. Yeah, he could be. There's Robert Mathis Hall of Fame. Those first 4 are Hall of Famers.
Yeah. Hill's going to
be drafted in 1994. God, it's a long time ago, man.
Yeah.
I graduated high school that year.
He did
Carolina took Hubbard.
He did die. Yeah, I thought I remember hearing that. Yeah.
I wasn't sure. I thought so too.
Colts pick is in.
L.A. Lou said he died of a heart attack.
What did I say about us trading away at 42? I called it. Good call. Authentic says McCarthy did all that without Dak and the worst defense in the league. I still think McCarthy is a decent coach. He turned around a bad Green Bay team in just a few. I think he's a decent coach. I didn't want him, but I think he's a decent coach. I'm not gonna say he's a horrible coach. But I didn't want him. And my take on him is personally, and I know you're not the biggest Rodgers fan, Authentic, but me personally, to only win 1 Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers speaks about the coach too. Because to me, Aaron Rodgers is, at least in my opinion, if not the most talented I've ever seen, one of the top 2 or 3 most naturally gifted, talented quarterbacks I've ever seen. So if he was if Belichick was his coach, he wins a lot more Super Bowls. Let's put it that way.
Well, what I'll say is Dallas should have been 0-5 with Dak Prescott because the Falcons blew a 24-point lead in the 4th quarter. That should have never, ever happened. They just sat there and watched Dallas recover on onside kick. Atlanta should have won that game. And then we should have won. We were up by 10 points. We all know the officials screwed us a couple of times in the game against Dallas. And then Andy Dalton was actually the one that brought him back and won the game. So Dak, for all intents and purposes, probably should have been 0-5. And I'm telling you, Authentic, Dallas fans were screaming for McCarthy's head at the beginning of the year because they felt like he was doing a terrible job.
Yeah.
I don't like McCarthy. I think McCarthy, again, he's not Andy Reid.
Yeah.
You know, Andy Reid's one of the best coaches I've ever seen.
Andy Reid to me is one of the top 5 coaches in my lifetime.
That's a guy, even with a good quarterback, even with Mahomes. I mean, you take Mahomes, you put Mahomes and Reid together, he's the best quarterback ever.
The guy was going 12-4 with Alex Smith.
Yeah. He was going 13-3 with no receivers in Philadelphia.
Yeah. Andy Reid's insane.
He's good.
Yeah. Like, if you look at his career record, I remember looking at this. I'm going to pull it up right now. This is Andy Reid's record as a head coach on a year-by-year basis. First year, took over probably a bad Philadelphia team. I don't remember 1999, but I would assume he got the job because they were bad the year before. They went 5-11. Second year, 11-5. Third year, 11-5. Fourth year, 12-4. Fifth year, 12-4. Sixth year, 13-3. 2005, I'm assuming there might have been an injury. They went 6-10. 2006, 10-6. 2007, 8-8. 2008, 9, 6-1. 2009, 11-5. 2010, 10-6. 2011, 8-8. Then he had the 4-12 season. He gets fired. Then he goes to Kansas City, takes over not so good of a team, 11-5, 9-7, 11-5, 12-4, 10-6, 12-4, 12-4, 14-2. He's only had 3 losing seasons, and 2 of them, and one of them was when he took over a bad team. He's only had 3 losing seasons his entire career in 22 years.
Yeah, he's good, man.
That's pretty ridiculous. That's pretty ridiculous. And DJ Smooth, man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. How many games will Trevor Lawrence win? Should he have been the first pick? He should have absolutely been the first pick. He might not have any wins at all. Peyton Manning, one of the greatest quarterbacks ever in his rookie year, went to a horrible team, much like he's doing with Jacksonville. And how many games did the Colts win?
3.
3?
I think so, 3-13 his first year.
So it's his rookie year. There's a reason he's going. He went first. He went to a horrible team. So it's a team game. I know a lot of fans don't like to realize that. It's not just a quarterback. He's inheriting a horrible team. But if they build that team around him, he's going to be damn good.
Yeah. Urban hasn't messed up yet. He will, though.
Yeah.
Urban Meyer's a disaster as a head coach. He just is. Jacksonville, no, they're probably, you usually don't win many games when you're picking first overall. You usually don't win many games the next year because you have a lot more problems than just a quarterback when you're, unless there's like a massive injury to your team, like your quarterback gets hurt, like San Francisco, for instance, where they were really good. Then they got, went to the Super Bowl, then they got banged up and they had a terrible year. And then, they rebounded. That's because their quarterback was healthy again. So that type of thing, like the Colts, for that matter. When Manning got hurt, they were terrible. They ended up with Andrew Luck. They're right back to winning again because they're a good team that lost their quarterback. But usually a quarterback getting selected first overall is because the entire team is bad, and you start building with that piece. So I don't know Jacksonville's schedule. I don't know a lot of their roster. I really don't pay attention to Jacksonville. I don't have any reason to. They're probably a 4 or 5 win team.
Yeah, they're not going to be good this year. And Dokun, thank you. He says, is Zach Wilson the next great quarterback? I like Zach Wilson.
I was going to say the Jets have to change some history if that's the case.
Yeah, I like Zach Wilson. I think he's let's put it this way. I think he's got all the tools to be a great quarterback. But you got to build the team properly. And I thought the same thing about Darnold, if I'm being honest. I know Baddog didn't, but obviously a lot of people did. And you guys, I'm sure most Jet fans felt the same way about Darnold coming in. And you guys didn't build the team properly. So my answer to you, Dokun, is if the Jets build the team, and I don't think they will. I'm going to give the Jets some credit, not just this year. I think Mekhi Becton looks like a good pick on the line. But if they don't build the team the proper way and they build it the same way they did for Darnold, he's not going to succeed. You need a team. You need players around you to be successful at the quarterback position. So if you do that, yes, I think he's going to be a very good quarterback.
I think the Jets would have been way better with him than they would have been with Darnold. I've never been a Darnold guy. I do not like USC quarterbacks at all. They're just not. They're not NFL quarterbacks. They're just not. Carson Palmer is the only halfway decent USC quarterback that I can think of. They all fail. Yeah. And Sanchez and Darnold, no exception. Matt Leinart, no exception. I am not a fan of that. That is the one school, no matter what, I just stay the hell away from that quarterback. I don't like Ohio State quarterbacks. I don't like Florida quarterbacks. That don't mean but I would definitely stay away from USC. I don't like them at all.
Yeah. But the one thing I'll say about your new quarterback, though, Dokun, and I say it all the time because I watched him a bit. I always like to watch the top quarterback prospects. The one word I could use, he is smooth. That's the one word I could use to describe him, man. The guy, I say it all the time, he's not like a robot back there. You see a lot of young quarterbacks, they force themselves to read their progression. This guy's just like boom, 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 boom. That's what impresses me. He's just natural. That's what I like about Zach Wilson when I watched him. I'm like, this guy's got some talent. I like him. I do like him. NY Giants 26, thank you very much. I'm surprised Kenny Yeboah hasn't went with 27 picks left. Yeah, I think you told me about him last year, if I'm not mistaken, NY Giants 26. We'll see if he goes. Stephen Lilly, he says, my 2 favorite Muppets, Gunna and Gonzo and Fozzie Bear. What a draft for our mighty Giants. Thanks for radio, but Lily from across the pond. What's going on, my man?
Hey, it's only 8:00 at night there for Steven. So he's bright-eyed and bushy-tailed instead of the normal 3 in the morning when he joins us.
Love Lily, man. How you doing, my man? And DJ Smooth, thank you very much. Will Trey Lance going to San Francisco be the best rookie in the quarterback club? I'm going to say this, DJ Smooth, and I said it before the draft, no matter what quarterback went there. And I would have said the same thing about Mac Jones. he is going to have the most immediate success out of any quarterback, out of the top quarterbacks.
Yeah, because that team is built to win now. A lot of them aren't.
Yeah. And he's got a great offensive mind with Shanahan.
Mm-hmm.
So he is set up the best. But what I'll say is I don't think he's going to start the year. And I don't know if Garoppolo's right now they haven't traded Garoppolo. A lot of people feel like he's a little bit developed. If the 49ers are smart, they do what the Chiefs did with Mahomes. If they're smart. I'm not saying sit him the whole year, but give him at least 8 games to sit and learn and let it sink in and learn the scheme and everything else. That is what I think they're going to do.
Yep. With Eli too.
Yeah, but I think Lance is in a great situation.
The other thing is, if San Francisco is successful the first 8 games, then you don't need to bring him in there, and he's going to sit the whole year. Like even when we made the move to Eli, we were 5-4, and we made the move to Eli, and he ended up going 1-6 in his 7 games. But we made the move midway through the season with a winning team, so that is possible.
Yeah. Yeah, I maybe he will start. The Authentic just brought up they could do what the Seahawks did with Russell Wilson, and that was a shocker, right? And maybe they will, because the Niners are a pretty good team, much like the Seahawks were when they got him. So maybe they feel comfortable, kind of like Dak Prescott. He only started because Romo got hurt.
Right.
But maybe they feel more comfortable starting him early because they have a better team around him, more so than a quarterback that would generally go number 3 overall. So maybe, but if it was me, I wouldn't rush him in. Maybe I'm a conservative approach. I thought the same thing about Jones. You didn't. I would not have rushed Jones in. I would have the same approach with Lance. I would take that opportunity to wait at least halfway through the season before I put him in. And Ant-Man, thank you very much. I saw number 4. Where are we at now? Sorry I'm late. Wilson's grandmother politely told me to piss off when I got her. We're at pick 170, so we got another
26
picks, but then we're back to back basically 196, 201. So
yeah, and they'll go real fast.
They'll go fast. So we'll be up before you know it, man. Does Tony getting suspended for disciplinary reasons in college scare you? Maybe a little bit. I understand people that are that are a little bit cautious about that and maybe have questions about that. Maybe a little bit, but what I'll say is I trust this coaching staff that they did their due diligence. You heard reports that they went out there and they interviewed people from his high school. Like they went that far back. They had a lengthy discussion with him at the pro day. I'm not going to kill them for it. I'm gonna trust that they did their due diligence on this kid.
Yeah. Again, I think with the DeAndre Baker situation, they probably went even overboard. So I don't think if the Giants were concerned about it, they wouldn't have taken him. So I think that they're going to do more due diligence than us. So I think if they had any concerns, he wouldn't have even been on their board.
Yeah. And Kuzan, man, thank you very much. Thanks for popping in. He says, Chris, a lot of guys are big on Ellerson Smith. Brett Coleman, like I said, Kuzan, once I have an opportunity after stream, I'm going to look more into him. He says Brett Coleman gave his comp as Leonard Floyd, so no surprise there because we went after Leonard Floyd hard and free agents. I can't wait to watch him. After this. And I'll have my video not out today. Well, I'll probably have a general video out after the stream, just talking about like the general philosophy with the Giants in the draft and their thought process in terms of trading down and how I feel about all that and the early portions of the draft. But I'll probably have like individual videos when I actually have an opportunity to sit down and watch the film on these prospects and give my thoughts. But I've heard a lot of good things about him, so I'm looking forward to diving into him and checking him out. And Chuchi's, man, thank you very much. Storm is brewing on the defense. Leo taking the double teams and Dex holding the run. Get edge rushers that could get home and pure secondary with depth pieces. Let's go, Chris and Baddog.
Go.
Appreciate it, my man. Yeah, dude. This defense this year, man, maybe I'm too optimistic. I think we're going to have a top 5 defense.
Good. Easier schedule, more depth. You're under Graham's system. Definitely. Your dad wants some pizza, but he's down there in Louisiana. He can't get any. So no good pizza down there.
You're not getting pizza in Louisiana.
You either have to fly back to New York or maybe we can FedEx you a slice. I don't know if it'd be good by the time I got to Louisiana. Taste of home, my man.
DJ Smooth, thank you very much. I appreciate it. He says, How do you all feel when Dave Gettleman's saying we trust DJ and not calling for Rodgers, Wilson, or Watson? Maybe they think, I mean, Dave Gettleman drafted him.
It's been in the league 2 years.
I mean, Dave Gettleman should believe in him. He drafted him. He took him 6th overall.
Yeah.
So, to me, that's obvious. Like, when you invest the 6th overall pick in a quarterback, you put your job on the line. You put your reputation on the line. That is the most important pick a general manager can make. Period.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he should believe in him. I'd be pissed if he didn't believe in him.
Yeah.
So
not the Cardinals.
Yeah. So well, I don't even need to speak about that, but that would whatever. But I that was also rare. What I'll say about the Cardinals, like, because a lot of times people like to compare the situation and they say, oh, well, the Cardinals gave up on Rosen. Rosen, first off, he played horrible in his rookie year. Daniel Jones did not, even though Jones showed certain spurts. But the Cardinals were also picking 1st overall. Like, if the Giants were picking 1st overall, I would have been like, okay, take Trevor Lawrence. Like, that was a rare, situation. Like, if the Cardinals were picking 15 the next year, they wouldn't have replaced Josh Rosen.
No. And Josh Rosen hasn't caught on anywhere else.
Yeah, that too.
No, Daniel Jones will get a starting job simply. Daniel Jones is better than Josh Rosen.
Yeah. Brian says, I'm already so excited for next year's draft. I'm not. I am looking forward to next year's season.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the season. I was going to say, definitely looking forward to the season.
Like, this is the most I've been looking forward to a season in a long time for the New York Giants, because we're going to come out, we're going to bust some heads. I'll worry about the draft when it gets here next year.
Yeah. And I hope that we're picking 32nd and 1st.
Yeah.
Our 32nd, the Bears 1st.
Yeah, exactly. Chuchi's, man, thank you very much. For people saying we didn't get an O-lineman, people have to realize we done spent big. GM and coach got to show them some confidence. Well, we drafted 3 offensive linemen last year. We drafted Hernandez in the 2nd round in 2018. I get it. Listen, I was preaching to take an offensive lineman. I would have been happy with an offensive lineman, but I kind of prepared myself going in. I understand. I mean, I would like one in the 6th, but I'm not at this point. Just take the BPA. I understand trying to fill your other holes this year because you took 3 last year. And obviously you believe in those players. They spent those picks because they believed in those players. They think they're going to grow. Listen, Joe Judge, he's a smart guy. Joe Judge is not dumb. Just like Gettleman, Judge's job is on the line. Judge has invested himself in this offensive line. He was part of that draft process last year. Judge has invested himself in Daniel Jones. He took the job full well knowing that Daniel Jones was going to be his quarterback. He believes in these players. If you believe in Joe Judge like most of the fan base seems to, you got to give him a chance to believe in this offensive line that he's put together.
Yeah, and the other thing is the players, which seems like they do, they got to believe in their head coach, and they do. Yep. I think they do, and that's why the Giants are able to get some of the bigger name free agents on the market, because I think they also believe in Joe Judge, and that's important. That's important. You need to believe in what your head coach is teaching you. If you don't believe in your head coach, you're not going to do what he says. You're not going to give 100%. How the hell is this guy? Don't know what he's talking about. I ain't doing that. This guy don't know a damn thing. Like Ben McAdoo. I ain't listening to that guy. You don't know what the hell he's talking about. I'm going to do my own thing out there, and we're going to suck. Yeah. I think these players believe wholeheartedly in the philosophy that not just Joe Judge teaches, but the entire coaching staff. And that's why you saw them in a really weird offseason where they started 3 rookie linemen, were beat up all over the place with injuries, played a really tough schedule, and really were in a lot of games. They got blown out in a couple games, but for the most part, the Giants had a chance to really win 9 games in a tough schedule with a bad season, new coaching, with a bunch of injuries and no preseason, no training, none of that stuff. Yeah. And there's no reason to think they're not going to improve with all the moves that they made, an easier schedule in the year under the system. These guys played hard for this coaching staff. And as long as they do that, you know that the coaching staff is doing their job.
Yep. And Bambino, he says, what is the status of the draft right now? We're up to 173. The Packers are up. Giants will be up in 23 picks.
Yeah.
And Chuchis, man, thank you very much. He says, this one for the chat and the 2021-2022 season, Dave Gettleman saying yes, sir, and no, sir, to Joe Judge, Fish Vegas.
There you go.
Oh, is that what he said? Dave Gettleman saying yes, sir, and no, sir. I think it's collaborative. I know fans want to say it's all Joe Judge. I ain't putting that kind of pressure on Joe Judge. I think it's collaborative. I think Gettleman has just as much say as Judge does.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
This isn't one-sided. If you want to be successful, you have to communicate.
You work together.
With anything, when you're working together in anything, you have to have communication. If you're working with anybody and you don't communicate, it ain't going to be successful. So I have no doubt they all take each other's inputs and they come to a collaborative agreement.
Yeah. And Shaw says, just got here. No. And Shaw, it's funny because I would have been happy if we took Trey Smith where we were. But now part of me doesn't even want them to draft Trey Smith because now I'm like, why? Like, it's everybody knows who Trey Smith is, and all these teams are passing on him. So there's a reason for that. We want him at 116. We're almost up to 176 now. He still hasn't been picked. So if that's the case, like, Tedderell, wow. This guy, I did some research on him because I was looking for like late interior defensive lineman prospects. This guy weighs like 350 pounds out of Florida. This guy is huge. He is strictly a run-stuffing nose tackle, but this guy is huge. I was like, maybe that's a guy that Gettleman may like, but they Tedderell Slayton, and if you're in here, Aiden, goes to the Green Bay Packers. And I'm going to tell you what, that's a great pick for the Green Bay Packers because what do they need more than anything? That team hasn't been able to stop the run at all over the last 4 or 5 years in the playoffs.
You're saying he went to the Vince Wilfork school.
Yeah, he's huge. That guy's huge. I think he's actually like 360. He's big.
Yeah.
Trivia whiz, man. Thank you very much. Judge these at least a couple of OTAs and summer camps before you could fully decide how good a coach and developer is. Yeah, I'm not putting that pressure on him. I like him. I'm encouraged by him. I think he's going to be good, but I ain't gonna name him Jesus Christ yet.
Right.
And I'm also
Win
not
a couple
gonna,
Super Bowls and you get that title here.
And I'm also not going to proclaim that he's the guy that's making all these decisions. I'm just not. Timothy, man, thank you very much. All right, fellas, have a good rest of your weekend. Great job. You're my favorite New York Giant creators. Peace. Timothy, man, thank you so much for being here. You be good, my man.
Appreciate it, brother.
And DJ Spoon says, stop the nonsense. He can't move from DJ because of Dave Gettleman. He probably wanted Herbert last year, guys. He spoke to him. I disagree. Joe Judge, since he's come here, one thing you could say, Baddog, the guy has not talked any nonsense. What he has said has been what he feels. He came out, he talked about it. He's going to have hard nose, but he's done things that he knows the media is going to eat up and chew him up and spit him out for. And the one thing he said since he's been here is how much he believes in Daniel Jones, how hard of a worker he is. And Judge is a smart guy. Judge knew when he took this job, Gettleman had just drafted Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones was coming off a pretty successful rookie campaign. Joe Judge knew full well that he was going to have Daniel Jones as quarterback for at least the first 2 or 3 years of him being the head coach. So I think he believes in Daniel Jones. If you're a head coach, you don't take a job unless you believe in the quarterback that you're taking the job with.
I agree.
He's smart enough to know that down the line, I'm going to get another head coaching opportunity. He believes in Daniel Jones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just because they speak to a guy don't mean they're interested in him.
Yeah.
They speak to a lot of guys.
Yeah.
No, everybody keeps saying Dylan Moses. No, Moses has not been picked yet.
Yeah, Dylan Moses is still on the board. And Jack wants hogs. And Durant, man, thank you very much. Fans who are bashing Dave Gettleman for not adding more line talent, just ask Aaron Rodgers about his field offers for the past 10 years. It's malpractice. Appreciate Dave Gettleman.
Yeah, they also didn't bring in any receivers for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Has.
Yeah. Tamori Terry. People want that. That is I frequently compare him to Antonio Gandy Golden last year because that's all you heard. And also Claypool. Giants fans wanted him badly too. But Tamori Terry's been a guy that a lot of Giants fans have been preaching the entire draft process. He'd make a lot of Giants fans happy in the 6th round.
Yeah.
Wow, his stock has dropped after the injury. You talking about Dylan Moses? I'm not sure who you're talking about, Ray.
He's probably Ray. He's a Bama guy, so I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah. Is Trey Smith still up? Yes. And I'm going to say I don't want him at this point because there's a reason he's still up. There were blood clots, and every team is passing on him now for 60 picks.
Like McKiper don't even have him on his board. It's like the best available.
Yeah.
Pick at 174.
And DJ, man, thank you very much. Joe Judge, the CEO, and that's what he's going to say. But he took the job knowing that Jones was going to be his quarterback. And Ernest Brown just got drafted by the Rams. I think we all agree. Smart. He knew he was going to be the quarterback. Baddog, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Go to the bathroom.
The bathroom.
The bathroom. That first time today for him. I drank a pot of coffee, so we're good. Giants up again, Chris K at 196. So we're 22 picks away from the Giants' first 6th round selection. They'll have one at 201. And so those go really fast. The Jets are on the clock now. Hey, Nick, thanks for dropping the link to my channel. Appreciate that. Always. JB and Hawkins. Yeah, I know Chris likes Hawkins. I like Roundtree myself. I think the Giants need to get a running back. I worry about our running back depth. You want Saquon Barkley to stay completely healthy, but last 2 years he's had some pretty serious injuries. The high ankle sprain, the torn ACL. I wonder how durable he is. You don't want to just have Devontae Booker sitting back there. You kind of want some depth at that running back spot. And again, they could always go under at the free agent. They did it last year with Javon Leake. I was surprised Javon Leake never got a shot with the Giants. But we'll see. Lobby won Dylan Moses. Again, there's a reason these guys dropped this far back in the draft, though, too. So, and I always say, like I said, at this juncture, I don't know if there's a player that I pinpoint. I like I said earlier, I just go for the best athlete at this point, and just hope you can hone their skills and turn them into. You're hoping you get guys that make the team as special teams players this late in the draft. If they become more, it's a bonus. But yeah, it's 420. Yeah, it is. 420 crew. You know what to do. Smoke them because you got them. Whoever's an hour ahead can do it because it's 320 here. Time to take a hog. It was much. Yeah, I agree, Afghanistan. I think if the Giants are going to address the offensive line, they would have done it earlier because, as I said earlier, is there really a guy in the 6th round you're like, this offensive lineman is going to make a difference, come in and start day one? No. So take best player available at this point. That's not, you don't draft for need. Just you take the best guy available. Like I said, if the Giants have a guy that was like projected to go 150 and they're picking 196, maybe that's what they do.
Yeah.
So.
No, I mean, you're talking about taking the best available?
Yeah, well, people are like, saying Dylan Moses, and I was just saying there's a reason guys fall back. And like I said, for me, I'm not really pinpointing a guy anymore. There's not like I got to have this guy in the 6th round. Yeah.
No, at this point, it's kind of like, let's just wait and see who they take, and then we'll research the guy a little bit and find out about him if you don't know who he is.
Right. And
I mean, you got your favorites, but
Stone Sour with my favorite. Baba Booey, Fluffa Funky, Baba Booey.
I'm gonna put my guy out there though that I think my prediction, even though it's like a 2% chance it'll happen with all the prospects that are out there. Mitchell, if he's there, I think they're going to take Elijah Mitchell because of his ties to the coaching staff. I think they'll take a running back and they'll go Elijah Mitchell. That'll be one of the 2 picks. That'll be my prediction. Peterman. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to take Justin Pinnock from Pittsburgh.
There you go. Pete, man, thank you very much. Chris, did you ever think before Thursday that we'd get through this draft without any O-lineman taken? No. Well, I thought there was a strong possibility we might not take one till the 3rd or the 4th round, at least like a 40% chance, 50% chance. But no, I didn't. I thought we would take at least one offensive lineman. But again, Pete, like I said the entire stream, I'm going to trust the coaching staff. They drafted 3 last year. They believe in those 3 players, and hopefully they get the most out of them. And they were rookies last year. They started to progress as the year went along. There's definitely holes, especially to Shane Lemieux's game. Matt Parrott's kind of an unknown. They obviously believe in the guy. So I'm going to trust their evaluation with those players last year and hope that they progress into their 2nd season.
Yep.
And Michael, man, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Go big or go home. Super Bowl champs will be here. Come big. Love it. Love it, Michael.
You're the best thing ever.
Let's go. DJ Swift, thank you very much. 2019 was a trash quarterback draft. The only thing I'm blaming him for not waiting for quarterback until 2020. The guy from the school you go to means nothing. He says a quarterback from that means nothing. The school you go
Drew
to.
Brees went to Purdue.
The school you go to means nothing. There were several quarterbacks that go early in drafts that don't go to the biggest schools. Like Texas Tech's not the biggest school. Pat Mahomes. So, I mean, it means nothing to me. What school the quarterback?
With Mahomes, it's a Power 5 conference, but
it's not like, so you're not talking like Oklahoma.
Right.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, and it doesn't matter. I mean, look at Alabama. There's no good quarterbacks come out of Alabama.
Yeah.
Namath and Stabler, Bart Starr. So you after 1972 or whenever Stabler was drafted into 73, who the hell's the quarterback out of Alabama that was any good? That's one of the biggest schools there is.
Zach Wilson, BYU. Steve Young, BYU.
Right. So you don't know. Like I said, Purdue for Drew Brees.
Yeah.
Tony Romo came out of Eastern Illinois or whatever, right? I mean, what the hell school is that?
Carson Wentz, North Dakota,
Right.
as well as Trey Lance. Sean, man, thank you very much. Shout out from the UK. Just got back from the pub. Why haven't we taken offensive line? Proof is in the pudding, and there are players on the Colonel line that showed they aren't good enough. My answer to you, Sean, is that they believe that the young players are going to get a lot better this year. That's my answer to you. That I'm not saying they're right. I hope they're right, and we're going to find out this year. But I that's my answer to you. I think they feel with another year of continuity, growing together, that they'll take a big step forward together as a unit.
And I'm gonna answer Sean's question with a question. I'm going to say, what kind of beer did you have at the pub?
There you go.
Little Harp. That's good beer, right? Is that England? Is that England Harp?
I know England is if I'm not mistaken.
Isn't the UK Harp?
Isn't Smittix England?
Smittix is a good one. Yeah.
That's England, I think. I think Smittix is England. Phil Sims, Morehead State. Yeah, there's a good one.
There's a bunch of them.
Derek Mill, thank you very much. I just saw a football PG predicting we go, a football page predicting we go for. I don't care. I don't care. Last year, everybody predicted we win 2 games. We won 6. I don't care about football pages predictions, and to me, that's a ridiculous prediction.
Yeah, well, it's probably nobody of any value anyway. And the media always underplays they always undersell the Giants. Both years you won the Super Bowl, they're like, oh, that team ain't going to do anything. That team stinks. Yeah, okay, well,
Oh, it's my bad. It's Irish. My bad.
Oh, Irish. It's Irish. What the hell is you? What the hell? English? Oh, Wells. Wells is English. Wells toffee pudding beer. That's a good one. Wells banana bread beer. That's a good one. Those are good UK beers.
Yeah. He says, but if I told you he's not special like Wilson Fields, Lawrence, and Lance, you would tell me I'm crazy, right? I mean, I'm going to tell you it's yet to be determined. That's what I would tell you. And I'm going to be honest with you, and maybe I'll be wrong. And everybody's got their own opinions going into drafts. I don't think Fields is special. I think Fields could be a good quarterback, but I don't watch him and I'm like, oh my God. I don't. I don't. I think Wilson could be. Lawrence is, and Lance could be, but Lance is a complete project.
Listen, I say I don't like Ohio State quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I do think Justin Fields can be a good quarterback.
Could be, but I don't drool over him when I watch him.
No, I don't drool over him because it has a lot to do with the college you went to, but that kid can play.
Yeah.
And the Bears must have thought so too. You're not giving up a first-round pick to move up there to get him if you don't.
And T-Man, thank you very mumuch. Odds that Houston swaps Watson for Rodgers. I don't think anybody's taking Watson right now with the sex allegations.
No.
I don't think any. And I don't see Green Bay wanting to do that. They drafted their next quarterback. They got Jordan Love. They traded up to get him. So I just think if they trade Rodgers, they're handing over the reins to Jordan Love.
Yep.
Much like they did with Favre to Rodgers. The Ant-Man, thank you very much. Harp is Irish. George Washington said, I was his best receiver through a tight spiral.
I see Zach Wilson's mom made it back in the chat.
Yeah. She says, I got to see sketch for the Giants. I mean, we already know the teams they're playing. We just don't know the order.
Right.
They're playing the AFC West. So all 4 teams in that division.
The NFC South.
They're playing the NFC South.
6 teams in our division.
And Miami.
Right.
That's the 17th game.
And then they play what? They play Chicago.
They play Chicago, who finished.
And who's the team in the West?
And the Rams. The
Rams.
Yeah.
We played those teams last year.
Yeah. You never have to wonder, man. Thank you very much. Yo, Tana, Deontay Smith, Dylan Moses, if they fall, W. Deontay Smith is a big, big man. I'll say that. I think it's going to come down to if they feel like he fits the blocking scheme. And Dylan Moses, I would like. I would like Dylan Moses. He should not still be available. But The question I keep asking with Trey Smith and Deontay, all these guys, I think you meant Deontay Brown. I thought you meant Deontay Brown. You said Deontay Smith. But the question I have with all these guys is, why are they falling? Why? Oh, you meant Deontay or Trey Smith. Yeah. So the question I have with both of those two guards in particular, why do they keep falling? Like every team is passing on them. So I don't know.
Cowboys got a receiver. They finally went offense.
That's
Simi
their-
Fehoko.
That's their first offensive pick.
Yep, from Stanford. Yepers.
I'm getting a call from Bobby. Should I take it from Talking Giants?
Man, why not?
Put him on the live? He knows I'm live. Hold on 1 second. Bobby, what's going on?
Nothing. We're bored. We were talking about what we were streaming, so I wanted to see how you were.
Hold on, let me take off my headphones so I can hear you. What'd you say?
We were just bored on the stream. We're streaming as well as you. We knew you were streaming, so I called you to see how you guys were doing, how you're feeling.
Baddog, how you doing? Let him know.
I'm pumped, baby. Let's go.
Here for the headphones, but I want.
Why can't I hear Baddog now? I took the headphones off, but I can't hear Baddog now. What just happened?
I don't know.
Did I do something? Hold on 1 second.
Calling to say hi. How do you feel about the draft so far? Then I'll let you go.
I mean, real quick, how I feel about the draft. I'm a little surprised. I mean, I probably like you. I'm a little surprised we didn't go offensive line at all. But at the end of the day, I think it's much like last year where Judge and Gettleman, they took the BPA. Like they didn't look for need. They took the guys that they felt were the best players available that fell to them on their board. That's what it seems like to me. Haven't gotten a chance to do a ton of research on the edge prospect, but I know.
Yeah, we saw that. I mean, he's a good passer. Yeah, I was the O-line in the first round, but then it's like round 4. I'm not going to expect to take Phil Needs, just get the best player available.
It's the same thing they did last year. Like last year, they took 6 or 7 linebackers in their, or 4 linebackers in their last 4 picks or whatever it was. They're just taking the best players on their board at this point, and that's what good teams should do late in the draft.
Yeah. All right. I just wanted to say hi.
All right, Bobby, be good, my man. Yeah, I was talking Giants. I don't know why I couldn't hear you when I took the headphones off. That was weird.
That's all good. You didn't miss much. I just said I'm pumped. Let's go. That was about it.
There you go. Let's see. Chiefs took Powell. Oh, the wide receiver? I missed that. He'll probably be great there. The receivers always turn out well over there.
Well, he got Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes. It certainly helps.
Yeah. They want to draft a 6th-round lineman to make the Hall of Fame. You didn't know? C3? Yeah. Hey, one thing I'll say is Gettleman in the – and I'm not saying we're going to – I don't know what we're going to do. But the one thing I'll say is Gettleman in the past has found good value with offensive linemen late in drafts. Darrell Williams, I think, was like a 5th or 6th-round pick with the Carolina Panthers. He made a Pro Bowl. So he has had success in the past. Lou made the Trey Smith Twitter. All right, I'll take a look when I can. Thank you very much. Just speaking of my Rams, they've added defensive tackle, defensive end, inside linebacker, cornerback, and 2 wide receivers. Critics will probably give them a C. They can kiss my tookies. We forfeited our defense and added some weapons. 3 more picks in the 7th. You got so many picks today, man. You got so many picks.
A lot of picks. That was like us last year. We had a ton of picks in this day last year.
And thank you so much, Ellie, by the way.
Wait, what we have last year? 4th, 2 5th, 6th, and 4 7ths, something like that. We had a lot of picks last year.
We had 4 7ths, I think. We had 10 picks.
Yeah, we had a lot of picks.
Yeah, we had
the second day.
Trey Smith's Twitter. Let me see what he said. 2 hours ago, finally some recognition. That's what I see. Somebody mentioned his name. That's all I see from Trey Smith's Twitter. If that's what you wanted me to look at, he retweeted something. That's all I see. And DJ Swoopman, thank you very much. 3 teams that win in the draft and us beating Pat Mahomes this year. How likely? 3 teams that wins in draft, and is he asking the 3 teams that we think won in the draft?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, us beating Pat Mahomes. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna pick us to beat the Chiefs.
Yeah, I'm not going there yet.
Yeah, am I gonna be shaking my boots when we play them? No. I think we'll be competitive, but no, I'm not gonna pick us to beat the Chiefs. But as far as the 3 teams, I think we had a good draft. There's no way off the top of my head I can remember every draft pick from every team. The Jets, I pay attention to because they're a New York team. I think they've had a great draft.
Cowboys have had a good draft.
Cowboys have had a good draft. I'd have to look at the draft charts. I don't love Green Bay's draft. There's one team because Aiden asked me to look. I think it's okay, but I wouldn't say they're one of my 3 teams. I'd have to look at that. Miami, they had 2 picks. I'm trying to remember who they took.
Waddle
I like. And then they took who'd they take at 18?
I don't remember.
I'd have to look at the draft board. Maybe I'll look at that when I get a chance. And Doku, man, thank you very much. He says Jets just need some O-line, protect Zach Wilson. You guys have an
Barrett Tucker, and you got Becton last year building.
Yeah, I think you're building. Chris, look who Sammy Fehoko is. Cowboys. Yeah, I think one of my other subscribers pointed him out the other. Oh, Phillips. They got Jalen Phillips. That's right. Miami at 18.
That's right.
Yeah, Miami.
Did you get the Imps super chat up there?
Did I miss it? Hold on.
About the airport?
Oh, I did not. He
Right.
says, I'm headed to the airport, Lisa, a.k.a. Zach's mom. Will pick me up in Salt Lake. She's into fossils. Good luck, him. Good luck, him. Trey Smith retweeted, "We'll never forget." I mean, he was supposed to be a 3rd or 4th round pick, so he's probably upset, and maybe he'll take it as motivation.
Yep.
I think it's the blood clots. I think that's what made him drop. And Wyatt, man, thank you very much. A good finish to this draft would be Trey Smith and Marvin Wilson. Marvin Wilson, defensive tackle. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Duo.
No.
And Tom Time, man, thank you very much. Should Judge hire Faruqi for the offensive coordinator and the other Faruqi for the defensive coordinator? I'd have to talk to them, and I'm going to have to talk to the official sponsor of the channel. You go and check them out. He is a smart guy, and he knows his football somewhat, but I'll have to talk to him and find out if he if he's interested in that position.
Yeah. Well, when you're an attorney, you got to be a pretty smart guy.
Yeah.
You don't just give that to anybody. They just don't hand out law degrees to anybody.
Yeah. VM says my picture is Vlad the Impaler. Oh, is that who it is? Vlad the Impaler?
Yeah.
That was Vladimir Guerrero's nickname.
He's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Impaler, he was a good one.
Thank you, man. Thank you very much.
Impaler.
Ah, is that why his name's the Imp?
The Impaler.
I get it.
Yes.
Nikki Sapp, thank you very much. TMZ story out on the radio, host raving about Wilson's mom. Yeah, I saw somebody else raving about Wilson's mom also. I think it was on ESPN. I can't remember.
Everybody in this chat.
Well, I know that.
She's become an overnight celebrity.
Yes, she has. And Sean, thank you very much. Lads had a couple of Guinnesses and the same San Miguel's. No English beer, unfortunately, but definitely no water, a.k.a. American beer. You're right about that.
Well, wait, Sean, we do got some good ones. Have you ever had a Sam Adams? That's a legitimate American.
Sam Adams is a good beer. That's a good beer.
That is a legitimate. Yeah, I'll give you. Budweiser's garbage.
Well, the mainstream like Coors Light, Bud Light, Miller Light.
Sean, Sam Adams. You get a chance to get a Sam Adams lager, and I don't know if you like IPAs. Just get your regular Boston lager. Sam Adams is probably that. I would say that's the best beer that is made in America. Sam Adams. Yeah. Not, again, the mainstream, not the craft beers and all that other stuff. Because I love local breweries like Brown's, Brooklyn Ale. Like I like those myself. But Sam Adams, brother, if you get a Sam Adams, try it out.
Yeah. No, I like Sam Adams too.
Sam Adams is good stuff.
Dokun says, should the Giants pursue Aaron Rodgers? There's rumor. I don't see it. It's not going to happen. I don't know where you're reading. I don't know where you're reading the rumors, but it's not going to happen. The only teams I've heard really linked to him is on the West Coast. That's the Raiders. That's the Broncos, and I can't remember the 49ers. No, not the. They do after the quarterback, so not them.
Yeah. Let me hit the bathroom.
Do what you got to do. Back. Ramon, man, thank you very much. Why you still think Stone Forsythe is still there? I mean, I think he was supposed to go from what I've read around the 5th or 6th round. I'm not too surprised that Stone Forsythe is still there. I think Bobby liked him as like a 6th round prospect though, so I'm not too surprised that Forsythe is there. I know he had good game film when he showed him against. Who was the edge rusher he showed? Oh, I think it was Ojulari actually, where they showed Forsythe eating him up. Bobby showed that film breakdown, but yeah, I think he was supposed to go in the 5th or 6th round, so I'm not too surprised he's still available. The other guy, Trey Smith, is a surprise. Roche is a surprise. I like Roche. That's a guy I wouldn't mind. I know we've already taken 2 edge rushers, but at this point, you're taking BPA. I wouldn't mind Roche. How is he still available? I wouldn't have minded him in the 4th. Baltimore takes Ben Mason, fullback out of Michigan. Giants are going to be up in 11 picks. Yeah, he's still on the board. They never do. They never do 3 mock draft. It's good. Mock drafts are good because you get to learn about the prospects, but you never do, man. They never close.
No, it's like the weather. I told you, just whatever.
Yeah. Dylan Moses is a steal. Yeah, there's still a lot of good players there that we're supposed to go much higher. Saz Sherrod, a lot of people liked him. Shi Smith. There's a lot of good players.
Took Surratt for some reason.
The other Surratt.
Maybe somebody mentioned Surratt. Oh, there was another one. Okay.
Yeah, Chaz Surratt. Yeah. The Imp-Man and Felton. Keep an eye out for him. He's a lot of people have told me about him. He's like a versatile running back / wide receiver. He's an interesting guy. And Imp-Man, thank you very much. American crafts are awesome. Dogfish, I like. Dogfish had bad. Thanks for explaining that to Chris now. Loan him the razor.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
Yeah, I got it. I'll shave tonight. DJ Smoothman, thank you very much. Why do people think Dak and the boys win in the East? And will you be more critical of the Giants? I've been waiting for you to rip the team. I mean, yeah. I mean, I ripped them once last year because they deserved it. And that was after the the Niners game, yeah. And the Arizona game, too, I think I did. But listen, I mean, I try to be fair. I try to realize where they are in the process. They're rebuilding. This year, I mean, I can't tell you. It depends on how they play. But I'm definitely going to expect more this year than last year.
I'll say that. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, it depends on how they play. Depends on how they play.
More critical of the Yankees than any team I watch, though, and it's not close. I'm really critical of them.
Yeah. Look at Trey Smith's tweet. Was there another one? Hold on.
Nick, thank you for dropping a link to my channel, buddy. Always appreciate that. And if you guys haven't done so, hit the thumbs up button. It always helps out the stream. I don't know how many we got. I think we had 1,100. So let's see if we can get 1,200. More.
I was looking at the wrong Trey Smith before. There was another Trey Smith. This the Trey Smith that we're talking about is saying that he will never forget how bad he's been dropped. And that was 16 hours ago. That was before today. So he's dropping a lot more. He'll definitely never forget now.
Right. Yeah. That's good. I mean, you want those guys who are going to play with chips on their shoulders.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean much. I mean, you can be as mad as you want, but if you can't play, you can't play.
Yeah, you could probably, if you looked up 50 prospects right now, they probably all said we'll never forget.
Right. They worked for Tom Brady.
I did. Yeah. And Gritman, thank you very much. Smith and Brown on the board still crazy, but speaks volumes. Maybe the Giants take a chance on one of them, but we will likely learn more about why. Well, Grim, I think it just cements the fact that the Giants had every right to pass up on them because every other team has now for 60 picks.
Right.
So they didn't make. You can't complain about them not taking them. Nobody took them.
The Jets got a lot of picks today too.
Did you see Mark Holmes arguing with a Washington fan at a grocery store? I did not, Scott.
No. Where was that?
Maybe it's on his page.
It probably is. I mean, why wouldn't he record a video at the grocery store? Maybe he records everywhere else.
He's got to rename his channel to Mark Holmes, The Truman Show.
Mark Holmes Vlogs. It don't matter what he's doing.
Just be live 24 hours a day. Just be live.
Let me break out which tells me this. That was scripted.
Yeah.
You're going to turn your camera on when you're arguing with somebody. Because I mean, can you imagine somebody? I can tell you this. Somebody tries to record me and I see them, I'm knocking their phone out of hand. I'm like, don't put me on the cam. Who the hell are you? Get that out of my face.
Yeah.
I'm just going to let some stranger record me.
Carlos says, when you look up a hog in the dictionary, it's a picture of Deontay Brown. Let me show you guys a picture of Deontay Brown. I posted it on Twitter today. This guy's a hog. I mean, he is literally the definition of a hog, but this is Deontay Brown. This is a big fella right here. Hold on one second. There's Deontay Brown. That's a big man.
Woo!
That's a big man right there.
That's the Vince Wilfork School of Linemen. That is a house. He's a city block.
Yeah.
He's a condominium. Look at that guy.
That's a whole pig pen.
He's got that's a whole pig farm.
Yeah,
that is a man.
That's a big man right there.
I want that guy now. Deontay Brown. And why do we draft offensive line? You draft Deontay Brown, you got the whole line. You got all 5 spots.
Yeah, that's a big fella right there. That's a big man right there.
Jesus.
And Tom says, who's better, Thomas plus Parrott or Becton plus AVT?
Well, that's not fair. I mean, Becton and AVT are both first-round picks.
Yeah, I mean, it's still yet to be determined. We got to see how Parrott plays, but it's and how AVT plays. It's still yet to be determined. But yeah, like Baddog said, they're both first-round picks.
Yeah, they should be. That combination should be better, honestly.
Yeah,
but I hope that Thomas and Parrott are better, obviously.
Yeah, that's a big man, though. Baddog. Let's take another look at him real quick.
Yeah, let's marvel at the size of a human being. That I mean, this guy is. He probably listed at like 340. He's like 440, but
340 is like his left calf.
Look at that guy. Yeah, I mean. Can you imagine this dude laying into you one time? His meals weigh more than me.
Yeah, that's a big man.
That is a big boy. So let's say that's a zip code. Yes. He should have 5 numbers on his back for a zip code.
Matt G says HUGE.
I want that guy.
Huge.
Deontay Brown, come home, baby. I want him to be a giant. He is a giant. That guy's a giant of a man.
Dependable Line says, dude looked like he ate Arby's out of business.
Jesus, that's a big boy.
Yeah.
I want him to be a giant now. He's giant. He is a giant person. He should be a giant.
I agree with you on that. And Chuchi's, man, thank you very much. Wouldn't mind an O-line now in the draft point, depth and development pieces. I would like a O-line here, but again, BPA, I'll take it, whoever it is.
I know Kyle Pitts is the man. Don't get me wrong. I still can't believe the Falcons took that guy at 4 with all the needs that Atlanta has to go tight end in the top 5. Atlanta should have traded that pick, for being fair. They should have traded that. Then somebody would have traded it for Kyle Pitts.
Or taken a quarterback.
Right.
Yeah. And Sean, man, thank you very much. Trey Smith not drafted because Deontay Brown ate him. Oh, is that what it is? Shaw solved it. That's what it is.
That is a big guy. Holy cow. That's a big boy, man. That looked like Vince Wilfork. He was that size.
Yep.
A big boy. And Gilbert Brown, remember him? The Packers?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, they were defensive.
Yeah, he could eat those guys. DJ Swoop says, are 6th-round players playing this year? They could. Last year they did. Tate Crowder was a 7th-round guy.
Yeah, so was Carter Coughlin, right?
Yeah. Cam Brown.
And Cam Brown. They were all 7th-round guys that played.
He was 6, I think, but yeah.
Was he?
Yeah, I think he was 6. And then we had 4. I'm
trying to remember. Who are guys? I know Brunson was a 7th round. Brunson, Coughlin, Williamson was
and Carter Coughlin.
I thought Williamson was our 6th round pick. And
I could be wrong. I thought
Cam Brown was 7th. I mean, I could be wrong too.
Yeah. But yeah, they were all late.
Was a 7th round. But I think you're right, Chris. I think Chris Williamson was like number 247. So maybe 3 of those guys were.
They were all late. And most of them played.
And then all of them pretty much had an impact at one time or another. They all made plays.
Yeah, because we had injuries.
Tate Crowder had a couple of big plays for us.
I like Tate Crowder.
He had the scoop and score. Was that against Dallas or against who did he have the scoop and score against?
I think it was Washington.
Yeah.
I think it was Washington. Yeah. Irish says, looks like Stay Puft Marshmallow. He's big, man.
He ate the Stay Puft Marshmallow, man.
And Daniel Saint says he's so fat, defenses will run. I think if you have a guy like that, it has to be for a specific blocking scheme, like a power run blocking scheme.
They put him in on the goal line. The hell with it. Line him up in the backfield like they used to do with the fridge. Line him up. Lead blocker. Let that guy block for Saquon.
J2 says he would say you're not touching Jones. Man's a beast. Yeah.
That is a big guy.
And Doku says, is it me or what water do the Wilsons drink?
That's that Mormon life. You live that clean life.
They're good-looking people.
You look like that, I guess.
They're good-looking people. There's no doubt about it.
I don't know about,
And
they're going to look good to Jets fans if that kid succeeds, because if he doesn't, they don't care what you look like.
Oh, yeah, exactly. The Ant-Man, thank you very much. Damn, New England had an awesome draft. I looked up at – I agree with you. We said that last night. We thought that New England got great value. Yeah.
Yeah, they got Ronnie Perkins in the third round. I thought that was a great pick for them.
And their second-round pick, I like, too, at 38. They took somebody who shouldn't have been there. I'm trying to remember.
Right?
Yeah, Christian Barmore. Yeah. They had a good draft.
They did. They always do.
Yeah.
Did they? They didn't take a – oh, and Mac Jones, of course.
Yeah, Mac Jones in the first.
Yeah. But
even that was pretty good value.
Yeah, definitely. Mac Jones would be good there.
Yeah.
I think. Someone says I'm surprised that Mitchell's still available. I mean, that could happen.
Yeah, Quincy Roche and Dylan Moses, both good players still there.
Yep.
MY Giants 26 says, why is no one talking about his sister? I have not seen his sister.
I haven't seen him either.
I'm sure they look good.
Well, they look like your mom. I mean, obviously.
What's up, Elvis?
Yeah.
Yeah, Trey Smith's still there. Usually when they've gone to commercials, they show the bottom line. I don't have the bottom line right now.
Me neither, because they're local commercials.
Oh, is that what it is?
I think that's what happens, because I got a local one too.
Yep.
So
we're up to 188. We're almost there, Baddog.
Almost.
Home stretch.
It is a home stretch. Drake, that's what happens when you have 80 picks or 80 picks in between your picks. It does take a long time.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys. Give me your prediction, Baddog. Who are going to be the two picks here for the Giants?
I don't know if I have a guy in mind, but I got no idea, Chris. I really don't.
Yeah.
They got to go run. They have to take a running back. I feel like they've got to take a running back. They just need that position. And I'll just give you positions. I'll see. I would like Roundtree right here. I don't know. Maybe Dylan Moses.
I'm going to go
Moses and Roundtree.
I'm going to go Elijah Mitchell, running back. And I'm going to go I just don't think they're going to take Trey Smith.
Yeah, I think if they wanted a lineman, they would have done it earlier.
I think they're going to take a lineman. I just don't think it's going to be Trey Smith. Which lineman it's going to be, I'm not sure, but I don't think it'll be Trey Smith.
They got to take Deontay Brown. They got to.
And DJ Smooth, thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it. He says, how many games does Zach Wilson, he my boy? How many games how many wins? 5, 6. He's a rookie. Not a lot. 5, 6. He's taken over a bad team. 5 or 6. Jets will win 5 or maybe 7 games this year.
Yep. Oh.
Jeff, man, thank you very much. Thoughts on the Cowgirls colluding with the Pigeons on Devontae Smith pick? Awesome job on the stream, by the way. I'll start and I'll let Bad Dog finish. I don't think they did anything wrong because, like, when it first happened, the way I looked at it was, well, if they let him go, he was going to go to a divisional rival anyway. And I think that's the way the Cowboys looked at it. I think had it not been that exact situation, they probably wouldn't have traded with the Eagles.
Jeff, I think they did the Giants a favor because we ended up with a wide receiver who a lot of people thought Kadarius Toney was really good wide receiver, probably the 4th best receiver in the class. And we ended up with the Bears' first-round pick next year and their 5th this year, which we turned into Aaron Robinson, and we got their 4th next year. So I actually think the Eagles did us a favor. And there was a lot of reports that came out saying the Giants really were only interested in Waddle. They really were not interested in Devontae Smith. So they made the Eagles think they were, and the Eagles had to give up a 3rd. So I think they helped us, honestly, because that also allowed not that Fields was going to go anywhere there anyway, but It allowed us to make the trade, I think.
I agree with that. It definitely allowed us to make
If
the trade.
Devontae Smith is there at 11, I don't think we're trading with the Bears.
Yeah. And Dylan says Wilson will pull a countless amount of women. I agree with that.
Well, I mean, they did have Joe Namath.
Yeah.
Maybe Zach is the new. Well, no, Zach's a Mormon, right? They can't do that.
They're allowed to marry multiple women.
Oh, that's right. They are. Oh, then perfect.
Yeah, he's gonna be having.
So he
swing
is Joe Namath. The Broadway Joe. Well, he's not. Broadway's acting on the same ring to it.
Yeah. And dependable line, man. Thank you very much. I'm hot taking running back and Davis Mills. Dependable line says. Okay, that's who you like. Okay, we'll see. And sorry, go ahead.
Marlon Tuipulotu. The Eagles fans are going crazy about that right now. Probably talking about how great he is.
Defensive tackle out of USC. We're 6 picks away now, Baddog. Coming close.
Coming close.
DM says Lisa's already on an Instagram star. Said Abby Guile is her BGF. Only 73 more. 6 more picks, man. 6 more. 10 more. 11 more, rather, until you see both.
Yep.
Then we're done.
Yep.
And I'm not surprised that she's an Instagram star.
Me neither.
Angel, man, thank you very much. Moses or Brevin Jordan got picked. He was picked at like 150.
Yes.
Moses, I think, is still available. And I'd be open to Moses. Let's see. Last one here is Daniel. He says, Giants having awesome draft. Chicago playing NFC West this year. New York Giants will have the first and 32nd pick. That's the dream.
That is the dream, baby.
That's the dream, my man.
No doubt.
And we're getting ready to go here. Cincinnati pick is in. And we got the Eagles again. I feel like the Eagles pick every fifth pick.
They had 10 picks. They're 8 picks. They had a lot of picks today. And they got more in the 7th round.
Yeah, and Dallas.
Trey Hill went to Cincinnati.
Center, Trey Hill, Georgia.
The Ravens are on the clock. Ravens took Bateman with their first pick. They had 3 5th-round picks.
They had 2 first, too. They got who's their second? I can't remember. They got Bateman and somebody else in the first. I can't remember.
Oh, I just saw it. I slipped my mind, too. I just saw the damn thing.
Hey, Chris L., thank you very much. Major respect for the grind the past. I appreciate it, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you for being here.
Of course.
Yeah. And Simon, it says, Tana, as a Mormon, it's funny to joke about marrying multiple women, but I couldn't tell if you were or weren't, but we're not allowed to. Oh, no, I honestly thought that was what it was.
Oh, I don't know. I know my buddy, he's Muslim. He is allowed to have more.
Yeah, I wasn't even trying to be funny, Simon. I legitimately thought that's Mormons were allowed to have multiple wives. I thought that was the thing. So I'm sorry if I offended you, Simon. I honestly felt that way. Thought that. So my mistake.
Yeah, obviously many people do. If he said that people joke about it. I don't know either because, I'm not. So I don't know how that works. Like I said, my buddy, he can. He's Muslim. He actually can have more than one wife. And he said, why the hell would I want to do that? I don't want one.
And Eric, man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. He says, Jalen Twyman from Pittsburgh. That's who you want? All right, there's your call, Eric. We'll see if you get it right. Let me take a screenshot.
Take Teron Jackson from Coastal Carolina.
By the way, I took 5 screenshots, so if I forget and you guys got it right, remind me and I'll post a screenshot.
What is why do we have a band right now?
They had a ban the entire draft, but now that I don't know why they're playing. Is it maybe a change of a? No, it's not a change of a round, is it?
No.
I guess they're just trying to get more commercial time.
I don't know. Coastal Carolina had a really nice year this year.
And Allison, thank you so much. Hey, Chris and Kevin, opinion on Ellerson Smith? Yeah, I mean, so far, I'm going to be honest, Allison. Like I said, I didn't know a lot about him when we drafted the guy. I'm going to do more research after the fact, but what I'll say is based on what I'm hearing, it sounds like it was a steal. From what a lot of my subscribers have told me in the stream, it sounds like it was a steal. And he seems like a very high upside pick late in the draft, so it was worth a shot there. That's what you're looking for day 3 in the draft.
Yeah, he was 73 on Daniel Jeremiah's big board. We got him at 116. Again, he's got good size. I mean, and somebody mentioned that he's like a Jason Taylor type of player, and Jason Taylor's a Hall of Famer. So, I mean, if he comes out anywhere as close to Jason Taylor, then obviously it's a huge win. But obviously he's got good size, and that's a good 6'6", 252 or whatever he was. So good athleticism.
Yeah. And the imp says,
that's why I liked what's his face late in the draft, Joshua Kindo, for the same reason. So
Florida State, maybe he'll pick him. Stick with your guy.
KJ Britt
at Auburn, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been great. You guys were great. Dollar Shave Club is the bomb, by the way. I got to shave. Yeah. Thanks. And I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for being here, man. Thanks for all the support you always show.
I think that Gillette or Dollar Shave Club should sponsor the Chris and the Baddog show. I think
they'd have endless supply.
Right? They should. Right.
We go through the razor blades every day. And Galen, thank you very much. Deontay Brown's leg braces are made from adamantium.
I don't even know what the hell that is.
They better be really strong. I'm assuming that's what adamantium is, but they better be pretty strong. New York Life 12, man. Thank you very much. As an Arab, we could marry 4 women, but me personally, I wouldn't want to marry 4. Can you imagine all 4 getting their periods at the same time?
I'll be honest. That might be better, because what if they had one each week? What if one of them had 1 week and they had like every week one of them had one? Like
you'd always be fighting with your wife. Your whole life.
So it'd probably be better to just get it the hell out of the way in a week.
Yeah, just go on vacation for once every month. You go on vacation for a week.
Right, because if it's every week, you're never done. The whole year would be like that. Can you imagine that? Nah. That'd be rough. One's good.
And Juicy White, thank you very much. Rumors we're going defense again. Thoughts? Best player available. I'm fine with that. Best player available.
It's Dylan Moses.
Yeah. It's an X-Men reference. Yeah. I don't know. I do know them. I've seen the movies, but that's that went over my head. I've seen the movie. I'm not a big comic book guy.
Me either.
So my bad. I messed up on the joke. My bad. Buck Josh says Zach Wilson or Luca. I don't know what Luca's mom looks like, but I'm sure she's good looking.
Yeah. Chris, I'm hungry. If I'm seeing a Taco Bell commercial and it's making me hungry, that means
you know what? I'm gonna look up Luca's mom right now and I'll show her on the screen and I'll let the chat decide.
Luca's mom.
Oh. You know what? First glance, she's hot. But I'm gonna go with I think I'm gonna go with Zach's mom. Oh,
someone said Deontay Brown's off the board. Damn.
He's off the board?
Yeah, Panthers must have taken him. We're on the clock now.
She's got she's like heavy makeup here, but here we go. Here's his mom.
Yeah, I gotta go Zach. Even though I prefer brunettes, I gotta go Zach's mom.
Yeah.
I gotta go Zach's mom.
No, she's hot.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the other one in the bathing suit, I mean, yeah, that's
But we're going with Zach's mom there, Buck.
Yeah, the Panthers took Deontay Brown. Damn, I wanted that city block on our team.
And the imp says you guys started today clean shit. Yeah, yep.
I did start clean shaving.
I'm gonna have a full beard by the end of the stream.
Yes, that's what happens to me in the 24-hour streams. See my facial hair grow.
Deontay Brown's gone. There's a reason he dropped though. Deontay Brown.
Oh, I know. I just like the.
Yeah, he's big.
Massive man.
And Tom, man, thank you very much. Zach's mom is still younger than Baddog and me.
Oh, that don't surprise me at all. Because Zach's 21. Yeah, she could be 40, 41, whatever, 42. That's younger than me.
And New York Life, thank you very much. One period a week. Boy, I need to get that milk from the Walmart across the country. Call me when one of the kids.
Yeah, there you go. I told you. I told you.
Serrata's still available, yes. We're 2 picks away, guys. 49ers on the clock now.
Yeah.
And Juicy, thank you so much.
We pick quick because 196, 201.
Yeah, that's right. Juicy says, never been so pumped for spring training or OTAs. I'm pumped up this year, that's for sure.
To go.
Who are the 49ers taking here? Again, we're going to look away from the chat probably when the next pick is on the clock.
Yeah. Jets have had a good draft.
Yeah, they
they're
have.
showing the Jets right now, but they're showing them.
And Jetman, thank you very much. He says, Tana, thoughts on Luca Vildosa? Does Elf go on? Yeah, I read a little bit about him. He's the point guard prospect that we brought in. I don't know much about him. I watched a highlight clip of him, but that's all I know about him. I don't think he'll play much this year because Elf's been with the rotation all year, but maybe he could contribute next season. I doubt he has much of a role. They took him. They took my guy. 2 picks before we were up. That was the running back I thought we would take. Elijah
and they took Deontay Brown. They're taking all our guys now.
Oh man, I thought that just made too much sense to the Giants. So Elijah Mitchell is off the board. Hawkins is the other running back I like late. We'll see if they go that route. But I thought Mitchell would be a Giant if he was there. And Jose, man, thank you very much. I wish I could drink at work. Yeah.
So doesn't everybody.
And Mr. F, man, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I appreciate it. Triple says, talking about hot moms, y'all are down, shaking my head, y'all are down atrocious. What's wrong with talking about hot moms?
Nothing.
There's nothing wrong with talking about hot moms.
No. Men like hot women.
Sometimes they're moms, sometimes they're, sisters, whatever, but
right. Sometimes their daughter they're whatever.
So I'm not going to look at the chat, guys, because these go fast now. The pick is in for the Texans. Then we're up next. So just letting you guys know.
Yeah.
Houston up and Giants. I'm not even going to make a prediction at this point. I just hope that I know the player. And we'll see.
Yep. Wow, the Texans had 28 free agents this offseason. That's what Parcells did in 1984.
We had a lot too. Not that many, but we probably added 15. 23 is a lot though.
28, I thought that said.
Oh, 28?
28.
That's when you know your team sucks. 28.
They did. 3-13. That's the Giants are 3-12-1 in 83 when they moved half the roster out of there. They made the playoffs the next year.
I see the Super Chats guys out of the corner of my eye. I'll get to them after the Giants pick.
The Jets draft room is happy. Why do they keep showing the Jets?
They're getting a lot of press. Well, they had a good draft. They
are.
Frank Darby out of Arizona State. I'm assuming, is that the pick here, or are they just showing guys that have gone?
I don't know. I'm guessing it is the pick. Texans going wide receiver again.
We're going to get a commercial. You know that.
Oh, they got to. I mean, you got to get that commercial in there. The Giants are up. I don't know. Let me shut that door. I can actually hear her phone conversation up there.
Frank Darby out of ASU. That Brandon Ayuk came from ASU. He was a good receiver recently.
Herm Edwards coaches her, right? Isn't he the coach of Arizona State?
I know he was. I think he still is. It's taking forever, of course, because now they're showing him. Here's the Houston pick. Come on, what's the pick?
To make the Giants fans wait. Then they're gonna have a 5-minute commercial break.
They did the same thing last time.
I know.
There it is. Okay. They take Roy Lopez, defensive tackle out of Arizona. And now the Giants are on the clock for their first of 2 picks in a 5-pick span.
Yep.
And like I said, if I had to guess by position, I don't know. I think it's just going to be best player available, but I guess line or running
back.
Yeah.
They need a running back, man.
Maybe another edge. You don't know. Last year they took 4
You really don't know.
linebackers.
Take another wide receiver. You don't know.
They could if they like one.
They could take DeMar Hamlin. They could add another safety. You don't know what the hell they're going to do.
No, this late in the draft, you're throwing darts at a board. It's just a matter of who they have highest. Wow, look at all those free agents the Patriots added. They were very aggressive this year.
They were. They had to be. It's the first
Yeah.
time in how many years they didn't make the playoffs?
Yeah.
20?
It's been a long time.
2008 they didn't, but
They should have though. They went 11-5.
I know. It's the first time they were beatable
Yeah.
in 20 years. You know. Giants are still on the clock, so it's amazing how fast these picks come in when it's not the Giants, and they've been sitting there for 3 minutes. You know.
Maybe they're making it. Maybe they're making another trade.
That's pathetic. 2020, 6-10 record, best since 2018. That's pretty bad. It ain't gonna be that way this year, though, guys and girls. Hell no.
We're coming. We're coming this year.
We are. Let's go.
So Mel's best available is DeMar Hamlin, safety out of Pittsburgh, Patrick Johnson, linebacker out of Tulane, Surratt, the wide receiver out of Wake Forest, Shai Smith, wide receiver out of South Carolina.
The Giants still haven't selected.
Tay Gowan, cornerback out of UCF, take another corner. Cade Johnson.
Yep.
Felton, like I said, he's a prospect a lot of Giants fans talked about. I think they'd be happy with him. Yaboa, somebody mentioned, was that NY Giants 26, I think, mentioned him. He's on his board as well out of Ole Miss. Yep. The tight end.
The Giants are still on the clock. Pick's not even in yet.
Now it's in. Finally.
Yeah.
Who's it going to be? Here it is. They're showing it right away.
No, they didn't wait. And
the pick is Gary Brightwell. They took a running back.
They did take a not who I thought they would take.
They did take a running back. Gary Brightwell out of Arizona.
I did get the position right.
Yeah, I think both of us thought we would take a 6th-round running back. That's what they did. Yeah. So, I got to do more research on the guy, but I like that they took a running back. I think they needed more depth in the backfield.
Definitely. I definitely think that they needed a running back.
I like that. I like taking a running back in the 6th. I think I like that pick.
I just don't know anything about Gary Brightwell because the Pac-12 is just something I really don't watch. Like I said, I'm more SEC Big 12 and some Big 10, but I rarely watch the Pac-12. So I don't know much about Gary Brightwell at all.
And I think they'll take a lineman with the other pick. Man, thank you very much, man. After we pick, I'm going to get some Nadora and celebrate.
There you go.
And Justin says 49ers got Sermon and Mitchell. Yeah, that was Baddog's guy.
And Mitchell was your guy.
Yeah, Mitchell. Yeah, Mitchell was my guy. Yeah. Joel says running back Felton. Yep, a lot of Giants fans like him. Maybe we do. We just took a running back, so I doubt it.
Yeah.
And Jack Anderson calling it. We'll see about Anderson. DM says, Gettleman's in the can. And Chuchi says, tell them, guys, this ain't ESPN. We talk about entertaining and relevant things here.
That's right.
Yeah, we have some fun.
Yeah, on day 3 of the draft, when you've been streaming for 15 hours of it. I'm not saying today, but like overall. And yeah, we're having fun with it. You know, you can't be serious all the time.
Yeah, you gotta have some fun.
You gotta have some fun.
Nick says Justin Hilliard, 201. That's your pick? All right. We'll see. We'll see, Nick.
We'll see. We shall see. We shall see.
And I got to do. I'm gonna look more into this running back after all these prospects after the draft. I'll look more into them, but I'm glad that we took a running back. I think we needed one more running back in that backfield.
Definitely, I agree. I mean, the Giants have taken running back. I remember they took Paul Perkins a few years ago. They took Wayne Gallman in the 4th round. So they have to. Paul Perkins, I thought would be better than he was. I thought Paul Perkins would actually have been a decent running back. He just never panned out. But Gallman was effective, and you never know, man.
I see people saying reaches. There's no such thing as a reach in round 6, and you don't draft for need in round 6 either. You draft for the guy that you like the best on your board. It's round 6.
I'm wondering who. So if somebody's saying it's a reach, you should be an NFL scout. You should actually work for the NFL if you can possibly think that somebody's a reach at pick 196.
There's no reach in round 6.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how you can how you say reach.
You take the guys you like. You take the guys you like in round 6.
But I don't know what the hell. I don't know what that means at 196. Who's the who's the guy that's like that's a day one starter?
Yeah. And the other thing I'll say, people are saying Trey Smith is great value there, but you could say Trey Smith is great value the entire day today. Nobody's taking him. Like
Right.
that means something to me. Like he's not like a guy nobody's heard of. Like every team knows who Trey Smith is, and every team has passed on him for 100 picks.
Yeah.
So that means something. There's a reason for it.
Yeah.
The blood clots, I think. But Chris, man, thank you very much. Wow, long draft. Pretty happy with it. You guys have had a lot of picks.
You guys have had a good, You guys have had a good draft, Chris.
Yeah. And
there's my guy right there, Larry Roundtree, Chris. There's the guy I know the Giants are taking in the 6th round. That's who I thought we were taking our pick. Right there.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of running backs to go in this 6, 7 round.
I know.
Area.
I like Roundtree though.
Yeah. And Pitbull, man, thank you very much. The real talk of Giants. Stay golden, guys. # New York Giants. Hey, I love Bobby and Justin. But yeah, we did start our show was named Talk of Giants before.
Right.
I remember a guy came at you in the comments for that. That was funny.
He did. He said, you guys are ripping somebody off. I'm like, bro, we've been talking. We've had that show for 3 years. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
We didn't take their name for our show. Just because you just found it doesn't mean it didn't exist before.
Yeah. And Nikki Sav says he's a north and south runner. He was my 168th overall. Eddie Lacy. Well, if he's at Eddie, that's good. We need a north and south runner. So,
and that obviously means he can eat a lot.
Yeah. And Scott says, don't forget about Sandro. You're right. Sandro Platzkummer, the foreign guy that we signed last year. Maybe he does make the team. I know a lot of Giants fans are going to be rooting for him.
Yeah. Well, the Giants are coming up here soon. Pick 199. We picking a couple picks. We got Minnesota, the Jets, and then us again. CBS gave us a B+ for Brightwell, said Lucas.
I like that we took a running back. I think we needed a third running back, so I like.
We definitely needed it,
especially with Barkley coming. This is the other thing you got to factor in, and Big Daddy's told me this, so I want to give him credit for it, and it makes a lot of sense. It's a 17-game schedule now too, so you need depth in that backfield. It's an extra game, more toll on the body of Saquon Barkley. You want more depth in that backfield. Barkley coming off the injury, so I think it made sense to add a third running back to this core.
I agree.
And Jai, thank you so much. She says, I can't wait until our O-line develops and everyone shuts up. Obviously, our coaching staff sees potential that should be encouraging, but I agree with you, Jai. Listen, I want an offensive lineman, and I agree with you. I'm gonna trust the coaching staff. They know more than I do. They know more than they should. Let's put it that way. So I'm gonna trust that they're doing their jobs the right way, and hopefully these offensive linemen grow.
The changing of the times, Chris. When I was younger, people were called armchair quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Armchair quarterback. Nowadays, you got Twitter GMs.
Yep.
That's the difference. You had the armchair quarterback back in the 80s and 90s. I would have done this. I would have done that. Nobody played their hand at GM, especially there was no social media in 1989. So you had your armchair. Now you got your guys. They moved up. They're no longer quarterbacks. Now they all know how to run a franchise.
Yeah.
It's fine to give your opinion, but I don't know. Like I said, when it gets to this late in the draft, I'm not criticizing anybody to take.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about these guys and pick 200.
Yeah. Exactly. You just hope you hit on one.
Right. That's all anybody hopes for right now.
Yeah. And there's a reason they all dropped. Gilbert, man, thank you very much. Close it out with Trey Smith from Tennessee. We'll see if we like I said earlier, there's a reason the guy's dropping. So
you might mention Twyman. Twyman just went to Vikings.
Yeah, I don't have the board again. They blocked it.
I just saw it come.
Yeah.
See, now here's my law firm over here. We have Martin Harding and Mazzotti. That's our upstate New York.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
That's our local.
Angel says, who is ready for the final New York Giants pick? Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
It's coming. The imp says, when I was young, we had armchair center.
Oh man.
The imp, if you can't tell, he's pretty old.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's older than me. I'm guessing he's been around a while.
Yuri says, keep an eye on Trey. Yes, I've heard about him. He has ties to the offensive line coach. He will be undrafted free agent running back. He's a bruiser. I have heard about him, and I do think we could bring in an undrafted free agent running back as well. Everybody wants Dylan Moses. People want
Dylan Moses and Trey Smith. That's what everybody wants. So we're up next. The Jets are on the clock now.
And Ramon, thank you very much. He says, what happens to the Canadian tight end from we cut him. They're talking about that 6'7"
Rice and John. Yeah,
John is we cut him. He didn't. Yeah, he's gone. He was a developmental guy.
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe he's back on the practice squad this year. I'm not sure, but we cut him last year.
Lucas said the running back is 6'1", 220.
North-south runner.
Yep, that's what you want. That's what Trey Sermon is. That's the same size as Trey Sermon.
Yeah.
That's good. Carl, look at this. Tom Brady, senior Michigan. 6th-round pick, 199th overall.
Well, it just goes to show you how important.
I was trying to hear what Mel Kiper said about him. This guy sucks. He's going to be nothing in the NFL. You picked him 199th overall. He's going to carry water for the team. And that's the type of thing that made Tom Brady say, watch.
Yep. I mean, to be fair, though, everybody said that about him.
Well, I mean, you should.
Yeah.
Your guy ran a 5.26 40.
Yeah.
There it is. It is amazing. That is, I don't care if you hate Tom Brady or not. That is one of the most incredible stories in the history of sports. What that guy has been able to do. I've always said, man, I know there are a lot of people, they hate on success. Some people just hate successful people. I'm inspired by that. A guy like Tom Brady. I don't care. I don't care if you don't like him or not. What you need to do as a sports fan, whether you like that guy or hate him, you need to understand what you saw with this guy. You need to appreciate how good this guy is.
The guy's 43. He's winning Super Bowls.
It's ridiculous. The dude's going to throw for 80,000 yards and 600 touchdowns and have at least 7 Super Bowls. It's dumb how good he is. If Jordan was picked 3rd overall, you expected Jordan to be great. These guys were picked 1st overall. You expect them to be great. Peyton Manning, you expect them to be great. Who the hell was Tom Brady coming out of Michigan in 2000?
He was a nobody.
Unbelievable.
He's a nobody.
And he certainly helped me out financially. Man, Tom.
Trying to ignore the chat again, guys. Jets on the clock, then the Giants are up.
And the Jets are taking a long time, too, because ESPN says hold your New York market, hold.
Yeah, picks in, but they're not showing it yet.
No.
Well, they get a back-to-back New York market here. They're
really stretching it out.
Who are they going to take here, Baddog? What do you think?
They're going to go with DeMar Hamlin, the best available. They're going to take a safety here from Pittsburgh. That's what I think. I think they're going to go that route. But again, this is just like the Giants. ESPN's like, just hold on to that. Want to keep our audience here as long as we can. We know it's a 3rd day. We know it's a Saturday in the middle of the afternoon. A lot of people want to get to what they're doing, but let's hold their attention because the Jets and Giants pick back to back. Make it 8 minutes, 10 minutes in between picks if you can. Don't announce it. That's what they're doing.
They're stolen.
They do. They're definitely stolen. Get these guys some TV time.
Yep.
They just put them on TV for 10 minutes.
Here's the pick. Jets.
They did it last year too.
Jets take Brandon Echols, cornerback out of Kentucky.
Okay. Well, at least I got some of the position right. They went secondary. Brandon,
I'll throw a lineman in here for the Giants, but it could be anything. It could be an edge. It could be a corner. It could be a quarterback. It could be anything.
Could be.
Could be a punter.
The Giants are going to take Sam Ehlinger right here.
Sam Ehlinger?
Hot bring it. They don't have another quarterback besides Glennon.
They don't.
And here's Ehlinger is going to compete with Daniel Jones.
Here's the pick. Giants take Radarius Williams, cornerback out of Oklahoma State. So they took another corner late in the draft. So that was probably their BPA there.
Yeah.
2020 second team All Big 12 out of OK State. So another guy we got to do research on.
Well, I don't need to do much research on this. Cornerbacks in the Big 12 are certainly not the best.
A lot of offense in that conference.
They're not. A lot of offense in the Big 12. A lot of offense.
Amazing guy says he's a steal.
I'll say the same thing when you say it's a reach. And when you say it's a reach in the 6 rounds, it's also hard to say if they're a steal.
Yeah. Anthony Rosa says, called it. There you go. So some Giants fans are happy.
Oh, Sam said that's Greedy Williams' brother.
Oh,
I just said it right there. Yep, I just see it right there.
And Acapulco, man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Williams is a huge sleeper, Big 12 stud.
Again, Big 12. They're not known for their defense.
This is what I love. And I get it. A lot of Giants fans wanted Trey Smith. He says we passed on Trey Smith 3 times. So did every single team in the league.
And they continue to pass on him.
So there's a reason he's being passed on. It's not
he might not even be drafted.
He might not be.
By the way, I just want to – who was that up there? I just want to say Acapulco Trade Rooms, that was a great thumbnail. Rodney Dangerfield, one of the greatest ever.
Top 5 stand-up of all time.
Just amazing.
And Gilbert, man, thank you very much. Draft grade A or B+. I mean, again, I haven't done my full read, but these are later round prospects. But again, you don't draft for need later in the draft. Based off the fact we got a future first, future third, future fourth. We got a guy that could be a difference maker at the wide receiver position at Kadarius Toney, and we got a guy that could be a difference maker off the edge. A guy that many felt was a top 3 or 4 edge in this class with Olajari. And then I think we got a guy that could very well be our starting slot corner at the start of the year. I'm going to go at least a B+, probably an A- based off the future draft capital that we got.
Yeah, I agree. Again, it's hard to project what these guys in day 3 end up becoming, but going through the first 2 days, I thought the Giants nailed it. I thought they did a great job. Like I said at the beginning, I still think maybe Kadarius Toney was a little bit early, but considering what the Giants got in return for Kadarius Toney, I've said this the entire time. I would much rather have Kadarius Toney and the Bears' first-round pick over just Devontae Smith at 11. Because, in other words, you're going to get 2 players for Devontae Smith. And that's the way I look at it. And I don't think Kadarius Toney is that big of a drop-off from Devontae Smith. If it was Jalen Waddle sitting at 11 and we did it, then I might have been a little bit, well, I think we passed. But I like what they did. I would say that, like I said, B+, A- in that range.
Yeah.
I think they've had a really good draft, and like I said, we got to do more research on these. There's your running back, Chris Elijah Mitchell.
Yeah, he went at 190.
No, I know. I'm just saying they're showing him.
Yeah, I liked him. Mike, man, very much. That pick is a steal. He's a stud. I love it. There you go. Mike's a fan.
I guess everybody's a fan. I guess everybody knew he was a steal.
And Joel says, well, Sam Beal, start packing your – oh, he's gone.
Oh, he gone.
Sam Beal's gone. If we're being honest, well, he's not very good. And he has injury problems.
Yeah, Sam Beal is gone like Gary Sanchez swinging at a pitch in the dirt. He gone.
And, heading out myself. Take care, y'all. Great job. Yeah, we're going to end this in about 10 minutes. We're not obviously doing the rest of the draft. We don't care about the rest of the draft. We're Giants fans. I'm going to take a breather. May have a video up later today, but probably not. I'll have a lot of recap draft videos up in the coming days talking about the draft overall, and then I'll get into individual prospects, and then we'll have the OTAs. But, we're going to spend the next day researching some of these picks. I might have a video up later today just talking about the overall draft and, what their ideology was in terms of trading down in their early picks and my thoughts. But overall, Baddog, I'm happy with what we did in this draft.
There's Gettleman right there, waddling his way back. Gettleman's a little bit of a hog himself. Gettleman's got a little hog in him, Chris.
Why do you think he likes hogs so much?
Because he likes bacon, and who doesn't? If you don't like bacon, there's something wrong with you. Seriously. Like, we're all weird. Everybody's weird. But if you don't like bacon, you ain't human. I don't know. Bacon's like the greatest thing ever. No, but seriously, I love what the Giants did. And again, the day 3 guys, I didn't have nearly the time this year to research a draft like I did last year. Obviously, working a full-time job, it's difficult. And obviously streaming the basketball. Last year, there was no sports. I was working from home, so I could come down here, mess around, and still do my work and everything else. So I obviously had a lot more time to research it. You don't really know what you get with your day 3 guys, but the first 2 days I thought they did fantastic. And I love that they were able to add draft capital. Like I said, if you went into this year's draft and after the first 2 days, you told any Giants fan you are going to get the Bears' first round pick and 5th round pick of this year, or I'm sorry, if you're going to get the Bears, their first round pick, which is 20, their number 20, their 5th round pick, next year's 1st and next year's 4th, and the Dolphins' 3rd round pick of next year, and you end up with Olajari and Kadarius Toney, I think you're not going to say Toney at 20, just reverse them. Because people had Toney at 20 and they should have taken Olajari. Just whatever. You're going to end up with those 2 players and all those picks. You would have been thrilled.
Yep.
That you ended up with that.
You signed up for it in a second.
And the fact that you got the Eagles to fight in their war room because you traded up to get Robinson.
The people who complain right now are mock draft people, and they think just for the here and now. Like those people that that are going to complain in between rounds 4 and 7. They're going to say, "Oh, well, we needed this, we needed that," but this team is not drafting for need between rounds 4 and 7.
Right.
Day 3, you're drafting for depth. You're drafting for guys that could contribute on special teams. Fill holes and guys that could potentially become starters one day. That's
situational guys, special teams guys.
Yeah.
They fill out a roster. If they end up being more, great, but they fill out your roster.
That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
And LA Sports, thank you very much. Can't thank you two enough for this weekend. Let's go, Giants. Thank you so much, LA Sports.
Thank you for being here, Lucas. Thank you all for being here with us this weekend. This was awesome. I have we have a lot of fun doing the draft.
And Michael Sachs, thank you very much. Trey Smith at blood. I know, yeah, that's why he fell. That's why he fell. And he may not even go draft it, like Baddog said. There's a reason he dropped. Divine, man, thank you very much. I'm happy with all the picks. You guys are the best. Go Giants. Appreciate it, my man. Thank you very much, my man.
Let's go.
Let's go is right. And let's see. I think we're good. One more, I think. Depending on the line, man, thank you very much. Some people can't have bacon, and I really feel how could you I really I really feel for them.
my workout partner is Muslim, so he can't have bacon. But I always say to him, I'm like, you ever wonder what it tastes like? Do you ever smell it and go, man, that smells good? I always tell him, like, man, I feel bad. I'm like, you can have turkey bacon. I don't know if he's ever had turkey bacon. I think I asked him. I don't remember what he said. Like turkey bacon is not the same as pork bacon, although I do like both. But man, I tell you, nothing. You get bacon and cook the bacon over like an open fire at a camp. Oh my God, bacon over an open flame is.
There's nothing wrong with you can't go wrong with bacon.
You just can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Lucas, man, thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it. He gives me a little thank you sticker. Thank you so much, man. Lucas is great. Thank you so much for being here, buddy.
Thank you, guys.
Lucas is the man. And Roldy, thank you very much. He says, I'm getting tired of the fans who are complaining, and if I'm complaining about that, you know it's bad. I thought DJ. Listen, you're always gonna have to. Like, I think I saw a couple. I forgot who said it. Somebody in the chat said people get too attached to players in the draft because they do all these mock drafts, and kind of like Baddog, for example. He was really attached to Trey Sermon, but you don't see Baddog crying that we didn't get Trey Sermon. There, you have to trust the guys that are at the top. Yep. And when you get to day 3, like we said, you're drafting for depth and you're drafting for best player available.
Right. And I really wanted Creed Humphrey. I mean, that was really the guy that I wanted in this draft, and they didn't get him. But oh well. I mean, I wanted them to go offensive line. I did one mock draft, just one, and I had them taking Rashawn Slater. I really thought the Giants were going to go offensive line in this draft, considering what they did in free agency. They didn't go that route. I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it. I didn't think that Kadarius Toney at no time entered my mind for the New York Giants. Not even in the second round. The guy never entered my mind. I thought they'd go line and then defense.
Yeah. He entered my mind, but
well, I know.
Yeah, but I'm with you. I thought I was leaning. I was open to the possibility of potentially going with a wide receiver in the second. I thought in the end we were going to go with a wide receiver in the first. But if we went line, I thought he could be a second round lineman. Did not enter my mind for the first round. But the reason I thought Toney was a possibility was because of his versatility. And that's what Joe Judge talks about. Yeah. And I thought he was a good compliment to Golladay. So I was happy when we got him. We'll see how the rest of the how the rest of these prospects play out this year. You still have the undrafted free agents. That's a part of it as well. And this offseason is going to be fun, but can't wait till the season actually starts.
Yeah. I always say I'll be enjoying the summer, and I always enjoy the summer if it ever gets here. I mean, it's still cold as hell up here right now, but Yeah, normally the Yankees are good. I'm like, I can't, just go and watch my Yankees, but they stink. And yeah, they're too inconsistent. But the summer always flies by, man. It goes by so fast because I love the summer. And I'm just busy in the summer. Weekends, I'm rarely in the house. I'm out grilling, out at the pool. I just love the summer, man. Teaching my kid that too. You got the year without Santa Claus, whatever that Christmas story is, where you got the heat miser and the snow miser arguing. But I always tell myself, we hate the snow miser. We hate him. We like the heat miser. And now he knows. I'm like, heat miser means you get to go to your grandma's house, play in the backyard, run around, go to the pool, doing all that stuff.
Enjoy the summer, guys. Enjoy the summer.
And before you know it, September's here.
That's right. Jonathan, man, thank you very much. Thank you guys a ton for this coverage this weekend. Thank you for watching.
Thank you for being here, Jonathan.
Yeah. And Manny, man, thank you very much. Is Moses still there? I think. I'm pretty sure he is. I don't think he's been picked, Manny. I think Dylan Moses is still there, but we're not getting him. Yeah. Unless he's an undrafted free agent. And DJ Smooth, man, thank you very much. Thanks, guys. Love the stream. Thank you, man.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you for always being in the stream.
Yeah.
Antoine says, if Daniel Jones fails, would you like Spencer?
Again, Rattler is a freshman last year, so I don't think he's eligible for a couple of years. He's a redshirt freshman. I really never understand how the eligibility works, because I thought you had to be 21 to declare yourself eligible, but some guys come out at 20. So I don't know if they have to play their junior year. I think that's what it is. So Rattler is going to be a sophomore next year, so he can't. I'm pretty sure he can't declare for the draft, but I don't really know how that works. But I think he's a couple of years away. So maybe if you are saying, if Daniel Jones ain't the guy next year and they have him for one more year, and Rattler comes out in 2023, maybe. We'll see what Rattler does. Rattler's a freshman. He was up and down last year. He definitely turned the ball over a couple of games that they should have won. K-State and Iowa State, they blew big leads because Rattler had turnovers. But we'll see. I do think Spencer Rattler is better than Jalen Hurts, though. Definitely.
Yeah. My answer to you is I don't want to think about it. I just want to think Daniel Jones could be the guy and find out if he is. I don't even want to think about potential replacements. We got our quarterback right now. Let's see how he does with a better team.
Somebody said 3 years out of high school. Okay, Udo, that makes sense.
And NY Giants 26, thank you very much. Brightwell is more than capable to take over running back. Well, hopefully not. I hope Saquon Barkley's our running back this year, but as a depth guy, I think that's great. I think it's great to get a third running back to this team and a guy that can bring a different dynamic to the backfield. And I missed one. I'm sorry. I skipped. My bad. German man, thank you very much. Big thanks to you too. It's been amazing. Thank you so much, German man. Always in my streams. Can't say thank you enough, my man.
Yes.
King Key says, love that Williams pick. Late round theft. Won an offensive lineman, but Ghetto God has us set up perfect for the 22 draft.
Who knows?
Look at all the picks we got, man.
Not always about the current year when you're drafting.
Yeah. A lot of these guys are long-term picks, and we got tons of future draft capital.
Yep.
And Pack Rat, thank you very much. You two get an A+ draft coverage grade, according to me. I appreciate that, Pack Rat.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you very much, my man.
Yep.
JD says, I don't know how you guys do it, but you do it. Cheers from Dog Pound and Stand Up, Bird. Enjoy your Saturday. You too, JD, man.
We do it because you guys are here and you guys motivate us, and we want to hang out with you and talk about the Giants. Whether you disagree or not, we love it. I mean, that's what sports are about. You love sports, you just love to converse, you love to give your ideas, and we love doing it. We love doing it. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys and girls. So shout out to you guys and girls for being here with us all weekend.
The Imp Man, thank you very much. Says you should have my email. If anything sent didn't come through, let me know how to get it there. Just listen, I don't check my email that often, especially the last 3 days, because I've been obviously really busy. But there's my email right there in case you don't know it. But thank you, Imp Man. Thank you very much, buddy. I think you've emailed me before. I'll check it after the stream. Jonathan, man, thank you very much. Brightwell says his family grew up Giants fans, and his favorite running back is Tiki Barber. Well, that's pretty cool.
Nice.
A draft overall filled holes, and next year's draft will be deep.
Exactly.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
Exactly.
That's cool. Grew up a Giants fan. That's cool. DJ Smooth, thank you very much. Why you don't want to think about quarterback at 22? You know why? Because I hope Dan Jones succeeds.
Yeah,
he's a giant.
Can we get through 2021 first?
Like, he's a giant. Like, I lived through with Eli year 3. There were plenty of, people who said he's not going to be the guy. Let's start thinking about no, let's find out. Let's find out what Jones is this year.
We're going to find out.
Yeah.
We're going to find out.
Yeah. And John, man, thank you very much. So excited. Aziz, Sexy Dex, Leonard Williams, Blake, Ragland, Anderson, Crowder, McKinney, Ryan, Bradbury, Jackson. Wow. May 12th. Hope we play the Sissy Eagles week 1. Yeah, May 12th is the schedule. Can't wait, man. And our defense is absolutely loaded. Like I said to Baddog earlier in the stream, I think we're going to have a top 5 defense this year. Yeah. But I can't wait for the year to start. I'm happy with the draft. I love what we did long-term with the draft capital. And, yeah, I think as a Giants fan, you should be happy. But you guys are all entitled to your own opinions. And we'll see what happens coming up this year. Obviously, of a lot more, recapping the draft over the next 2 weeks or so, going over all the players, talking about what I think their impact could be on the team this year, and going over some of the undrafted free agents. Probably going to take the rest of the day off because it's been a long 3 days.
Yes, it has.
But, Baddog, can't say thank you enough, man. Enjoying these 3 days with you, enjoying it with everybody in the chat. Cannot wait for the rest of the offseason. Say it all the time. You guys are the best supporters on YouTube. Would never be able to do this without you guys. Thank you to everybody who tuned in. Hit the thumbs up, subscribe, ring the bell. Who subscribed to Baddog. If you haven't done so, please do so. Yeah, and we'll be back at it with the Giants show this week, recapping the draft at some point when we both get rested and can figure out the Knicks and Lakers schedule, and probably do that for another 2 or 3 weeks. Then maybe, let it off for a little bit until
July.
Until July.
Maybe it's June. Like, there's not much that goes on in June.
Yeah, we'll probably carry it through till the end of May, and then take June and maybe half of July off, and then get back to it.
Yep.
Jimmy, thank you very much. Trey Smith will be a Giant. I feel it. It's possible as an undrafted free agent, Jimmy. It's possible. But you guys have a great rest of your day. I'll be live tomorrow doing the Knicks game. I'll definitely have video content up talking about the draft tomorrow as well. And Baddog, do what you do.
Hey, been a hell of a weekend, guys. I think the Giants did a great job in this draft. Again, don't know much about these guys they took today. That's obviously research to be done. But the first 2 days, can't deny they did a great job. The notion of Gettleman never trading back is gone. Obviously, he did do that. But this is awesome. I love doing this. Like I said, this was like a 3-day version of the Chris and the Baddog show. Being able to cover the draft for you guys and girls. Really appreciate all the support you gave us all weekend. The fact you hung out with us. We had really big crowds in here, and it's so much fun. And there's no doubt that the 2021 New York Giants are going to be a much different version of what we've seen the last 3 years. I'm excited for it. And I know you guys and girls are excited for it too. So listen, take it off. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Go out, get some fresh air, drink a few beers, do whatever the hell you got to do. We'll be back, and hopefully you guys and girls are with us. So really love it. Appreciate it. For the Entertainment Talking Sports, Bad Diggity Dizzle, we go. Peace.